Welcome in, trainers. The cursed Underdunk, also known as Underdunk 6, 7. I know. We're going to do it. It's upon us. I know. It is cursed. Regional League Open qualifiers are this weekend. And we have a massive bracket tonight. I believe 25 teams are entering. Pretty big stuff here at Underdunk. I'm Steel Agent Kyle. And with me, as always, the not stinky Husky. Welcome in, Husky.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not stinky. I showered right before this. So hair's a little wet, but you guys aren't going to be able to smell me through the screen.
We can't prove it. We can't prove it.
No, I had a showcase for my students today, and I have an 8 a.m. doctor's appointment tomorrow morning. So I was like, I'm not going to be able to shower in the morning. And I just want to go to bed after Underdunk is done. So I showered before it. And this is the kind of thinking that you need to do as an adult, and this is what AI could never replace.
AI could never. AI could never. Well, we have a lot to get to. As always, best of 3 on the top side of the bracket, best of 1 on our bottom side, with our grand finals being a best of 3 winner's side advantage. We are going to be on Groudon today, so unlike last week where we did take a little venture into the Kyogre Pond, it's going to be back into the Groudon Gauntlet that it is, since we are going to be mirroring the UCS format for this weekend just to help teams get prepared for everything that's going to be happening, everything that's on the line there. In addition to that, we are going to mirror the bans for tonight that are going to be present for this weekend, meaning no Mega Gyarados and no Vaporeon. Everything else, though, fully tournament legal, fully viable, fully on the table, all that jazz. While we talk back towards Groudon, right? Because we did take that week off, Husky, to kind of take a look at Kyogre, see this new boss. How do you think we're going to venture back into Groudon? Do you foresee like any big changes?
Yeah, I don't really think so. I mean, we haven't had any official tournaments on Kyogre. I don't think that anybody has been necessarily attempting to develop the Kyogre strategy just yet, because as far as we know, this season is taking place on the Groudon map. Maybe they change it a little bit down the line, but they're setting us up at the moment to not follow what's currently happening in ranked. We still don't know if Kyogre is a temporary thing and they're going back to Groudon or whatever their plan is. So I think a lot of teams have still just been focusing on, we're going to do the same thing that we've been doing on Groudon. I don't think that anything's really going to change. The Groudon map seems to be very CC, brawl heavy, frontline Pokemon that do a lot of damage and that do a lot of crowd control. So I think that's probably going to stay the same.
And talking about staying within the UCS farm, we're going to do coin flips. Have a coin to determine our pick side or our side selection, similar to what's going to happen on this weekend, because no one's going to be seated in the bracket since it's kind of like a one-off. So our teams are set. 5 Rillabooms and Kodiak United are going to be flipping coins. We'll do heads for Rillabooms, tails for Kodiak United, just because that's the way that they're set up. Sprigatito is going to be heads. The Pokeball is going to be tails. Husky, are you ready to catch this?
Ready.
All right.
It's heads.
I don't know how Sprigatito evolved into Eevee. Who knows? So 5 Rillabooms is going to have side selection is what the play is. I'm going to let Bina know that. It was very corny, but we're going to do it at least one more time.
Yeah, we're going to we'll get better at this eventually. I got to know when to grab it or whatever, but I also got to make it I also got to flip the coin.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I just watched it again on the stream. Okay.
Because we are a little bit delayed, so okay.
I just watched it. I was like, no, that's scuff. We'll get better. I'll do it to you next.
Okay.
So
good call.
We'll, go
okay,
back
so I'm gonna have to catch it from this way. Got it. Yeah.
I'll throw it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna figure this out. We do have a couple of graphics to show, so I want to go ahead and show those. Talking about our picks and bans from last week. Obviously, like Husky said, there might be a little bit of a difference from Groudon or from Kyogre to now Groudon this week. just because of
Mhm.
just how the objectives played around. But this is our top 10 most played from last week. Any maybe standouts here, Husky, of what you think might get a pretty similar shine in our Groudon area?
Yeah, it's very interesting seeing a lot of these picks. So I'm wondering if Mimikyu is gonna continue being this high of a priority because it did get buffed, but we only saw it last week on Kyogre and we saw a lot of Trick Room. So I do wonder if this is going to continue to be really prevalent. I think it's possible. Mega Lucario, I do still expect to see. And then the interesting one for me to point out is Miraidon. It definitely seems like Miraidon is far and away the best attacker right now. A lot of teams were first picking it, but this is the one where I'm not super sure that it's as highly prioritized on the Groudon version of the map. But I am willing to be proven wrong because honestly, I think Miraidon is dummy good.
Yeah, I've been saying this for quite a while. It seems like teams are finally getting back into the electric motorcycle. I think it's one of the better attackers. Obviously, it doesn't need to evolve. It's a pretty good early game because it has good last hitting ability. It doesn't really need to get your crazy scaling at level 13, but it certainly helps with your damage output and cooldown reduction. And
Mhm.
just it has a lot of tools that outranges pretty much any of the other attackers, with the exception of like, your Inteleons and, your Decidueyes. But even then, it's still pretty close because that charge beam is pretty powerful. It's pretty strong. It's got a pretty good distance on it. So I'm with you. I think we are going to see a lot of
Mhm.
Miraidon today if we do see attackers get breaking out.
Yeah, and I also wonder about Glaceon because I feel like Glaceon is in a lot of ranked games,
Mm.
but I'm not sure if it's necessarily super prioritized, but it did get buffed for some reason. But let's look at our bans. It's Delmise that did get nerfed back a little bit, so I wonder if we'll see it actually be played um, more often. But it was last time we did this, it had not yet been patched.
Yeah, it hadn't been patched. It still got played a little bit. It didn't have like a crazy win rate, which is kind of surprising. It did get through essentially 14% of the time. Only 42% of those saw win. The team that selected it win. Suicune, though, oh my goodness. First nerf of this Pokemon in almost, maybe even over 6 months. I'd have to go back to some of the patch notes to see
Yeah.
exactly how long it was, but it seemed like forever. It received a very minimal nerf, but we teams still really do not want to face it. 78% of the time, actually nearly 79% of the time, getting banned out, and still crazy win rates. 2/3 of the time it won its match. So there are a lot of those Pokemon. Blissey, obviously, kind of one of those usual suspects. Vaporeon still not quite nerfed down to where it should be, but uh, still kind of sporting at kind of like 50% win
Hmm.
rate. So there's a lot of interesting picks here, I guess, bans here. And I'm even seeing like some of these numbers. And you talked about Mimikyu. Pretty low on the ban percentage, only 19% bans, but look at that. Yeah, win rate.
Yeah, no, I feel like Mimikyu is one of those Pokemon that gets banned in the second game or the third game, like after you've seen the enemy team use it really effectively, then you're like, all right, we'll ban this. But I feel like I don't know about Delmise anymore. I still think it might be good, but I honestly I haven't seen. So we could see it come out. But those other two, the Blissey, the Suicune, I feel like those are always going to be safe bans because somebody plays them and they're always going to be a really solid choice. So I wonder with the Mimikyu how that's going to shake up. As we're saying that, we see the Suicune getting taken off the chopping block right away.
Yeah, first thing that gets knocked out. Suicune, Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard X, all kind of Pokemon that we saw in those top 10. They throw Mimikyu in here. It's going to make four for
Yeah.
four. Blad
Hmm.
Blissey, why don't you 5 for 5? I mean, these are very,
Yeah.
very standard bans.
Just throw in the Umbreon ban for that last one, and I think we're all set. But a lot of other options. The Glaceon, honestly, yeah, this That one is, I think it's a solid ban. The other Pokemon that we were talking about that has been doing pretty well was the Clefable as well as the Miraidon. I wonder what a first pick will look like. Yeah, it is going to be that Miraidon.
It's on the table. Might as well go ahead and take it. Hermit's taken that one. Now, when you do pick that first pick attacker, that leaves a lot on the table here for Kodiak. So you have two options. You'll likely see either a support or a support defender core, maybe kind of try to build their team around. And man, Delmai's making it through it. What an awesome pick that is for Kodiak if they can utilize it.
Yeah, the Hoopa I like as well with it because it's just kind of standing there. It's trying to pull Pokemon towards it instead of, trying to dive in or anything like that. The Hoopa with Hyperspace Hole can get it out of some sticky situations. On the other side, Snorlax, common pick, one of the best defenders still, and this Eldegoss as well. Another really solid support core.
Indeed. Yeah. I'm liking the picks of Eldegoss as of late. It seems like teams are finally starting to like re-grab this Pokemon. It's kind of been in the back seat in terms of like what the most overpowered or overused supporters are, but it kind of does a lot of things really well. It plays that top lane really well, so you can kind of slow down any stacking Pokemon. So you look at the opposite side, specifically that Buzzwole, something like Eldegoss can really maybe slow that thing down from scaling.
Yeah, I really do like Eldegoss. It's just always good, always very solid, and it allows you to pivot a little bit more. These last two are going to be locked in as all-rounders. Eldegoss just kind of offers a little bit more versatility for these all-rounders that are going to want to be diving in, brawling heavily in that front line. And I do also really like the Serena pick here. I think Serena is another one of those sleeper picks that some teams bring out. It's really never going to be banned, and it's always going to be pretty solid.
The last pick is going to be that Talonflame, and I think Talonflame's one job in this match, if it has one, is going to be trying to take out this Miraidon, right? I mean, there's not a whole lot of things in this game that could kind of penetrate through that Snorlax Eldegoss and then even the double all-rounders on the bot side.
Yeah.
So I think this Talonflame is going to have its work cut out for them, making sure that they really slowed down this electric bike.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting to see how this Talonflame performs. I think that it's kind of expected that the Dhelmise and the Buzzwole, because they're both single target Pokemon, when they use the anchor shot and Buzzwole using the superpower, and Miraidon has that built-in hindrance resistance that makes it a little more difficult to target. So I think they brought that talent in to kind of make sure they had something that can get into that backside. And I'm not sure if Five Booms has that in terms of dealing with the Alolan Raichu. I mean, yeah, of course, Serena and Zacian are pretty good, but they're usually going to be more of your frontline brawlers. So we'll see the strategy that both of these teams end up using in this game number one.
Game number one. Winners round number one, and Five Booms, Kodiak United, two very strong teams. Can't remember the last time we saw Booms in a later part of the tournament, but early on, when we've seen them, they look pretty good. So let's get into game number one. Miraidon, along with the Snorlax, heading down to your bottom path.
Yeah, just very classic pathing right here from Five Booms. Like, I feel like I'm back, like back in year 3, like the support heading up into the top path, the auto attacker supports. This is where I would expect to see both the supports head into the central area to grab the red buff, but it doesn't look like either support is doing that. Instead, Miraidon's goal is going to be getting that level 5 before we see the Dhelmise, or the Raichu hit that level 5, because this Dhelmise is actually acting as a defender Pokemon.
Yeah, Dhelmise also getting the last hits on both of those bits of contested farms. A good job there. Up on the top path, going just as well. 13 points being held by this Buzzwole, so that tells you that Kodiak United has really done a great job of getting their last hits.
Serena is kind of floating around that central area, and the Talonflame didn't see it, so it looks like they're also going to head up into the central area to try to keep the Serena from scaling. Obviously, the Talonflame really wants that level 7 even before the Serena gets that level 6. They do secure a couple of points of experience right there, and that one as well. Dhelmise will show up also to chase those Pokemon out, but I feel like usually we don't see a big brawl in that central path early, and Eldegoss goes down.
That's a big KO for Kodiak United, and very interesting, like you said, teams kind of ignored, or at least a lot of the players get 3 from 5 Rillabooms, and then I believe it was 3 from Kodiak, kind of heading towards that central area instead of those Altaria family. This also means that the supportive player, I guess technically an all-rounder of that Dhelmise, was looking for that last hit on that buff. Unfortunately, unable to get it. Miraidon gets the KO there.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow on their ability to farm experience there. And it was a smart play. You want to go look for an invade. You want to try to keep that Serena from scaling, because as soon as they scale up, it's going to be difficult to take them down. They did buy some time because they brought 3 members of 5 Rillabooms to deal with them. But ultimately, it's not too bad to lose your EXP shareholder in an invasion like that. But Miraidon will hold on to that blue buff.
Yeah, the Regidrago that has spawned in the central area. Both teams neither really going in for it. They're going to fight over this bottom path. There's that big Brave Bird directly onto the Snorlax. Peels back to the goal zone, gets some health, and survives. Kodiak United looking for a way in, but they see their defensive stand for the Rillabooms is pretty bountiful, so good job there for the Booms.
Yeah, the Booms.
The
Yeah,
Booms.
you want to be careful with Miraidon standing on top of Snorlax, because one Brave Bird that hits both of them gets a lot of resets, and as long as the Talonflame can target down just the Miraidon, that thing will be very easily taken down. It is still an attacker, and it's often pretty squishy. You get full heal there from the Serena, but this is 3 members of Rillaboom's fighting against 1 Buzzwole.
3v1. Hoopa sends another one up to the top path. Serena, Eldegoss both go down to the hands of this Alolan Raichu. Now looking for this Zacian. Electro Ball misses the mark, but the boosted auto is going to do the job. 30 points in from this Buzzwole, likely another 30 in from the Alolan Raichu. They actually peel back and allow this Talonflame and the Buzzwole to stack up.
Yeah, this is the power of Hyperspace Hole early to be able to make these rotations. They are going to go ahead and break this goal zone before the Talonflame can get those 5 points in, but there is a Regieleki in the top path, which will mean that will cause a lot of issues for 5 Rillabooms, because someone's either got to deal with that or they're going to be expecting more points to head into that top path.
Good anchor shot to go ahead and pull in that Snorlax, followed up with the Brave Bird into the Flame Sweep. Block is going to put that bird right into the wall. Snorlax going to try to retreat, barely able to get to the Phantom Force, actually assisted them getting back to pad.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. Sometimes the Phantom Force, if it pushes you, you get a little bit of your shield back from going on top of the goal zone. But both teams are kind of circulating around this basement path, considering going toward the center, but neither team is really committing to a push right now. Talonflame, it looks like, is moving toward this top path. They do have the buff from Regidrago, so they might be able to score this 30 points, but now Zacian is there. Both teams just kind of figuring out what their next steps are going to be.
Good goal zone integrity from that Zacian. Otherwise, like you said, Talonflame was really going for that back cap, unable to get it. A nice little punch there from Buzzwole just to send Serena a message. Not sure if it was really for anything else, but halfway through our match, 117-38. Kodiak United, taking a look at the levels, might be slightly ahead, but not by much.
Both teams are playing very passively right now. 5 Rillabooms still has all of the goal zones up, so they might want to prioritize looking for a push, but at this point, with the Hyperspace Hole, you have so much versatility. You also have Hoopa just ticking into their level 9, so they're going to have the rings unbound no matter where Kodiak United ends up on the map. But with both objectives spawning within the next 20 seconds, we'll see what teams are looking to prioritize.
Hyperspace Highway going to send a couple members up towards this top path, hiding in the tall grass. 3 members of Rillabooms. Here comes the Hoopas with the rings unbound. Here comes a big old fight. Flame Sweep in as well. But the first to fall is going to be that Eldegoss. Charge Beam into the back line. Zacian, Serena both fall down. Miraidon has to burn an eject button. Here comes the Seaweed Snare directly onto the Miraidon, sending them back to the Pokemon Center, and Kodiak United getting awarded this Regieleki.
What a great fight there from Kodiak United. They really capitalized on being able to suss out those 3 members of 5 Rillabooms in the tall grass. That is not the way they wanted that fight to go. They were the ones that were set up, preparing to get an ambush, but Buzzwole came in with a superpower, or a snack down, that let them know where all of those team members were, and I don't think 5 Rillabooms was prepared for it, so now they've got both objectives and are pushing toward this tier 1.
Points are going to start to go in. Overcap going to be inevitable if they're able to break it, but doesn't look like the defense, or I guess the defense was there. Snorlax was just able to get there in time before that 40 points. Would have been a minimal overcap, so I don't think like the Rillabooms would have cared too much, but they don't want to yield these goal zones when this Hoopa is starting to really like control this map.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of putting down the hyperspace holes exactly when they need to. The team's positioning is very good, but that's left 5 Rillabooms unable to really make any sort of push into any of the goal zones. Look at the way that they're controlling the map. You have Delmise up in that top path, Buzzwole coming back to support them, the big pull from the anchor shot that gets the full heal out of the Zacian. It just seems like Kodiak United is all over the map, and 5 Rillabooms just can't keep up right now.
And take a look at these levels as we start to get closer and closer to our Groudon. The first Groudon of the evening. Level 13 on this Talonflame, level 13 on the Alolan Raichu, and even this Buzzwole getting very close to that, so 30 seconds left. If you're 5 Rillabooms, obviously this game hasn't gone quite how you want. How can you turn this around in Groudon?
I mean, they're honestly fine. They have level 13 on the Zacian. Obviously, you'd want to see it on the Serena. It looks like they're getting some experience. They're really not that far behind. It's just a lot more difficult to have map control when you're dealing with a Hoopa and you've broken no goal zone. So it's still going to be up to them to make some sort of engagement. They have to figure out where this Hoopa is and what their plan is going to be. And they also have to protect their main damage dealers, which mainly is going to be this Miraidon. Serena needs to get a good Unite move out, hopefully on this Talonflame or this Alolan Raichu. But to do that, they're going to need to get some vision.
And maybe this vision will come from Kodiak, because they do have that anchor shot from the Delmise that can pull in a member at really any time. Enhanced Charge Beam is going to suss out this small, tall grass area in the bottom side of the map, and Hoop is going to send themselves back to the goal zone just to get refreshed. No health bars have really been damaged too much.
Yeah, and Hoopa throwing down the hyperspace hole can also be a really valuable tool, because then 5 Rillabooms knows where the Hoopa is, but also they can set up a play where they're not sure where the rest of the enemy is. So Zacian now looking to start taking down this Groudon already at halftime.
Great engage from the Buzzwole. There's that Unite move. Unite move from the Miraidon, but 2 members of Rillabooms have fallen down. No one for Kodiak. We have Buzzwole somehow made it out alive, and 4 members of the Booms are down. Just the Snorlax trying to hold on. Groudon at full HP, but Kodiak starting to make quick work at it. And we have a 50 point, making 100 points on the back side. Kodiak doesn't even need this. Snorlax waiting in the tall grass. Snorlax going in, doesn't get it.
Ooh.
Raichu gets it and closes it out.
That was pretty close. I don't think it really would have mattered either way if the Snorlax ended up getting it, but what a fight there from Kodiak United, and I really do think it was off the back of a perfectly placed hyperspace hole. The Buzzwole was able to get its Unite move out, land directly on that hyperspace hole, and then be transported back just in time. I think if they got that Buzzwole right there, we could have seen an entirely different endgame fight.
Yeah, I was like, I saw a Buzzwole on 1 HP. I turned to look, I was like, surely the Booms get him, but unfortunately it wasn't so sure. But yeah, fantastic Groudon fight there for Kodiak United. Like you said, got to call out that Hoopa, 13 assists as well, kind of leading the charge in that category. But you got to give it, I mean, really a full team effort to make sure you take one by one. And looking at the stats, I mean, a lot of what we expected from this Miraidon, but just wasn't enough with everything that Kodiak was able to accomplish.
Yeah, honestly, for me, it seemed like Hoopa was the biggest problem that 5 Rillabooms just couldn't really figure out how to deal with. It had so much map control, and 5 Rillabooms was never really able to put together a push to start breaking those goal zones and having more control of the map. And the Hoopa, Hoopa is such a high skill ceiling Pokemon. Like, it's always going to be something that's effective. But when you can perfectly place those hyperspace holes and send your team back at the exact right time in the exact right location, it can really be a detriment. So I think Hoopa was definitely that main problem, but I also loved the use of the Delmise in that defender slot. It's very tanky, can really isolate opponents, and I think it was also just kind of a scary presence for the Booms to walk into.
It really was. You saw him like every every fight they were kind of trying to spread out a little bit. So yeah, it was just very interesting kind of how that played out at the end there. I don't know what you do here if you're the Booms, because there were a lot of, I guess, pieces on Kodiak that you tend to have, that you tended to have a little bit of a struggle with. Like you called out, they had no map control. That Hoopa did a fantastic job of not only setting those portals, like you said, but also setting the highways, bringing the team up, bringing the team down. There was that big fight over that Regieleki that was really started because Hoopa was able to teleport a couple members up towards that top path. And from there, the follow-up was there, and they were able to take a couple of different wins off of that, plus even those Hoopa Unite moves. Came and talk about how good those were.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm all in on, like, the either just take Hoopa or ban that out instead of one of your ban slots, because I really do think that the composition that they were running really depended on having the vision and the map control, and they just didn't have it. So if they want to run a similar composition with the all-rounders, the Serena and the Zacian really taking up that front line, having the Miraidon dealing a ton of damage in the back line, I think you need to deal with having some map control. Now, also worth talking about was the Talonflame.
Oh.
It didn't seem like it did a lot, but just one Brave Bird was chunking down the enemy team like crazy. And they did their job of going after that Miraidon, which made it not as effective as it could have been. So do you also prioritize something that can deal with that speedster? Do you just look for the map control, or do you change the entirety of your composition going into game number 2? Because honestly, they looked great. They looked good. That game could have been won, but their team fights were not able to capitalize on situations because of how well Hoopa was setting that team up, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. A good Hoopa is game changing, and it's certainly
terrifying.
It's, like, that's why, like, it's one of those Pokemon that it's really hard to like plan around, because I pressed the wrong button. There we go.
I was like, oh,
we're going back to bans. I pressed the wrong button on my stream deck. You know how it goes. But we are switching sides here for game number 2. Kodiak United will have options to pick first. 5 Rillaboom's going to be banning second, meaning that they'll be picking 2 Pokemon after Kodiak has already selected one. I don't know. Like, I'm very interested to see, because Rillaboom's obviously, since they lost that match, they elected to be on the second pick side. So they must have a strategy.
Yeah, I think that second pick, when you have more ban opportunities, tends to be pretty good, especially if we're in a state of semi-balance. And by semi-balance, I mean 2 super broken Pokemon are banned out for this tournament. So there's a lot more room to ban specific Pokemon and then set up for 2 picks that you really want to get instead of just that one first pick, especially because teams can respond very quickly to whatever first pick you choose, which now Kodiak United is considering, and I honestly would just go ahead and take that. Yeah, they're going to just lock in that Hoopa. They really liked how it performed last time. I did too, so 5 Rillabooms. Let's see how they answer.
I think it's also like this Hoopa meta that we're in, I guess. Maybe we could call it a Hoopa meta. I think it's just a brawly meta. When there are those brawly metas, when there's a lot of all-rounders, not as many speedsters, Hoopa does really well, because you have a little bit more wiggle room with the portals, where when we were seeing like the double, triple speedster, Hoopa was good, but we would normally see Trick. So I'm excited to see Hoopa Hyperspace Hole back a little bit. But Rillaboom's kind of going with a similar composition. I do love this Umbreon pick and counter of this Crustle, though.
Yeah, I think as soon as you see a Crustle, picking up Umbreon is always a good call. Ooh, look at this. I like this pivot. Look at the setup with the Scizor. It looks like this is a Scizor.
Yeah.
It's got the focus band with the Razor Claw. Comfey sitting on top of the Scizor means that we could see a lot of brawling, healing up, being really difficult to take this Pokemon down. And Kodiak United isn't too worried about it. They've got a rainbow composition going. They've got the Absol that they're pulling out this time instead of the Talonflame. And I like this Palmot kind of as well.
I do too. I think Palmot can do really well into those speedsters because it wants to be brawling a lot. I think the thing that you might have a a lot of trouble with if you're the Booms is going to be this Alolan Raichu. And I think they did kind of have a decent time. I guess Kodiak had a decent time with it in the previous game because it's kind of a similar composition where the Booms just didn't really have anything to kind of like focus on it and jump on top of it. I think it's just such a slippery Pokemon, and it's just tough to take down, especially if you're able to have that heavy mobility.
Yeah, and it did get a lot of KOs. It did a lot of
Yeah.
damage in that last game. So they're gonna. I really do like Crustle into it because with those rock tombs, it really
Oh, true.
does. It really does hinder the enemy team. So catching a Raichu in a rock tomb could really set up, something like this Scissor or the Charge Beam from Miraidon to really shred that Pokemon down. But it all also depends on what the Umbreon's doing at the
True.
same time, right? Like there's a lot of pieces that are going to come in, and I think that Alolan Raichu is one of those linchpins, considering that there's not really a direct counter to that Pokemon on the other side.
Game number 2 of our winners round 1. Kodiak United up 1-0. 5 Rillabooms, if they want to stay in this top part of the bracket, they're going to need to win this one. As we get into game 2, we're going to see this Buzzwole, Hoopa head to the top path, Absol taking the central area. On the opposite side, we are having this Pawmot take the central.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Pawmot doesn't have the strongest laning phase, so sending it to the central area, getting into that level 5, either it's Thunder Punch or the Supercell Slam. I imagine we'll see Supercell Slam still is definitely strong because of how long it tends to take to get online in Path. Absol, however, that is a really quick clear of the central area that can really go wherever it wants, and it's still going to be doing better since it doesn't have to evolve than its counterpart with the Palmo.
And it's actually a little bit better of a start here for 5 Rillabooms. They're able to at least split a lot of that experience with Kodiak, whereas in game number 1, they ended up losing essentially both paths. Look at Elo here in the central area trying to clear out and trying to avoid this Palmo at all costs. They already lowering it down to half.
Yeah, they are. But it clears back up pretty quickly. It's got a Comfey on top of it, which we didn't talk about too much, but it's a sweet kiss, actually, with the Comfey. It's very clear that it wants to set up that Scissor.
Man.
Somehow the Palmo survives that with the shields, but here comes the Umbreon. They're going to try to take them down. The shielding pile is crazy right now.
Now this Miraidon going to start chunking through this Umbreon. And yeah, this Pawmot pick is starting to look really good early on. And I thought we were going to see that Scissor, Husky, but it does seem like this is going to be a Scyther game.
Yeah, I didn't see if they switched out the items or anything, but I assumed that we would see Scissor when it had the focus band on top of it, but it looks like this Comfey is really going to just be setting up this Pawmot to jump in with the Supercell Slam immediately into a Sweet Kiss and making sure that they can't get out. So I'm interested to see how this ends up working out. That fight was definitely really good for 5 Rillabooms. I think they needed that solid start.
And Regidrago in the central area, already getting lowered here by Kodiak. Raichu able to close it down very close there. Miraidon was kind of on its tail, almost able to steal that away. And now we see Kodiak pivot towards this bottom path. 4 members there. Absol is actually going to get sent up top. Actually, I think they're going to send 3 members top. So there's actually going to be a 4-man push up there on the bottom side. That does mean that the Rillabooms are going to look to maybe break this pad. Here comes Slugger. And here comes this Miraidon chunking through, grabbing that Citrus Berry just in time. Points in, but not enough to break.
Yeah, I love that play there from 5 Rillabooms as well. Just making sure you're all over the map the same way that you expect Hoopa to be. Up in the top path, though, Buzzwole clearing them out with that 2 KO streak. They can't deal with 4 members of Kodiak United up there, so they are going to get a couple KOs, easily going to be able to take this Regieleki, but 5 Rillabooms does have a shot in this bottom path.
Has a lot to deal with. Reggie Steele down here, and with the heavy tempo from Hoopa, they're going to send a couple members back down towards the bottom, forcing the Rillabooms to maybe respond to this Regieleki in the top path. Charge Beam from this Miraidon chunking through this Umbreon. Gonna get reset here from the Hoopa. Almost knocked up by the Registeel, but able to get through.
Russell now in this bottom path, trying to set up for this Registeel. Great engagement there. The Sweet Kiss pops off just in time to make sure the Umbreon is very, very low. Here comes the Absol with the Unite move. Looks for the Palmot. They will walk away, but still we're seeing the power of this Hyperspace hole just being able to get Kodiak United out of these nasty situations.
The Booms just have not been able to really close out those KOs because of that Hoopa. Still going to be a 5v5 fight. Enhanced Charge Beam. Those HP bars are going down. Hoopa, Absol both down. And this Palmot starting to heat up. Buzzwole trying to get on top of them. Sweet Kiss might be down. And Buzzwole gonna put a little bit of pressure, forcing the members of Rillabooms to kind of retreat back towards this tall grass.
I mean, Palmot is what you have to fight around at this point, and they're a little bit too low HP. Not low enough where they have to immediately go back, but great secure there from the Scyther. They're going to be able to take down Registeel. We could see them look for a push. Great Snarl to try to isolate these opponents. There's so much CC on the side of Kodiak United as well, but 5 members all down in this bottom path. They're going to look for a push.
Oh, there's that Unite move from Miraidon. Everybody trying to use theirs. Scyther just narrowly escaping the KO from this Alolan Raichu as 3 members of the Booms forced back to the Flux Zone, forced back to this T1 pad. Kodiak Unite unable to push just yet. They're looking for reinforcements. 3, make it 4. All 5 members going in. And there's that Miraidon getting chased down by the Buzzwole. Enhanced Charge Beam's going to try to retreat. And they are able to get the peel from the Crustle.
That's a great peel there from the Crustle to make sure that they can take down that high value. Okay, another X-Scissor as well, but still not enough to keep the Absol from resetting back in the Hoopa Hyperspace hole. And I just think that Kodiak United's response with this Hoopa has been extremely valuable, and 5 Rillabooms is hanging on. They're doing really well, but I still think their team fight is lacking.
Slugger gonna try to clear out all this Altaria family. Buzzwole gonna try to slow them down, and Slugger does get a little bit of that XP, not quite as much as they would want. Snarl gonna dangerously put Slugger into very low territory. I thought for a second they might be able to go down. There's a Unite move from Crustle. Hoopa's gonna take the team, bring them in with the Rings Unbound. 5 Rillaboom's trying to make the push. Buzzwole gets that Regieleki in the top side, but the defensive stand is the more important thing here for Kodiak.
Look at them, able to use the Rings Unbound to make sure the 5 Rillabooms can't shrink their lead, even though it is a small lead right now. 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Another Unite moves are all being thrown at this point. Why not just throw them? Palmot goes down. Another Unite move from the Miraidon comes out just to hold them off. They will take down 2. This might be enough to hold them off for now.
Big double KO for this Miraidon. Might have bought them a time and space for this basement Reggie. Scyther in the top path gonna dunk 50 points. That's gonna break this with only 5 over, but they're more happy about the space. In the bottom side, Buzzwole starting to chip through this Reggie Rock. Charge Beam first hit, does go ahead and hit. Thunder is gonna chase down 2 members. It's gonna lay down that electric terrain. There's that enhanced Charge Beam. Are they gonna be able to close it out? No! Buzzwole steals the Reggie Rock.
Yeah, just not quite the secure that you needed there, but it was a good good positioning in that fight from 5 Rillabooms for sure. The Absol wasn't there, so Miraidon knows they can get a little bit closer. They're not going to get dove on. The best Hoopa can do is try to zone them out, but ultimately Charge Beam's doing tick damage, so Buzzwole has a little bit more burst in their secure, but still 5 Rillabooms has done a great job of defending, and they have now taken a 20-point score lead.
Very small lead. 30 seconds until our second Groudon of the evening. It's a very important one for the 5 Rillabooms. They are ahead in this game very slightly, and when we take a look at the levels, they might even be a little bit ahead there. Palmot level 13, the Scyther 13, only a single level 13 for Kodiak United. If you're Kodiak, how are you feeling about going into this Groudon opposed to game 1?
I think that they have a better team fight, absolutely, but I think you need to prioritize making sure that the Umbreon Unite move is used optimally. You've got a lot of shielding on 5 Rillabooms. You can optimize how Umbreon is able to be effective at stealing away those shields, and I think Kodiak United is in a great spot. Generally, I'm confident in their team fight, and I think for 5 Rillabooms, they have a great start with the Palmot. They also have the Speedster with the Scyther to counter what the Absol's doing. But look at this, Kyle. Absol looking for a potential little back tap here to maybe put them in the lead.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are looking to do. Palmot was kind of positioning similar. Hoopa hovering this tall grass, hovering this T1. Now Rillaboom's going for the push. 26 was looking to go in from the Scyther. Umbreon gonna break it up with a Snarl, and the rings are unbound. Everybody's coming over this way. Fists are flying. Hoopa's heating up. Crustle breaks out their Rubble Rouser. Umbreon steals away all those shields and goes right in on the Crustle. Hoopa's looking to advance. There's that Psybeam. No members down for Kodiak, and 2 down for Rillabooms.
Wow, I don't know why they would position themselves in the basement path when Absol was going. You know that the Hoopa has a Rings Unbound and could just bring them right back. That's kind of the point of having the Hoopa there. And now they're all separated. We do have Scyther coming in. They do take down Absol. That's a very high value KO, but Crustle gets taken down in kind as well.
Umbreon gonna go back the long way. Gonna make it there just in time. And right now, Rillabooms is down 188, 152 with 30 seconds left. Buzzwole on hot pursuit on this Miraidon, able to take them down. Kodiak United going for Groudon. Rillaboom's going for Groudon. They know this is their only way with that Hoopa. Buzzwole trying to get in there, trying to put a little bit of a dampening on this. Last hit's going to be very important. Slugger is trying to stall it out. Here comes Palmot. The 10 seconds left. No! Kodiak steals it away!
Somehow Buzzwole was able to get that one just to add insult to injury. Another score goes in from the Hoopa, and Kodiak United is gonna come out on top for the second game in a row.
Man, so unfortunate. Scyther and Slugger on Scyther was really trying to stall that out. They knew they were not in range. Toothless came in right at the right moment, but Buzzwole's last hitting ability was just a little bit better in that moment, taking it away from this 2v1, and that was the hero play they needed. I don't know, Husky, if even if that goes the Boom's way, if they would have been able to get some of their scores in, it would have been very close.
Yeah, I think it would have been close regardless, but it was definitely a valiant effort. It's really difficult to play around a Hoopa that's that good. I'm gonna glaze this Hoopa player, but sending Absol, you're down a little bit. Sending Absol to ensure that now 5 Rillabooms is playing on the back foot, and then using the Rings Unbound. I feel like if 5 Rillabooms just went for the Groudon, tried to pull Kodiak United in so that Absol couldn't use that back half, bait out the Hoopa Unite move. It could have been a different fight, but instead they moved down to try to counter score, and Kodiak United was prepared for it.
I actually really enjoyed what the Rillabooms were able to do in that game. It just kind of didn't pan out exactly how they wanted. I think the team fight was, like you said, might not have been exactly how they wanted Groudon to go, but overall, much better game than game number 1 was. It seemed like they had really good footing. Their macro was quite good. Minutes 1 through 8 just kind of felt a little bit short in those last couple minutes. And even then, they had a very good shot to take that game.
Yeah, they definitely had a shot to take that game. It was really, both games were very strongly played by both teams. I do think that 5 Rillabooms was lacking in their team fight, especially against a Hoopa, and I think that Kodiak United knew that, and they were able to really structure the way that they were fighting around the hyperspace holes and around those Hoopa Rings Unbound Unite moves, which was really kind of, in my opinion, what did it for them. I'm going to continue to glaze the Hoopa, you know how I am. But I did like the Sweet Kiss tech that they used with the Palmot. I thought that was great. I think it set up some really solid plays for them. And when you play against something like a Buzzwole that wants to stand in front of you and do a lot of crowd control, hindering it from being able to do that and get its full combos out and just having that option, I think was really, really cool.
Yeah, I really liked that tech. I always think it's really fun watching a Sweet Kiss tech. I think it's actually a super fun Pokemon to play. I know that might be taboo to say that Comfey is fun.
It's a little controversial.
That's my hot take. My hot take is Comfey can actually be very fun. So I don't know. Maybe don't cancel me for my take. I mean, still we should probably remove Comfey.
Yeah, we should still take it out, fun. But I still have a good time with it.
I still kind of have fun. Yeah, okay. We won't. We just got caught in 5K, but With that said, we are going to take a very brief intermission before we get our next round set up. I believe we are going to head up a little bit closer to the top. I think Shiggy Wiggy is our next team that we are going to see, and they are going to be playing the winner of either House Sect and ARLT. I don't know if that's supposed to be all right, but
Arlert.
All
right.
I kept thinking it was like all right, but that's like the wrong order. Actually,
Dude, I saw it and I thought of Armin Arlert from Attack on Titan. So that's where my head is at.
Okay. Well, actually, Bina is throwing me a curveball, and we are now going to go see Prime and Ignorance. So, I just lied. So, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be back very soon, and don't go too far, folks. More Underdunk 6-7 is going to be on the way very soon. Clear. Welcome back, trainers. Underdunk number 67. We are so back, and we have to do one more coin flip. This time, it's going to be a little bit better, because Husky's going to do it. Oh, I'm already messing. I pointed the wrong way. Husky's going to flip it.
Yeah.
Prime is
Yeah,
heads.
so I'll flip the coin.
Prime is heads.
So, okay, Prime said head, so we'll see. Again, the face of the coin is going to be the head, so let's
Ready
see.
to catch it.
I just threw it on the floor.
It is tails, as you can see.
It's tails.
So,
okay.
So I believe that means ignorance has option to side select. I think that's how they're doing it. Maybe that's just tails is, I don't know. I assume that means ignorance has the choice of what they want to do, but we did it. Big shout out, Squirtle's Dead for the big ol' raid. Welcome on in. Hopefully games went well, and hopefully everybody over there is ready to watch some Underdunk. We have Underdunk 6-7, and we are in winners round 2, and we have the prime matchup of the evening. Pun intended. Prime and Ignorance.
Wow,
Ignorance,
what a great pun.
I know, it was really bad. Ignorance came in 3rd place after a really strong bracket run last week. From my understanding, they had to take in a sub like last minute due to something coming up for one of the players. So maybe not at full strength in those last couple sets, but still a great showing after being the champs of Underdunk 65. So Husky, I'm sure that they would love to be the winners of Underdunk 67. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, Ignorance is always a really solid squad, and they are consistently involved in Underdunk, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform in this season in general. But Prime also a team with some notable figures.
Yeah.
I feel like Prime was a team like back in the day, and they might be just like using that name, but I was like, oh, that sounds familiar to me. But yeah, some of these players are familiar. I think this is going to be a really solid matchup for both of these squads. And I mean, Ignorance, you know, you kind of expect to see on Underdunk throughout the weeks. And I always like seeing them play. They've got some interesting strategies. One of those teams that I just love to watch play the game because they're just using different strategies in interesting ways that, you know, a lot of people wouldn't think of.
Indeed, and Prime, it is pretty much the same roster. There's, you know, a little bit of switch ups here and there, nothing too crazy. Still a lot of that same core. Previously, our good friend Nurse Gary was played for Prime, I believe, during the Indigo League days. So very strong bot lane presence there. And Ignorance, obviously, a well-known commodity at this point, and already getting off to the strong start in our bans. Maybe some a very interesting ban here of Talonflame. It was picked in the last matchup in our previous set, and now it's getting banned here. So very interesting, kind of like this pivot.
Yeah, I wonder if they're banning it out for a specific player that might want to play it consistently, or they're just banning it out to set up a pick that they want that Talonflame might counter. So we'll have to see. A lot of attackers being banned out here, which is not normally what you'd expect in this metagame. We have Mew, Glaceon, and Miraidon. So we'll see if Ignorance or Prime even wants to go down the attacker route, but it looks like Suicune is not banned, so that's what Ignorance is going to pick up.
I also find it interesting that we're seeing a Mewtwo X ban, and immediately what comes to my mind is Scribblenaught on the Mewtwo X, who has been kind of playing it here and there, even before it got buffed in this most recent rounds of, I guess, the most recent rounds of buffs, I think like 2 patches ago at this point. So interested to see that. But yeah, Suicune, notable terror on the ladder. So I'm not super surprised to see that first picked. I do kind of like it in that supportive role, and Ignorance has kind of a lot of disruption here, adding that Psyduck as well.
Yeah, the Psyduck, that's just an Ignorance classic. It's a really good Pokemon, but not a ton of people still play it, but it seems like Ignorance tends to like it. What's interesting, though, is this Tyranitar being locked in here. So T-Tar is interesting. It's not one of the all-rounders you normally see because it takes a long time to scale and get online. But if it gets online, if you can funnel in that experience, it is devastating in the late game. So it looks like already Ignorance is shaping up for a late game focused composition, whereas on the other side, you've got Espeon being locked in, Lucario, Umbreon, Pokemon that perform very well early.
Jupiter was kind of an early adopter of T-Tar, used it before it was cool and buffed, so I'm really excited to see this. I do think Mega Lucario still has plenty of play here. Espeon has kind of weaved itself in and out of relevance, and I think like right now with some of the attackers starting to like show their face, I think it's going to be pretty decent here, especially into a T-Tar. You can kind of slow it down, stun it a bit, and get Yoshi on the Greninja. This is a very big comfort pick for them. We'll see if they're going to be able to get in on that Sylveon, maybe able to take out that Suicune before it's able to kind of heat up. But I'm really, really liking this composition from Ignorance opposed to Primes.
Yeah, I mean the Greninja can do a lot of damage. It is more of a scaling Pokemon, and if it can stay at a distance, then the damage that it does is really powerful. But I think the Ignorance composition is really going to set up a lot of these late game carries. It's just really going to depend on if they're able to get the late game carries online in time before Prime can start snowballing this game.
We'll take a peek, I guess. Round 2. Winners round 2. It's a best of 3. This is going to be game number 1, and obviously Ignorance has played very well the last few Underdunks they've entered. They had a top finish, Underdunk 65, number 1, number 3 in Underdunk 66. So I think Prime is going to have their hands cut out for them overall. And I think the big thing that you have to watch out here if you're Prime is you do not want that T-Tar to scale into the late game. If you're able to slow down Ignorance here in game number 1, that's going to be a recipe for success. So let's get to it. Suicune along with the Sylveon heading to the bottom of the side.
Did you try to say got their hands full and their work cut out for them at the same time?
Maybe.
You said they got their hands cut out for them.
Yeah. That makes sense. You cut with your hands, Husky. I don't know what to tell you.
We're cutting out cutting out their hands, guys. They're gonna cut out their hands.
Cut the hands.
We're cutting them. Neon in this bottom path on the Sylveon is going to be a pick that I'm also watching because they're stacking those special attack specs. I can only imagine that means we'll see a Mystical Fire Sylveon, which can deal a lot of consistent damage to any target in the area. So it's not the most common pick in the world, but I feel like some really solid attacker players like Neon can make this work really well.
Psyduck doing its best job to just stay on the opposite side of the map, trying to put a lot of pressure on Prime. You have this Pawmot starting to come to the top path and maybe try to show face up there. Suicune just get knocked out there. So not always the best start here for Ignorance, but they're going to get a lot of advantage up in this top path. Pupitar online.
Yeah, Pupitar already level 5. That's going to be good. Needs to get some points in, but here comes the Greninja. And they will be getting a little bit of points in, not a ton. Pupitar will be able to get a couple stacks as well. It's going to be a really solid start here for Ignorance. Psyduck, though, getting very low. Lucario will take them down, but they get taken right back.
Big Super Soul Slam. Our Super Soul Slam. Super Cell.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same thing. That's kind of confusing.
It's like the same.
It's basically the same thing.
Super Swole, yeah,
it's Ultra Swole Slam and Super Cell Slam. Yeah, but either way, Pawmot doing a really good job getting that KO on the Mega Luca, and hasn't really even gone back to their own central area. They're going to kind of camp out where this Regidrago is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that play necessarily. You could always send Tyranitar back in there. It looks like they will be heading back in now. And Tyranitar, already level 6.5, close to level 7. They're going to need that level 9 as soon as they can get it, but they are also going to have to be watching this top path. Luckily for Ignorance, they have kept this Alchemy at a measly level 3, have not been able to get their level 4 yet.
Oh, a big bubble beam there from Psyduck, and here comes the reinforcements. Hyper Voice chasing Lucario all the way back to the Flux Zone. Greninja does get a revenge KO, takes down the Psyduck, and here comes that Mega Lucario. That's a double KO. Sylveon getting pushed back by Lucario, and they're going to clean up this top path and score a massive amount of points up here.
I was so sure that we would see Mystical Fire, but the Hyper Voice is coming out. Unfortunately, not able to win that fight. It's difficult because I'm not exactly sure what went wrong there, but Prime just played it very well. They played their positioning extremely well, and they were able to pick up some big KOs. So Regieleki likely going to go over to them. Psyduck is there, but the Psychic not quite able to get that last hit.
And not only that, but Prime left this goal zone at 24, so they could potentially push Regieleki in and get a massive overcap. But they do see a good defensive stand from Ignorance. Going to respond to that Regieleki up there. That does give Prime the space to take out this Regidrago, which will increase their scoring speed for a little bit, and that's going to be given specifically to Greninja, along with some global experience.
Yeah, the Hyper Voice will chip down at this Umbreon for now, but Greninja, once that they have popped the X attack here, and they're not going to be able to get the 40. What a great capitalization there from the Suicune. And the Unite move from the Sylveon also comes out. The Fairy Frolic heals them up a lot, and Ignorance will chase back Prime for the time being.
Great chase there from Ignorance, and that gives them a little bit of space. You also have this T-Tar now online. Good fight here in the central area. Psyduck grabbing vision. Maybe gonna cut it down, but actually the close combat misses the mark. Psyduck skirts that one. And now Ignorance paying full attention to this Regirock. Lowering it down already to half. Prime unable to respond, so Regirock awarded to Ignorance.
Yeah, that's definitely a good call for Ignorance. They lost that fight in the top path, but they were really able to bring it back in the bottom. I'm really watching the way this Hyper Voice is working, and it really is just doing a lot of damage. Couple Unite moves come out from Prime. They're going to try to stop them. They will be able to. No, they won't. They're going to try to chase out the Tyranitar. Water Burst Shuriken has to be used, and eventually they will get them, but they will also lose their Umbreon.
That was a lot of resources for that lone Tyranitar, but might be worth it here for Prime. The push is back on. The counter push from Ignorance, looking to maybe take down this T1 goal zone. Water Shuriken that time, able to skirt, able to kite, able to get that Pawmot down, and it's a level 11 Pawmot, so level 11 Greninja now is the reward for getting that KO.
Yeah, absolutely. Greninja can really scale up fast because of how easily it gets experience, so it can clear its central area very quickly. Tyranitar, also a Pokemon that needs a ton of experience. It's got that ancient power, interestingly enough. I feel like we see a lot more Sand Tomb, but ancient power allows them to run across the map a little easier. They're going to pop their Unite move.
Oh, they're going directly into the backline. Unfortunately, it was not able to really dive in at the time that they wanted to, but they still are going to look to maybe siege this T1 goal zone. Here comes the Hyper Voice, going to chase a couple members into that Speed Flux zone. Pawmot going to retreat back towards this Altaria family. There's that Water Burst Shuriken. They're going to take down the T-Tar. They're going to take down the Suicune, and now the counter pushes on from Prime. There's that Psychic going to push that Umbreon back. Another Hyper Voice and the Unite move from Sylveon. They're going to chase down this Greninja. They're going to get him.
Wow, the Sylveon doing a great job of making sure that they're zoning out and doing a lot of damage with that Hyper Voice. Now, it's interesting to see the way that Ignorance is fighting around this Tyranitar, because the Tyranitar doesn't really seem to be like what they're focusing on. It seems like they're just trying to set up like the Tyranitar is like bait or something. Great icicle spikes or infinite ice spikes from the Suicune, takes down the Mega Lucario right there. And Ignorance has had a really solid fight.
And now they might be a little bit, oh man, Prime going directly for this Regirock. And now Ignorance going to try to respond. Psyshock is going to be the one that takes that down. Good freeze there, though, from the Suicune. Unable to get a KO. There's that Supercell Slam into the back line. Going to look to try to take down a Pokemon. Unable to take down this Sylveon. But good counter punch from Prime. Now they're on the offensive.
Wow, so much healing there from the Pawmot as well. You would think that they would definitely be going down. They jumped into 4. They jumped into an Alchemy Unite move, but they were able to heal up enough and get back out. So it ends up being that no one else goes down in that fight, but a lot of blows were exchanged for sure. Pawmot did use a Unite move there, so they're going to have to get that Unite move charge back likely by fighting, but we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Sylveon takes down another one, and Ignorance just wants this goal zone so bad, but Prime is holding on.
Good hold there from Prime. It's going to slow down, at least for the time being. 20 seconds until Groudon. Ignorance kind of in the driver's seat right now in terms of points, but levels might be in the hands of Prime. You have those 2 level 13s, the Lucario and the Greninja. Sylveon on the opposite side is that lone level 13 for Ignorance. What do you have to do if you're Prime?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're playing very well. They're not behind by much. They could win a fight here. Looks like Goober wants to already bait them in. I think that for Ignorance, they need to make sure that this Tyranitar can get into a good position for a Unite move. I mean, good call here from them to just go after this Umbreon, but this fight has broken out, Kyle.
Suicune already down. There's that Fluffy Cream Supreme for Prime. That's going to regenerate a lot of HP bars. Hyper Voice going to chunk them right back down, but we have still just this Umbreon gone down. T-Tar down on the side of Ignorance side. Going to come back. Oh, man. What an incredible Hyper Voice here from Neon. They're going to try to chase down this Alchemy. They're very low. Are they going to be able to get back to safety? They do, but Groudon has the last laugh. Oh.
Comes in, throws a couple hands. Palmot's going to continue to chase down this Alchemy. They have stalled enough time for Umbreon to make it back, but still multiple members of Prime are down. Doesn't look like Ignorance actually wants to turn onto this Groudon. They would rather just watch their goal zones, see if they can win a refight and hold Prime off, but they don't have that much of a score lead. One small back cap from Prime could put them in a really prime position to take this game.
No Unite moves online
bad,
for yeah, that was a good one. No Unite moves online for anybody on the map right now. So this is going to be just a grand old-fashioned scuffle. Greninja just now ticking back into theirs, so that is a tool that they could potentially use. T-Tar Ancient Power going to kite backwards. Alchemy is back. Good pull there from the Psychic Psyduck. There's the Supercell Slam, and Ignorance is going to go full bore into this goal zone. They're going to score a little bit. Alchemy on the backside. There's that Psychic Solaire from Prime, but they're starting to fall down. 3 members, 4 members down. Ignorance going to take game number 1.
Wow, yeah, Suicune also going to get 100 points in. They're going to easily be able to score again, and that was such an interesting play there for Ignorance to go down into that basement path, but I don't think Prime was prepared for it. I thought that seeing the Greninja have the Unite move again was going to set them up to be able to immediately wipe everybody, but too tanky on the side of Ignorance, and they were able to pull out this game number 1.
Fantastic stuff there. I guess that's the luxury of having a Tyranitar does for you in that late game fight. You could fight on those pads with that thing, and that's exactly the call that Ignorance made. 505, 197 going to be your final in game 1.
Yeah, that is a great game number 1. We really could have seen it go either way, so I wonder what the play will be in the next match. Because again, Ignorance just plays these weird Pokemon that no one has really played much against, so that they might not know how to deal with it. And their compositions are very unorthodox. So I especially loved how this Hyper Voice ended up turning out. Look at that, 9 KOs, 5 assists. They did a great job, and I'm interested to see how much damage they ended up doing as well, because even though Sylveon's not the farthest backline attacker, I mean, look at that. They were able to shred down the enemy team.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is that they were holding a cursed item too. And when you kind of have those double healers of Prime, it's, throw that Hyper Voice on a couple of them, especially the Alchemy and the Umbreon, who are trying to heal up a lot of that team. And you have that wide range, I guess the updated Hyper Voice from a few years ago. It does have a little bit more luxury to kind of hit those multiple targets, and they certainly did a fantastic job of hitting multiple.
Yeah, that was what a great game number 1. I'm excited to see how the teams pivot here in game number 2. I wonder if we'll end up seeing sides being switched, or what Prime wants to do. I feel like the Suicune is a Pokemon that you can't let Ignorance have. So I wonder how bans might change as well.
I'm also interested to see how bans change. Obviously, we had a few kind of target bans, that Mewtwo X getting banned from Ignorance. Obviously, kind of some of the familiar foes of the Glaceon and all of our usual suspects, the Blissey. Mew is kind of an interesting, we did have multiple attackers, which for the longest time, at least the last few weeks, we haven't had a lot of attackers banned outside of that Miraidon.
Yeah, maybe like the occasional Mew or even like Inteleon if a player is really good at it, but usually we don't see the attackers being banned. I'm not surprised to see Glaceon being banned, at least from what I have seen in ranked and what I have personally experienced. It's just like I don't know, it's dumb again. They made it good because of the battle pass that I did buy, even though I didn't want to, but I bought it. So Glaceon being good is never healthy for the game. But
I bought
I'm
it.
not surprised that I bought it, but I regret it. But I don't regret it because that skin is awesome. But also, it annoys me when Glaceon's good.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that's so polarizing. One thing that I have found that has worked really well for me is to counter Glaceon is some people say, okay, you could throw Eldegoss with Leaf Tornado to kind of shield it. I am a full out Shedinja believer. You lock those Icicle Spears on me, I am Shedinja every single time. It's up so frequently. I would love to see maybe let that Glaceon through, maybe equip a couple Shedinja and just avoid it and kind of make that Glaceon null and void.
Yeah, it's gonna be banned.
Yeah.
So we won't get to see it.
Dang.
But Miraidon also being banned. No Talon ban this time, so maybe we'll see it come out and we'll see it do that thing. But Ignorance is gonna give over the or no, it's still the same sides, I guess.
Oops. Yeah.
Is it?
I
Yeah.
pressed the wrong
So
button.
yeah, that's okay. So Prime's gonna give Suicune back. I don't know how much I love that, but you know, they trust that they can handle that Suicune in game number 2. The Umbreon Alchemy, so going again with that same support core. They had like kind of the double healer focus going on in that first game, so I think they trust that. But Ignorance picking up a couple of interesting picks.
Certainly. I mean, yeah, kind of similar composition. I mean, you substitute and grab that Delmise instead, and I think Delmise is it seems like such an ignorance Pokemon. I think we said this last week when we watched them, but it really does. Like anything that's like very like disruptive is something that I always think like works well with ignorance because they do like to play a very disruptive style to kind of knock teams off of like their normal course of action. I feel like a lot of what they do is to kind of like throw a wrench into what the enemy team like really wants to build their composition around. And I think it's just kind of like a little bit like this 3D chess that they play.
We're gonna see Mimikyu rounded out here for Prime, which could be interesting. Now, they went with this Venusaur, which it
Ooh.
seems to me is set up like a solar beam Venusaur. We could also see Petal Dance, but another ignorance Pokemon has been this Galarian Rapidash to kind of deal with that Venusaur. And again, just so much disruption, a ton of CC, and just setting up this team composition to do a lot of damage and be really annoying. They are scaling here again with the Empoleon, but I kind of trust whatever they've got cooking.
I usually do too. I mean, I've seen some wacky compositions from this team, but it seems to always like work out more often than not. So I am interested to see, kind of how this works out. 3 all-rounders, one kind of in more of that defender type role. But I mean, who do you think has the edge here?
I mean, I think ignorance because they have the momentum, but I like Prime's team comp. The double healer I think is always a fun one. It just kind of depends on whether they can deal with the amount of CC. I mean, there's no full heals on their side. We've got an eject button on that Mimikyu, which makes me think we'll see play rough.
Mm-hmm.
And just every Pokemon on Ignorance has a ton of CC that Prime is going to have to figure out how to deal with.
They're going to have to figure out how to deal with it after a very brief pause. I think teams, maybe somebody crashed, but luckily we do have the availability to pause in game, unlike our ranked ladder. So we'll at least wait this one out.
So true.
Yeah, no one's losing out fair play points here. No one's losing out on Masters points. I think this is a nice change of pace from the ranked ladder. Surely.
Yeah, no, I think it's I was kind of expecting us to crash earlier
Me too.
than the fourth game we've seen. So, looking pretty good so far. I haven't quite seen how other teams have been going with the crashes, but as we know, that's a bit of an issue right now.
Yeah.
So hopefully we get that back up soon.
Surely.
In the meantime,
oh my goodness. Oh my
we can
goodness.
see a mess.
What is
She's
she doing?
laying down.
Floof?
Her is just laying.
Floof has been
Her is just
exiled
laying
from
with her little beans out.
Floof has been exiled from my office. I was telling Husky earlier, chat, that he was trying to like rub his face against wall outlets.
As they do.
Not a good thing to do. But what is a good thing to do is get back into the action. Game number 2, Ignorance up 1-0. They'll take this Suicune along with the Galarian Rapidash down to the bottom path. It's going to be that Empoleon in the central area, and it will be that Mimikyu in the central area for Prime.
Yeah, so, and then also on the other side, we have the Dhelmise heading up to the top path. So now we've seen it once in a game where it was playing Defender, and now we're seeing it in a game where it's playing in that top path. Already a stack in here for Neon on this Galarian Ponyta, going right in to do its job and dealing a ton of damage to this Bulbasaur.
Almost knocking it out with that Razor Leaf was the Bulbasaur, but unable to get it. But good either way. Last hitting ability from Prime. It looked like they got a majority of that. Dhelmise up in the top path, and Empoleon's currently a Prinplup coming to the top path, so a 3-on-2. Good secures there. Ignorance with that odd man advantage. Gonna take advantage of it, but here comes Mimikyu, gonna try to put a stop to that. Shadow Claw is gonna go in, but the passive from Psyduck gonna push them back.
Wow, yeah, that was a great time to deal with that passive. They will be able to get this Dhelmise, which is a really good start here for Prime. Lucario, though, very low. Here comes Soup Chef. The Suicune is going to try to push them back. They will, and they don't get any members of Prime. It's a good start for Prime here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit better than in game number 1. They also got a little bit of this bottom path advantage. Mean look for this Galarian Ponyta. Good response here from Soup Chef on the Suicune. That is going to take out that Umbreon. It's a good plays, good recovery for Ignorance.
Yeah, they definitely recovered well there. We do have the Galarian Rapidash now online, level 6. It's going to want to get that Smart Strike at level 7 very soon to add even more CC to the pile, while Empoleon also focusing on getting that level 7. Look at the Psyduck. Psyduck is such an interesting Pokemon because of, you don't really get to decide necessarily when your passive goes off, but when it does, it can be disruptive to both you and the enemies.
Very. Now we have the Bubble Beam as well once again. Alchemy going to heal up the team with those little cream puffs that recover. And now Regidrago going to be the focus for both of these squads. Mimikyu kind of hovering around. I believe that was a Hydro Cannon on this Empoleon, going to push them maybe back a little bit. Now Prime in full position. Ignorance fully ignoring the Drago.
Yeah, I mean, most of the members of Prime are there. You don't want to go into a fight that you know you're going to lose. It's also interesting to me that the Mimikyu is running Shadow Claw, even with an eject button on, but they trust it. They've got the mean look out from the Umbreon, so that can set up a lot of good opportunities for that Shadow Claw. Psyduck, though, throwing hands, picking up a KO.
Man, yeah, Psyduck doing very well here for Scribblenaught, and now both sets of objectives in Thea Sky. And it's going to be the top path, Regirock, that Ignorance is going to be in full position for, able to close out. That is the defense and special defense buff for the next 90 seconds, but they're going to take that buff and push this T1 goal zone. 30 points, 14. Going to leave this on 6 left.
I guess they're not too worried about the Regieleki. They think that the Suicune Rapidash are going to be able to deal with that or just let it walk in, and instead they're going to be a little bit later heading down into this bottom path. Look at this, all 5 members of Prime starting to gear up for a potential push.
Gonna try to maybe push this. All 5 members gonna try to push this in. Solar Beam's gonna hit the mark. Doesn't quite get the KO that they're looking for, but that Shadow Sneak sure is. That Suicune is going down. Empoleon gonna use their Unite move, but the Play With Me return favor from the Mimikyu. Eject button from the Empoleon. They do get that Mimikyu finally. There's a huge Unite move. move. Now the Seaweed Snare gets into play. And now those Dazzling Gleams are hitting the mark. Triple KO for this Empoleon, and Ignorance flips the script.
Wow, Empoleon just relying fully on their ability to lifesteal there, heal up a little bit on its attacks, and they were so close to going down, but ending up getting a couple combos off and making the difference in that fight. And now Ignorance 167 to 9 in our Underdunk 67. And looking to continue to extend that lead here with a push into the bottom path.
They're looking to maybe break it, but good defense for Prime is going to hold this goal zone pretty stoutly. Umbra going to put the Suicune in a mean look. Are they going to be able to get the KO? But no, they're frozen solid, but Alchemy sure is able to close that one out.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 4 members of Prime. They could look for a push into this bottom path, but instead they have to deal with the push being had in the top path from the opposite side, so they're not going to be able to push on their own. Solar Beam will come out, chunk down this Psyduck and this Delmise, but look at this, 3 members want to try to push on this Mimikyu, and they will.
And objectives are about to hit the map again. Top Reggie Roulette is going to be up there. But more importantly, Unite moves getting expended down here. Psyduck able to close out this Venusaur. Umbreon forced to retreat backwards. And now 40 points. That's a 38-point overcap for Ignorance. And they are really taking it to Prime now.
Yeah, it looked pretty good for Prime early in the game, and it looked like they were holding on. But Ignorance has started to really extend their lead and build that momentum. And now seeing Regieleki heading toward that tier 2 goal zone, they might look for another opportunity to get some points in. I just look for vision here. I don't know if they want to start a fight, but it looks like they're pretty confident in the potential to pick up some KOs or at least cause a distraction.
Regieleki trying to make its home in this T2, but 4 members, actually make it all 5 members of Prime responding here. Still 4 minutes left to play in this game. About 2 minutes before Groudon, and now you're gonna have Ignorance with another Reggie up in this top path. It's a Reggie steal this time, so that could really bode well for them.
Yeah, it's really interesting how Ignorance was playing that push, that not actually push into the bottom path with Regieleki, because they never really were looking for a fight, but they were dangerous enough that Prime had to send all 5 members down there, and it just gave Ignorance full control over that top path, and they could do it because of their lead with only 3 members, and Prime had to be playing very defensively, so they haven't really had an opportunity to do anything for themselves. Mimikyu, though, looking for a pick here, may as well just use the Unite move, kind of the last chance they're going to be able to do it. Psyduck will go down. Empoleon also jumping in for some reason here, but they will be able to pick up Mimikyu.
Well, they knew that they could get the KO on that Mimikyu, especially with no Unite move. Lucario gonna throw an Oro Cannon from downtown and go ahead and Mega Evolve. Gonna try to fight over this Drago. Galarian Rapidash might be getting the best of it, but especially when it's 2-on-1, and Ignorance gets another massive KO. That might also net them a Regidrago. So score speed increase for this Empoleon, as well as some global XP.
Yeah, giving a couple more seconds before that would have naturally despawned there. So able to pick up just a little bit more of a buff and control over the map the way they've had the entire time. Regieleki has spawned. It doesn't look like Ignorance wants to prioritize it, and they definitely have the advantage. They have the level advantage, the score advantage, 5 Unite moves, and we're missing Prime's Mimikyu Unite move currently, and we saw the Lucario pop their Unite move right at the, I believe, 250 mark, so they're also trying to spend some time getting that back.
Now look at this kind of pivot play for Prime. They're looking to maybe kind of cut into this score lead. It looked like they for a second were maybe eyeing a T1 goal zone push.
They could, but they would still be behind regardless. And if they're going to be looking for it, then they are. They have Lucario looking for that score here. They push them off while Groudon is being chipped so that Prime can't really make a full dedicated push with their entire team. Mimikyu, though, does hit the Suicune, uses the Unite move, immediately Suicune is down. That's a huge pick.
And a mean look onto this Psyduck. If they could file up with a little bit of damage, they could be in trouble. Oh, great pull there onto the Mimikyu by the Delmise, and now we're gonna go in. Lucario gonna try to Mega Evolve and rip down this Groudon. Ignorance responding to it perfectly, though. And now, no, Prime is able to get the secure on it. Good power power-up punch from Prime. They secure Groudon. Now they just need to get some scores in. Return favor, 100 points going in on the backside by Empoleon.
We do have Venusaur still down for a while. The Infinite Ice Spikes will come out to hold them off for the time being, but another 100 points, another 100 points. Still not in the lead right now because of those other 100 points dunked in from Empoleon. And Prime might think that they're winning right now. And they're not going to be able to tell. They're backing off. They need Lucario to push into that tier 2.
They're going to have one final stand here. 25 seconds remain. Prime's tournament hopes on the line here. They're going to need to get in with this Lucario. Ignorance has the defense in prime position. Lucario going in for a power punch. Decides to go backwards for a moment. 15 points could really help there. 50 points looking to go on in. 15 points, that's 30. That's still not enough. This 33 goes in. Prime able to get it backside. The Galarian Rapidash not able to get it. And Prime is going to win this one, Husky.
Oh, the Galarian Rapidash went across the map. I don't know why they did that. They could have defended and been able to hold on, but no. It is going to be Prime able to take it last second. The Venusaur, not even with the Groudon shield, going to be able to put in those few extra points, and we are going to be going to a game 3.
Wow, what a fantastic push there from Prime. I think they were trying to do a little bit of math. You said it best. They were starting to retreat back to their own side, but they knew that they had plenty of shields, and then they likely needed one final score, especially with that 100 points on the backside from Empoleon. Oh, very unfortunate here for your Ignorance.
Yeah, I don't know that play to go send the Rapidash to the other side. There just wasn't a ton of time left, and they were, I mean, you know, it might have been a different story if they were able to get those last second points in, but I feel like, you know, sitting here, I know what the score is, and when you're playing the game, you don't know what the score is. You might have some sort of idea of what it is, but it was so much closer, I think, than Ignorance realized, and unfortunately, not able to hold on that defense. Great push there from Prime to really get onto the goal zone and just start spamming that X button, making sure that they're trying to put in those points as fast as they can.
Yeah, they're able to get a couple of scores there at that last moment. I think there was like, 33 or like 34 points, maybe a 30 in there. But regardless, like they had just enough to get it and then added a little bit more for insurance there at the end. So fantastic work by Prime. Ignorance. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and kind of figure out what went wrong in that Groudon fight.
Well, I can tell you what went wrong. The Suicune got caught.
Yeah, true.
that was it. You know, the Suicune got caught out. And not their fault. It was a great shadow tag by the Mimikyu really to be able to jump on the Suicune. They made a really quick decision. Suicune was isolated enough where the Mimikyu was uncontested in being able to get that pick. And then it was a 4v5 immediately. And it just set Prime up to be able to have control of that pit and to kind of set Ignorance into disarray, knowing that they were missing an entire Pokemon from their squad. So I think that, I mean, Ignorance obviously played a great game. So I think it was just that they got one member of their team caught out and then weren't able to hold on to the defense, unfortunately.
Very unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, such as Pokemon Unite. Groudon has been, honestly, I feel like Groudon feels, maybe I'm going off base here, but it feels more balanced than Kyogre did. It seemed like Kyogre definitely felt a little bit stronger in the sense that the team that got Kyogre pretty much almost always won. Groudon, I think obviously it was very strong for Prime, but it took a very, very coordinated play to make sure that they were able to close that one out.
Yeah, I think that's the fun of it, right? You know, it doesn't immediately win you the game to get it. You still have to play more, but we do have similar bans coming through. This time we're going to go back to the Mega Lucario ban. Ignorance felt that the ability to Mega Evolve directly on top of Groudon and then be able to take it down in less than 3 seconds might be a little bit too much for them to handle. So they're just going to take that Pokemon off the map. We'll see if they want to go with the Suicune. Nope, they are going to take The Mewtwo X.
Well, it was banned pretty much every time. Well, I guess both times. So yeah, every time. So this is going to be their first option. Likely this might have been some pre-scouting from Prime, knowing how Ignorance has liked to play over the last few weeks. So I'm excited to see this Mewtwo X.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it too, which I never thought I would say about a Mewtwo, but it wasn't that great for a long time, and with the recent buffs, it seems like it has kind of come back into favor with some of these teams. It doesn't seem to be rocking that EXP share, and that was kind of the only use case for it for a long time. But maybe with these new buffs, it is worth throwing into that attacker slot or that all-rounder top path slot. We'll see if they end up playing it, but on Prime, that also means they're going to be able to get the Mew that has been banned out from them for a couple games, and the Suicune now goes over to that side instead.
They're also going to take this Greninja away from Prime, which I imagine that, we might have seen from Yoshi. Instead, we are going to pivot back towards this Latias. Haven't seen a ton of it over the last week since it got nerfed, but currently, as everything stands right now, Ignorance is looking to play it as more of that bot lane attacker opposed to the supportive class Pokemon that it is.
Yeah, it's a very solid supportive attacker, similar to Mew, so it's fulfilling pretty much the same role. And if you give it the Dragon Cheer, then you're getting some movement speed and extra shielding, while also making sure that the Latias can stack up its Eon power by hitting with its moves and getting last hits, and making sure that's as high as possible, and then it really does a ton of damage in the late game. But this is an interesting composition from them. I think Prime has kind of stuck generally with the same sort of idea. They took away the Empoleon this time, though, and they also are going with the Crustle after the Umbreon has been banned out. But a couple Pokemon in this last game being allowed after being banned a couple times, so I'm interested to see what all the hype was about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, yeah, Mewtwo X was banned the last previous couple games, and then that Mew also banned both of those games. So not getting to see those in games 1 and 2. This could be a brand new look for really both of these teams. And I like that we've swapped the Empoleon sides. We've swapped the Suicune sides. So this is very much a completely different team for Ignorance outside of that Psyduck, which we saw in game number 1. But I guess, do we see it in game 1 and 2?
Yeah, Psyduck has been in every game, yeah.
That's crazy.
With the Bubble Beam.
Bubble Beam is so back. Well, game number 3, setting it up. Ignorance going to be on your purple side. Prime going to be on your orange side. And we are going to see Mewtwo X in the top half.
Yeah, I mean, you got to send Greninja into that central area, right? And they are going to indeed head in there. You want to make sure that they're level 5 and then level 7 as quickly as possible. Now, it's going to be an interesting one to see how that top path kind of shakes out, because you need Piplup online pretty quickly, but Mewtwo X has a bit of a slow start, but it doesn't have to evolve, so it's easier to get it to that level 5. Prime definitely seems like they're at a disadvantage there, but Mimikyu coming up to the top path early is going to be really helpful. Getting very low already here.
Very low. Psyduck also pretty low. Gonna have to retreat, at least play a little bit more cautiously. They do not want to get caught out. Almost getting caught out by that Avalanche thing, maybe pre-nerf that might find a KO.
Yeah, the pre-nerf Avalanche. The Suicune nerfs, by the way,
Quote,
were
unquote.
Literally, they were not nerfs at all. What was it? The Avalanche damage was nerfed, which was never the problem, but fine.
Pop
whatever.
off, Timmy.
So Suicune, yeah, fine. But 850s now hit the map.
They certainly do. Sorak's going to try to go in. This is a 4v3 advantage for Ignorance. Unfortunately, I think Prime kind of came out ahead on a lot of that experience and leaving that Latias pretty much by their lonesome to try to, salvage that bottom path. And seemingly they did okay because it is still 0-0.
Rock Tomb could really be devastating for a lot of what Ignorance is trying to do, especially not having to worry about an Umbreon on the other side, but Neon already trying to stack up some of that Dragon, what is that one?
Pulse.
Dragon Breath? Or
That was Pulse, yeah.
That's Pulse, and then there's another one that's Breath, and then there's a Cheer as well. So a lot of Dragon happening.
There's a lot of Dragon happening. In the top path, Mewtwo X gonna work that attack weight. Some Bubble Beams attached to this Prinplup to maybe do a little bit of additional hindrances if Mewtwo X can get in on top of them. Mew monitoring this Regidrago. Greninja chunking it down with this Water Shuriken, looking for a last hit with the Electro Ball, but the Greninja way too quick on the trigger.
Yeah, very quick with those Water Shurikens. They kind of knew that the Mew would be setting up for that Electro Ball and timed their rip very well to be able to take it down before they were able to cast it. Now they do have a scoring speed increase, so they're considering trying to push into it, but the defense here from this Crustle is very strong.
I think you're just really happy if you're Neon just to get that Dragon Pulse stacks up, those Eon stacks, off the back of your defender. 2v2 in the top path for these Altaria family. And it's going to be Ignorance grabbing a lot of those, but I think Prime did salvage a bit.
Yeah, Empoleon though. Level 8 already. The Mimikyu also level 9. Mew getting their level 8, meaning they also now have a Unite move. So Prime definitely a bit more of an advantage than we saw from them in the previous 2 games at this point. Now we're looking to rip down the Regieleki. Latias secures it. That's going to get them some Eon stacks as well for the last.
In absolutely fashionable sense, they're going to get that objective. Eon stacks are working now, so those meteors are gonna chase a little bit. Mimikyu hiding in the tall grass, snuffed out by this Latias, and Greninja as well. There's that play with me Unite move, but Regieleki walking in. Goals are starting to fly for Ignorance, but they lose their tank, so they're gonna have to retreat. Greninja next on the chopping block.
Yeah, Greninja will go down, but the Shadow Sneak will miss the Latias. And well, they're going to throw a Mist Ball out, so they are going to go Mist Ball here, be able to defend at least for the time being. Here comes Psyduck. They are going to get caught here with the big Whirlpool. Tries to get out. They're not able to. They get hit by the Rock Tomb just in front of a very little well-placed Rock Tomb.
There's that infinite Cyburn from Mewtwo, and that's going to knock a couple of people in place. Empoleon coming down on the bottom path to try to wreak a little bit of havoc. Good pull there from the Mewtwo. Pulls Mew directly into harm's way. No Delmise, but that Mewtwo pull is going to still do it. Psyduck now going to go ahead and use their Unite move, and Prime retreating back.
Yeah, the Mewtwo pulls him in with Future Sight. We've got Psychic as well on Psyduck. That's going to reposition enemies. So a lot of opportunities to push Pokemon around and set up teammates for really good moments in their fights. And that being said, the Prime is holding on very well. They're still maintaining a bit of a level lead with the Mimikyu at that level 11. And Empoleon also getting pretty high up there in levels, nearing their level 11 as well. Boosted attack will hit the Psyduck, and he will get caught in a Rock Tomb. Wow, just obliterated after that.
A great Rock Tomb from Crustle. Mewtwo X able to respond to this Empoleon. Now going to Mega Evolve. Future Sight is placed on, going to do a little bit of damage. Mewtwo X now getting chased by this Mimikyu. Good Shadow Tag there, and now Prime might look for a score here. No one's there to respond. They do get to this jump pad. Are they going to jump in time? Psyduck does and hits the Bubble Beam. They go down.
Oh. They just did not respond quick enough. If they just walked directly onto the goal zone, they would have been able to get it, but they took a second to decide. In the bottom path, though, Infinite Ice Spikes from the Suicune will take down that Greninja very easily. They'll get a couple of points in, and Regieleki now has hit the bottom path. It doesn't really seem like Ignorance is necessarily looking to prioritize it.
Yeah, a good play here from Ignorance to respond in time, so the Regieleki does not get taken by Prime. Nice little pull there from the Psychic. Crustle gonna have to retreat, get back to pad, try to get some of their HP back, and Psyduck doing a good job grabbing vision. Another Bubble Beam's gonna hit, but a great engage, even better from Prime. There's that Water Burst Shuriken. Greninja gets a lot of damage done, but no real follow-up. Now Prime gonna look to try to take Regieleki. Greninja hiding in the back line. Good muted auto, but it is Greninja that steals away.
Oh, the basic attack from Greninja is the one that takes it. Empoleon, though, will respond with a Unite move of their own. Double KO streak for them. Greninja and Latias, those squishy attackers, will go down pretty quickly. Mimikyu, I don't think has missed a single Shadow Sneak this entire time. They're going to be able to do some damage. Snorlax is getting jumped on here, not able to defend this goal zone. Again, the Mimikyu hits a Shadow Tag on the Snorlax, and the Shadow Sneak just ripping through them. They will still get out as well.
Somehow that Mimikyu lives. There's that Mist Blast is able to take out that Crustle. More Aeon stacks. They're going to try to chase down Bagel on this Mew. Are they going to be able to get there in time? Mist Ball is going to be a little bit short. Regidrago and a top Regiroulette still up for grabs for either of these teams.
Yeah, that slight slow on the Mew. They will be able to take down this blue buff, steal it away from the Mimikyu, which I think is Ignorance's biggest threat right now. The Mimikyu, especially with their ability to hit those Shadow Sneaks, Ignorance can't let a Pokemon get isolated the way they did last time, because the Mimikyu has been picking them up very easily. And unfortunately, the Snorlax just hasn't been able to set up the Mimikyu for failure by forcing it to jump in, and then the entire team is there ready to counter it. Instead, Mimikyu has been capitalizing off of Pokemon being isolated and alone, so I think that's going to be the biggest threat for them. But this is a very close game, a 20-point game. Look at that, the Crustle with the big rock tomb. They're not trying to hide their presence at all. Prime wants Ignorance to know that they have control over this central area.
Great aggressive positioning, but Ignorance has entered the fray here in the central area. Good pull onto that Crustle to pull him into harm's way, but no real follow-up from Ignorance. Solar Beam connects on a couple, but not enough damage to really make a mark. Groudon has entered in, and this is game 3. This is for all the marbles.
Look at the Rock Tomb as well coming down, just to see where the enemies are hiding. You don't want to give Latias a big opportunity to really flank or, get a big catch on anybody, so the Rock Tomb just making sure that they can't retreat. They're going to have to wait till it drops down, but both teams just kind of poking at each other right now. Nobody is really interested in starting a fight, but take a look at the Mimikyu coming around from the backside, and Ignorance hasn't figured out where this Mimikyu is yet.
Eject buttons traded back and forth. Yeah, a lot of them. Oh, good heavy slam there from Snorlax, and that's going to force an X speed from the Empoleon just to get away. Mew had to retreat all the way back to base. There's another heavy slam and a Suicune Unite move. Actually, no, Suicune did not Unite move. It was just the regular freeze. Now they're going to look to go on in. Rubble Rouser from Crustle. There's that Suicune Unite move to try to make a mark. And now Psyduck's going to try to reduce some of the damage with their Unite move. Mewtwo X getting frozen solid from Suicune, unable to advance, and it is tagged by Mimikyu, but no one's going. 40 seconds left. Prime's still barely winning this one.
Yeah, they have the win, but can Ignorance get in? They're going to look for maybe Mewtwo X going to start trying to rip this down, but multiple members of Prime are also in the pit. They have to look for either an opportunity for a sneaky score or just go for the Groudon, and it looks like they want to try to go for the score, but Prime is going to be able to respond. Snorlax not going to be able to get anything in, but they have distracted 2 members, and we could see Greninja look for this Groudon. It's being left alone completely.
Okay, Greninja gets it.
Counter-scoring. Greninja has
back.
it. The Eldegoss also trying to score, not going to be able to get it. I don't think it's enough, Kyle.
I don't think so either. 6 points. I don't think they got really anything on the bottom side. Good defensive stands here from Prime. I think they're going to hold on to this one, maybe by the skin of their teeth. We'll have to see. Double check, and they do. Under 100 points. Prime taking game 3, sending Ignorance down to that lower bracket.
Wow, what a game there. Honestly, a whole set was just so exciting every single game. Ignorance really came out on top, and it looked like they were definitely going to be taking the set from just watching that first game, but Prime made the adjustments and came back strong and being able to take this one. Smart of them to go head to the other side immediately, knowing that they were going to lose the Groudon and just get a couple more points in where you can. And all you have to do is stand on the goal zone. If Ignorance isn't all moving together, which they weren't, it's a lot more difficult to get those points in even with the buff.
Insane work. Prime advancing. And I mean, this is a good Ignorance team, and I don't know, Prime looked just better in game number 3. I think like Ignorance looked better in games 1 and 2, but Prime seemed to definitely have their footing here in game 3, and obviously showing it the overall macro that they had at that end game, not only knowing to maybe kind of split off and score. You saw Empoleon go to the top side. I believe it was Crustle that went to the bottom side. I think it was only Psyduck that could respond to one Pokemon. Yeah, incredible, heads up plays there from Prime. And not only that, to get back to their own goal zone after they deposited to make one final defensive stand. So really good plays here from Prime.
Yeah, and I will say I trust Jupiter, but I didn't like the Mewtwo X. I don't know what it
Yeah.
really. I didn't really see the vision there for getting that first pick and taking it, and then not taking Suicune, giving the Suicune away. I guess I got to see it play more, but it didn't look super impressive this time. Um, at least not impressive enough for first pick, and not to prioritize Suicune.
Yeah, insane work here. Prime is going to be moving forward, and they are going to be taking on the Mango Juicers. So this should be a very interesting set. Not the Orange Juicers. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is a different team. I'm trying to see these players. I want to say this is a LATAM team. So not like one of our normal contenders, because I think this is kind of a new team that I personally have not seen play an Underdunk, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be very
Yeah,
wrong
I
on
don't
that.
really recognize anybody, but they're a type of juicer, so
They do
I
juice.
guess we'll see.
They do juice. They're a fruit juice of some kind. But yeah, we're gonna
Absolutely.
go ahead and take a quick break while we get that next match set up. Hopefully everybody could grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll be back very, very soon with Underdunk 6-7. We'll see you very soon. All right, welcome back, trainers. We are back, and this is going to be round number 3, so our winners quarterfinals. And already we are going to go ahead and see a couple of really big Titan teams. So we're going to see Hiss Hiss along with Lunex Gaming. So Lunex Gaming, formerly the Goofy Goobers. Hiss Hiss, kind of a hodgepodge of some pretty strong players.
Yeah, it looks to be pretty interesting going into our game 1. Let's take a look at these bans. We're banning out the Leafeon and Urshifu, bans that we don't commonly see. And the other side, banning out 2 all-rounders plus the Miraidon. So OG could immediately lock in the Mega Lucario. There's a lot of options on the board for both of these squads. You've got Blissey, Suicune, multiple other supports. It looks like AJ Dragon considering a couple different supports here, but there's a lot of power picks on the table.
A ton of them. Some of the other things to kind of think about is Hiss Hiss is respecting the Urshifu. They're respecting, they're going to go ahead and respect them with that. They're going to respect Adaminja with the Leafeon. Obviously, you have to respect Saotami on the Urshifu. I think that's actually Saurenza right now. So I don't know if they're just changing their name in game, but either way, you got to respect them. But either way, Lunex Gaming is going to pick up the Inteleon and the Eldegoss. So maybe not those power picks of what we normally see with those cores, but I think still in their own right, those are still some really good picks.
Yeah, same thing on the other side. No Suicune, no Blissey. Instead, they're going to prioritize this Clefable, one that we haven't seen yet tonight on stream. And then, of course, the Snorlax. Always a solid pick. Pure, obviously, a defender player, plays it very well. On the other side, though, the other EXP share Pokemon being locked in from IMAX here is that Dhelmise.
And we are not locking in this Mewtwo X. So we've seen now a couple of times this Mewtwo X get picked in the top lane spot. So I imagine we are going to see Saotami on the Mewtwo X, similar to how we saw, who is it? Jupiter take it up there in game number 3 of the last match. So teams are prioritizing this pick after some buffs. I think they're starting to realize it's pretty strong. Common pick here is this Alolan Raichu that we've seen a couple times. Something that we haven't seen a ton of, though, are these double attacker compositions.
Yeah, the double attacker, not one that we commonly look at. I wonder if we'll see stored power on the Raichu. Just, you know, it's not like double mage, but it's kind of like auto attacker plus backline sniper. I don't know. I think we'll have to see. I mean, Flareon's on the Espeon is definitely going to be solid. There's a lot that you can Psyshock here, so I think that's a good setup. What's interesting to me is this likely Outrage Dragonite coming in here for Hiss Hiss. That's a pick that you don't see a lot.
Yeah, not a ton. I do like Dragonite, and I wonder if this is going to be Outrage or if it will be, you know, your Hyper Beam composition to kind of have those last hitting abilities. But you do have some like decent last hitting. You have Espeon and potentially that Dragonite.
Yeah, and Lucario as well.
True,
with the power up punch. So and you know, you got Heavy Slam, a lot of last hitting there. When I see like the Focus Band Rapid Fire Scarf, I'm always going to assume that that's an Outrage. Also with the full heal. So I absolutely think that it would be Outrage, but you know, teams have surprised me with it before. It could be pretty good into something like Mewtwo Y, because you really want to pull in the Outrage Dragonite. I guess we'll see.
Game number 1 of our winners round 3, OG taking the Lucario up to the top path. OG favorite up there. Maybe not the normal one, but it is a mega one. So let's get into game number 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, OG knows how to play this Pokemon, whether it's mega or not. Still the exact same moves, and now they just made one kind of better. So heading up into that top path. And in the bottom path, we have IMAX on the Dhelmise, trying to set up this Inteleon. I mean, it's got great secure, but with a Psyshock Espeon that gets online a little bit earlier, there it is, then it's going to be harder for Inteleon to get those secures that you'd expect.
Yeah, and it does a pretty good job in the early game phase, and so far so good down there for Lunex. They're going to maybe try to slow down OG with the Lucario. Almost a good last hit for the Clefairy, but stolen away. Lunex able to get a lot of advantage up in that top path. Now Mewtwo gonna maybe migrate towards this central area. Instead, they are gonna just stay up top.
Yeah, they're just gonna stay there. Now 3 members of both sides and Flareon's also making that early rotation up there to make it 4 in the top path, and they will be able to pick up a KO here. The Dragonite catching the Alolan Raichu, so the 4v3 did work out for Hiss for the time being.
Yeah, they're going to hover here. Now Lucario's going to make their way towards this Eldegoss, who pops that X speed just to give themselves a little bit of spacing. Now they're on the offensive. They see the Dragonair in their sights. Great pull there from Mewtwo X, and that's going to send that Dragonair packing back to the Pokemon Center.
I mean, they got Delmise, but out of the 3, that's the one that you probably least want to pick up there. And it is going to be Sword Power on the Raichu, so, I mean, at least I called something correctly.
Yay!
We do see the Sword Power, which is one that we don't normally see, even though it's very strong. It has more of like a rip capability. It's able to chunk down objectives, and then, you know, you will have Inteleon with Snipe Shot for the secures.
Regidrago getting hit by Hiss. Power up punch. Able to secure that Regidrago, so some scoring speed, a little bit of global XP over for Hiss. And now to try to converge onto this Delmise, who has some massive shields. 3 people looking to take them down. Good Psyshock there. Gonna chunk down that HP bar. Is that gonna be enough? That one sure is, and IMAX goes down.
Yeah, wow. Seeing games like this is making me, like, remember when Dragonite in Season 1 of competitive was, like, the best thing that we've ever seen, and every team was playing it. And then it got me thinking about, like, wow, there was a time where every team was just running mirror matches in competitive. Like, wow, that was a crazy time for us.
I mean, you'd always see Lucario. You'd always see, like, 3 Pokemon for sure the same, and maybe like a couple things that are different, but
it was like Hoopa. Yeah.
There's a lot of weird stuff back then. I'm glad we're not there. I'm glad we're back. But now we're back in, and Dragonite's the first one to go down. Oh, Snipe Shot, unable to get a KO there. And now they're Lunex Gaming are gonna now put their attention towards this Regirock. Delmise doing a great job of zoning the remainder of the squad. Now Pure enters in the fray, and that pushes Lunex backwards. Rock still very low, last hitting. You have a Pure pushing them out. Dragonite unable to get it, and it's actually Tommy that gets it with the Mewtwo.
Yeah, so it is the Hyper Beam, which I did not expect, but obviously it's the Hyper Beam. But Mewtwo X, now Mega Evolved, an Anchor Shot comes out, doesn't quite hit anybody, but those Snipe Shots are definitely hitting. Great follow-up there from the Mewtwo X. Dragonite will go down, and right now Hiss not looking that great. Lunex capitalizing, taking down that goal zone.
Yeah, great job there. 160 to 55, a little bit over halfway, and now they're going to take that advantage. Maybe push towards that central area, grab a lot of the buffs. They do grab that blue buff, now looking for this red buff. Are they going to be able to get it? Good Hyper Beam secures that for Aimbot. Hiss now trying to defend, and Eldegoss going to go down, and that's going to push Lunex Gaming back towards their own side of the map. Regieleki still up in the top half.
Yeah, it's gonna be starting to be chipped down by this Dragon. I mean, you've got a lot of secure on Hiss, and you would expect them to be able to get it here. They do. The Dragonite will take that one, but Raichu starting to move in. A lot of damage coming down. Pure getting very low, has to back out. Hyper Beam, though, will chunk down that Delmise. Mega Lucario is now online.
And here comes that Unite move from Dragonite into the front line, trying to make this final push of this Regieleki, leading that at 14 with a massive overcap, 36 points over. Mewtwo X enters the fray, pulls Snorlax a little bit closer, gets the KO. Azure Spy Vision gonna chunk down this Espeon, and they go down. Another Snipe Shot for good measure, misses the mark there, but they're gonna try to continue pushing in. Dragonite, Clefable, both down. This Alolan Raichu is doing all the heavy lifting. Good power nap from Snorlax is gonna send Eldegoss packing. Can they break this goal zone? 17 with a 7 is gonna put it down, and 197, Lunex Gaming retakes the lead.
Yeah, not the best overcap, but I think you definitely just want to make sure you close out that fight, and you just close out that goal zone right there. They still have a pretty substantial lead, but Dragonite gonna jump right in, start to chip down at this basement Reggie, which is a Regirock, and Delmise and Eldegoss, the only members down here for Lunex.
Gonna look for a secure with this Hyper Beam. They're gonna line it up, and they are gonna knock it right down. Hiss now. The nice little buff there, but they aren't gonna push. They do see Lunex Gaming kind of prioritizing holding their goal zones.
Yeah, they are going to send 4 members down here. They don't want Hiss to push. And right now, nobody has been able to jump on top of this Inteleon, though. Big Mega Evolution will immediately be taken down, and Hiss is dropping like flies. Lunex moving in even more. Double KO straight for the Eldegoss, and Mewtwo X will clean up the Dragonite.
Great work there for Lunex, and just when you thought Hiss might have had something going, 3 of them immediately get knocked right back out. 1 point there for Clefable, likely just to stack up those special attack specs. They're looking to try to maximize their healing towards the late game. Mewtwo-X already back at a Mega with all this healing that this Clefable is doing. Gonna go ahead and waste that. Regidrago taken by Lucario, and Hiss gonna take this Regieleki right off the map.
I mean, Hiss has been doing good at getting objectives, but it just doesn't seem like they can win team fights. They need this Dragonite and Lucario to be at level 13 because they seem, the Lucario again going down here, they seem very squishy against this team comp, especially when you've got a snipe shot doing half of your HP and then the stored power to clean it up. Inteleon is caught there by Hiss, so that's going to be pretty valuable, but it just looks like from seeing this composition that Hiss has put together, this Inteleon has basically been untouched unless it's been out of position.
230. This is going to be our first Groudon of this set, and Lunex Gaming in the driver's seat. You have to deal with that level 14 Mewtwo. You're going to have to deal with that Raichu, which has just been an absolute menace all game. And then even on the maybe lower side, level 12 on that Inteleon. But those snipe shots still are going to hit quite a bit. Hiss. What do you have to do here?
Ooh, big pull there. Onto the Mewtwo X. This might be a good opportunity. They will just jump on top of it, taking out the Mewtwo X. This could be the opportunity Hiss needs. Inteleon Unite move also is going to get popped. Pierre jumps right in, and they're going for the rip.
Groudon already at half. Dragonite getting pulled in. Seaweed Snare lining up the snipe shot, but Lucario knocks it down with that power-up punch. Hiss now in the driver's seat in here in game 1. 2 members down for Lunex.
Wow, big pickup on the Mewtwo X before they could really do anything. They are going to respawn. We're going to have an opportunity to use that Infinite Cyber and try to prevent some scores from going in. They will hit the respawn here. 100 points are going to go in from the Clefable, and the Raichu is going to be taken down again. Dragonite going to look for that home base, but they're on very low HP. They will be stopped by this Eldegoss and taken down with a snipe shot, so there is a buff over to the other side. There's still a lot of time left in this game.
There's so much time left in Inteleon. If they could get another KO or maybe help the team get one. But unfortunately, Lucario is able to get a last laugh there. Mewtwo X is now sporting another shield as well. Inteleon cannot get caught out here. You cannot yield these shields all the way back to Hiss. You have to regroup if you're Lunex Gaming.
They need to send everybody to the same goal zone, look for a team fight. They have 50 seconds left. It's a pretty big score. They have 400 points. They really need to wipe everybody and pick up more points as well. It's not looking promising, but if they can get a couple catches. Oh, another 96 points is not going to be what they want to see here. I think this is all but over.
Oh, and 2 members back down. Hiss able to perfectly respond with that Lucario. And that should be all she wrote here in game 1. Dragonite's going to close that one out for good measure. And Hiss going to stamp their mark in game number 1. Lunex Gaming going to have to go back to the drawing board here.
Yeah, I think that Hiss definitely should not have won this game the way that their team fights were. But I think they also knew that. So they capitalized on being able to get a prime catch early. They just used everything to make sure that that Mewtwo X went down. And at any point in that process, it could have been ruined. But they were able to get that catch, and then that just lit the fire for a full rip into Groudon and a great team fight from them. I think that they still ultimately need to clean that up. They need to clean up their team fight a little bit, and you can't really capitalize off of a mistake every time and expect that the team's gonna make that same mistake again. So I think they definitely need to consider how they're gonna pivot in game 2 to be able to team fight more effectively and not leave this Inteleon untouched.
Insane work here. Hiss taking game 1. 796, 297 your final. And a lot of this damage that they found was really during that Groudon, during those last moments, because it seemed like Lunex. Oop, did I put Lunex as the point? That's my bad. I put the wrong one. That's okay. We'll fix that.
That's okay.
We'll fix it. We're talking about it. It's fine. We're good. But like, I feel like Lunex was winning a majority of that match.
No, they were. They definitely seemed like the stronger team. I mean, look at this: 104,000 damage from Adaminja's stored power Alolan Raichu. Also, the Mewtwo X looked really good. I always like to see Raditz on the Inteleon. I feel like this is one of the players where just putting them on Inteleon, you're going to have a pretty solid game. I think Lunex definitely seemed like the more solid team in the team fights throughout the match. Hiss was way more prioritizing objectives, which is kind of what their team composition was built around. So I wonder if Lunex wants to pivot towards something that can rip and secure a little bit better. I mean, I don't know. We had both team comps seem to be doing what their team comps were designed to do. And I really just think it was that catch on Mewtwo X, and that was the difference maker in that game one.
Yeah, it's just, now you got both cats with you.
Oh. Yes, sir. I didn't even...
He's sneaky.
I didn't even notice him.
He's sneaky boy.
He's sneaky.
Yeah,
he just eated his fourth meal of the day. So
he had Taco Bell?
Yeah, he did. He had Taco Bell.
I told Kelsey that we can't have Taco Bell. I
I
told Kelsey that we can't have Taco Bell this weekend because that's her punishment. She thought a package was hers and it was mine, and she opened my box that had all these. Oh. So the surprise was ruined.
No, it's no package opening season.
I know.
You can't open packages.
Yeah, you can't open
It's that time of year.
So the punishment is we can't have Taco Bell. It's gonna be broken. I'm gonna cave and we're gonna have Taco Bell, but don't tell her that.
Yeah. I'm gonna need Taco Bell, I think, when we do the qualifiers this weekend.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea.
I think that's what I'll need. We have plans to go to Applebee's this weekend because Bren is subject to propaganda, and there was a commercial that came on for Applebee's. She's back over there.
I've heard some good things about Applebee's lately, but I've been to Chili's, and it's gonna be hard to beat the Chili's for me. That cheese pull on those cheese sticks are crazy.
No, I know, and I hear you. I feel like, though, because we just had this conversation, every time I've been to a Chili's, I've been disappointed, but theoretically, the Chili's should be better.
Yeah.
Theoretically, but any Chili's that I've been to is, like, I just feel like it's not worth it. But anyway, we've got another game.
Why talk about the game when we could talk about Chili's triple dipper combo?
Triple dipper, yeah. I mean, the triple dipper is still banging regardless, but yeah, I guess I'm an Applebee's girl. I just feel like it's more consistent. But anyway, we've got a lot of mega Gyarados being considered here for Lunex.
Yeah. And Hiss has the option for the first pick. Delmise was hovered for a moment, but they're going to actually just go ahead and pivot immediately to their defender pick, allow Pure to select that Crustle.
So I want that Crustle, which I'm not sure about first pick, because you can always just pick Umbreon to counter it. I feel like, there's Suicune that's an option. There's Blissey, Clefable. And they're going to give away the Mega Lucario potentially, but no, they're going to prioritize Eldegoss and Delmise. So, honestly, these teams' draft strategies are not what I would predict.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you're kind of leaving a couple things on the table. I mean, I do love a good Crustle, but I do think that Delmise is really good, so maybe they're going to have like some sort of composition to kind of pick and play around the Delmise, and I think they kind of have one, right? I mean, you have Umbreon that obviously has its passive. You could play around it with Snarl, and then Power Up Punch on Lucario once it hits level 11. You can avoid a lot of those anchor shots, so I actually kind of do love this bait and switch from Hiss.
Yeah, I think that I'm interested in why Lunex would still prioritize the Delmise. Like, I think it's very good, but with Crustle on the other side, I don't know how well it plays into those picks, and I guess we'll see. I like that they went with the Umbreon here. It's got the leftovers on, so I could see this being a foul play Snarl Umbreon, even a mean look. But because the Mewtwo X is banned, Saotami is 2 of their Pokemon are banned. They're forced onto that Scissor, which currently seems set up to be a Scissor. So that could be interesting.
We did talk about a Scissor potential earlier, and it ended up being a Scyther. So I don't want to like count my chickens before they hatch. I got that saying right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What came first, the counting or the chickens?
Yeah. Did you count the chicken? Okay, so they are pivoting to a couple different item sets here with that Scissor. So they've dropped, I believe,
the Assault Vest for 1 Pokemon.
Huh. Yeah. That's very interesting. So maybe they just don't want to get, targeted by this Mewtwo Y, which honestly, fair.
Yeah, a Mewtwo Y will shred them down. I'm always interested to see how teams use the Assault Vest, because it's such a specific item that I feel like I'm like, oh, I need to see at least like 3 special attackers to be able to consider Assault Vest, but they know that they're gonna want to go after this Mewtwo Y, and also I'm distracted that Pierre is an Ultra. Oh my god, get good, dude.
Yeah, in Ultra. I like that you can only see one. You can't see Lunex Gaming status, but here we go. This is game number 2 of our winners round
out here in
3.
Ultra.
Yeah, out here in Ultra, Pure trying to make the run to Masters tonight. Maybe after the tournament. Maybe after his wins.
Pierre's gonna lock in later and get to Masters. Don't worry, I'm also an Ultra.
Yeah, me too.
I can't win any of my games. It's like that. Ultra gang, rise up. Let us know in the comments if you're also Ultra ranked still in Pokemon Unite. But look at this bottom path so far. A lot of damage being chipped at this little Dwebble.
A lot of damage coming from this Delmise, wearing EXP share, and the Scyther for that matter, trying to slice through this little rock bug. Good Citrus Berry get for his Hiss. That's going to stall out this fight at least a little bit longer while they get those HP bars working. But this Delmise, IMAX is playing very far forward.
Yeah, being very aggressive. I mean, you can rely on the shields in the early game for that Delmise, but generally they are still playing very low. Night Slash on the Zoroark. They will pick up a KO here on the little Eevee, but that is not a moveset you see every day.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Maybe a little bit of a pivot here for Lunex. And now Zoroark going to pivot down to the bottom path, try to get into this fight. Delmise able to survive just barely. Flareon getting targeted. There's that Night Slash taking the KO on that Mewtwo Y.
Oh, wow. Early KOs there for Lunex Gaming. They're off to a really solid start here. Gonna need to start considering how to get this Talonflame to level 7 as soon as possible. Just Crustle now on the bottom path, defending against 2. Here comes the Mewtwo Y as well, and they are level 5, so we could see them hit their Mega Evolution soon.
Gonna try to slow down this Scissor, and it is a Scissor this time. No Scyther here in game number 2 for Lunex Gaming, and here comes Radis once more with this Night Slash. Gonna retreat back a little bit. Mewtwo Y gonna Mega Evolve, just hit onto the gauge, and Saotami might be caught there. That's where that Assault Vest would have come in very handy. Unfortunately, they're going down anyway.
Yeah, the Assault Vest just not going to be enough to hold off against that Mewtwo Y. IMAX also loses their shield there, very low. Double KO streak for the Mewtwo Y. Here comes the Night Slash, will take down the Crustle, not able to get the full extent of that combo though, and that's triple KO streak for Flareon.
That is a tough look here for Lunex Gaming. Level 7 on that Mewtwo, matching the Central Area Pokemon for his Hiss. And now this Regidrago going to get paid attention to by Hiss 2 members. Now you just have AJ Dragon trying to steal it away, IMAX as well, but the fly is true, and that's going to get awarded to Hiss.
We do see the Wish come out for this Umbreon, so healing up the Talonflame, looking for that quick score from the buff of Regidrago. They are going to be able to get it, and they're going to try to fly right out. They will. They don't really want to deal with an actual fight there. 2 tanky supports plus your Zoroark and Fly has a pretty long cooldown, so they're just going to jump right out of there. Make sure they don't get picked off.
Level 8 still on the Zoroark, almost level 9, but that Mewtwo on the opposite side has that access to the Unite move. Zoroark now just ticking into it. Both teams kind of split here. 3v2 on the top side. Hiss electing to maybe push them, but also trying to split push this basement objective. Registeel already getting damaged greatly. Lunex does have a positional and numbers advantage. Gonna look for a secure, gonna push Hiss out. And now there we go. Good secures here from Delmise.
Oh, the infinite Cyber and almost taking it down. The fly was also a good attempt, but there's too many members of Lunex for the Talon and the Mewtwo to deal with. So points going to be raining in here. We're currently at a completely tie game in the Mega Evolution now for the Mewtwo Y. They're going to try to take down the Scissor, easily going to be able to do so.
Great work there for Hiss. Now going to take that advantage, try to push this T1 goal zone. Mewtwo Y holding down their A button to try to dish some damage on this Delmise. Good Crustal play right there. That's going to actually steal some shields for this Umbreon. And now Raditz is going to look to hunt down Mewtwo Y, but that's a lot of damage teleported into the A press. They take them down. They send them all the way back to the Pokemon Center.
Wow, great mean look as well to follow up to get a lot of damage on that Scissor, forcing them back there. Trying to stack is JL. They're not going to be able to do so. 7 points, just too many. I don't know if that's the best play there. You're just trying to stack into 2 with 7 points. And meanwhile, Lunex in the top path, going to easily be able to get some points in. Another couple points. Look at them just stacking it up, just getting some points in, looking for a good overcap. Here comes Lucario. They're going to be able to stop the 40. They took too long.
Oh, hands in the cookie jar, maybe. Maybe a different type of cookie jar, but either way, they still get the KO. Luca going down, dropping some more points, and now this goal zone is dropping. Now going to put the A button on the Umbreon. Fly's going to come out onto the Eldegoss, but Eldegoss able to survive that hit. And Zoroark maybe looking for a little bit of an invade, but the central area is barren. No buffs to be had.
I mean, I guess you gotta, like, as much as I'm not a fan of the play to in for stacks, I feel like every support player deserves to do that at least once per game. So you can't be too mad at JL there for getting taken out. But it looks like Lunex wants to go in for a potential push. They do take the Crustle, big eject button play as well into the Unite loop.
Yeah, the Infinite Cyber comes out on the top side. Zoroark able to get 40 points in. Talonflame able to get a double KO. So Hiss has a great defensive stand here. But Lunex Gaming does get some value on the top side. However, they are going to lose out on this Regirock if they don't come fast.
I mean, you do have the stored power there for the Raichu, but it doesn't look like either member of Lunex wants to go after the Regirock. They may as well just let Hiss take it. They don't want to get into a position where they end up losing that fight. But now all 5 members in this bottom path, so they can't. So Hiss can't really leave right now because Lunex could go in and score. But Eldegoss, wow, what a great Rock Tomb to set up that KO.
Now they're going to push in. Umbreon going to put a mean look on that Scissor so he can't advance any further. Illusion. Now Zoroark's going to take form of a Crustle. Now peel towards this top side. Talonflame hovering the top side, looking, see if they can maybe score. But they do see that a couple members of Lunex are present. Hovering that goal zone, making sure that no one can get it. Fly is out, gonna hit that Zoroark. Are they gonna be able to get the KO? Night Slash is in, but misses the mark. There's that Unite move. They're gonna get caught in the mean look too, and they're gonna go down.
Wow, that was a great play though from Zoroark. They were able to take down a few. Ultimately, Lunex gets the better out of that fight, and Pure also will go down. About 4 members of Hiss getting taken out in that fight that easily should have been able to take down the Zoroark, but a great play from them. Unfortunately, though, they did use their Unite move a little bit close to the final objectives. They're going to have to spend some time getting some last hits, but Lunex's lead right now, very, very solid. They're looking to send us to a game 3.
Regieleki walking towards this T2 goal zone, and yeah, like you said, Lunex Gaming kind of in the driver's seat, Husky. If you're Hiss, like, in these last 25 seconds, what do you need to do here?
Well, you need to try to look for a pick, and they do take the Eldegoss down. Not close enough for it to really make a difference, but they need to get a high-value pick. They need to make sure that this Scissor doesn't really run rampant. They need to lock down this Zoroark likely with a mean look here, and make sure they can take that Pokemon down, force out the early Unite move. But currently Lunex has control over this Groudon, and they're going to start chipping at it, trying to pull Hiss in. Make sure that they have the full control and that Hiss can't really make any big moves.
We have a little bit of a push here on the top side for Lunex Gaming. At least that's where they're going to position. 46, double it, make it 92. Going to crash that T1 goal zone, chunk into that lead. Crustle going to eject into the Groudon. Going to look for a play here. Scissor going to get caught. No, they're actually going to stay alive. Delmai's the one that's going to fall. Talonflame gets caught by this own team's Rock Tomb. Groudon already dangerously low. Fly's going to come out now. Going to look for a last hit. Zoroark unable to get it, but Raichu does.
Wow, the Raichu, it was a little bit grainy, so I couldn't really see what exactly got that last hit from the Raichu. Was it the Psychic, or was it a basic attack of the stored power? Either way, Lunex Gaming likely going to take this one. This is a very big lead for them. Hiss had a chance, but again, their team fight, it seems like Lunex is just a lot more comfortable with their team fight capability.
And unfortunately, Lunex able to close this one out. I don't think Hiss able to do a whole lot. I think, Umbreon might have crashed there. Might have been what happened. I think they were kind of away from the fight. Looking at chat, does look like, we did have a game crash, but I don't know if they said to pause it in the start GG chat, which is where the players need to say that. So, unfortunate for Hiss.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, we don't mind. The Twitch chat isn't where you put that one.
Yeah. Sorry, JL. Yeah, sorry, Big Dog. We don't monitor, so the observer is only going to see that in start GG. I think that's pretty much been the standard for quite a bit. So, yeah, mod call there if it happens again. That's going to be your best bet. Because, yeah, I'm not looking at chat really at all
during that,
so... Unfortunately,
not really a. I guess it was just kind of a 5v for them in the end of that match.
Yeah.
So, we're gonna be headed to a game number 3. I think Hiss number 1 priority is gonna be to not crash. try to beat the system.
Yeah.
Either way, though, there was still a chance for them in that end game, even with the bot version of Umbreon dealing with that end game fight. So, but still, this Alolan Raichu seemed very dominant this game. Knight/Zoroark also just made it work. So, really solid.
Yeah, 620, 207 going to be your final here. That's going to even up the set. Lunex gonna stay alive in the top side of the bracket, at least for the time being. Hiss. Definitely wants to come back here in game number 3. Honestly, like, it wasn't like too bad for them. Obviously the crashes are always unfortunate, especially like during middle of a match. So hopefully like everything stays stable. It's just kind of unfortunately the state of Pokemon Unite right now.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
Yeah. I always hate that, like at least like when it crashes during like the draft, it's like obviously like an easier situation. But yeah, in the middle of the match, it's always kind of tough one. Yeah, just a tough one, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, what a good couple of games in those last 2 there. So we will be seeing the next 3-game set of the night here, and I want to go to bed. So.
Yeah, me too. I got a long night, unfortunate.
8 a.m. doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I mean we got one more, so we're almost there. We're almost at the finish line for you. But it is going to be a game 3 situation. Winner, I'm taking a look to see where we're at in the bracket. We'll see at the top side of the bracket. We 1-1, so we still have a tie up in that top side, so 1-1 up there as well. So winner of this game will take on the winner of that match Q. In S, right now, 6-7, still alive in Underdunk 6-7 versus Kodiak United, who we saw in game, or I guess
Mhm.
not game one. Well, I guess technically game one. We saw them in game 2 as well, but in set 1 against the Booms. And Prime and Mango Juicers also tied 1-1. So we have a lot of 3-game sets tonight.
Yeah, that is a lot of 3-game sets. Wow. So, um, yeah, we saw the Prime and Ignorance one. They're now 1-1. So, losers bracket has some time to catch up at the moment.
Yeah, loser bracket. Luckily, it's only 1-game set, so yeah. Saturday, Sunday is a little bit different. Those are every set's a best of 3. So winner side, lower side, everything is BO3. Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting one to see how like these crash situations, if those are going to cause a lot of delays in bracket. I don't know. I really hope that they come up with a patch soon to fix this. It's obviously like. Um, I think it's really it's just something that needs to be fixed and addressed. It's obviously been on the top of a lot of people's minds. A lot of streamers' minds have been in a lot of Twitch streams and watching a lot of people just complain about it, and it's valid. I think I was watching, I don't know, like one of Spraggles' first streams with it, and it seemed like every time I turned over to the right to see what was going on, it was like another crash, another crash, another crash.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's tough.
there's
It's a
just
tough
so
watch.
many crashes.
Yeah, it's not
It's
ideal.
definitely not ideal.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
we said that at the same time.
Twinning. Still waiting to see where we're lining up for picks. I believe that Lunex is gonna elect to take the first pick slot, or I guess um since Hiss lost that game, I think they are electing to take the second pick slot. At least that's how like I'm seeing it currently. So it's been kind of a pattern that we've seen tonight. Teams that have that side selection have elected to pick that second spot instead of the first.
Yeah, I think that just having 2 picks might be where teams want to focus in on, especially when you have less super broken Pokemon that you definitely need to take. Um, so I guess that could be what they're thinking in terms of being second pick for more of these opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. Um, I kind of personally like whenever I'm in draft, I tend to like the second one better anyway. I'm kind of with you on that. I think when, especially like you said, when there are like multiple Pokemon that are either super powerful that you'd like, you at least get one of them, or on the off chance that both of them make it through, and like the other team wants to prioritize just maybe a comfort pick with that first slot, which I've seen like a decent amount. Yeah, I don't,
Mhm.
I don't know. I like the second pick, but I don't play a ton of competitive, so I don't have like a
What do you mean we beat Nouns?
well, we did beat Nouns. I can't remember. What did we have? Did we what did we even decide then? I don't even remember. It's been so long. It's been 6 months.
Oh, that's kind of sad. Been that long?
Yeah, almost, right?
Wow, dude. The second half of this year was crazy.
Yeah. True.
I am wishing everyone a very uneventful 2026.
Mhm.
The second half of this year, wild.
All right,
Yeah, sure, AJ. I can say that Radis is a fiend for the cheese. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm happy to say it.
We'll try to add that one in.
And like who isn't? And like who isn't?
Yeah, we'll try to.
Right?
I love cheese. What's your favorite cheese?
Cheese is one of so shredded cheese, mozzarella, because I like to take handfuls of
Yeah,
mozzarella
makes
cheese
sense.
and eat it directly. Um, I like Gouda a lot, cheddar, all the classics for like my cheese and crackers and such.
Okay.
Love some cheddar jack
Ooh, cheddar jack.
and all. Cheese is one of two things that don't affect my blood
Oh,
sugar, so I don't have to give myself insulin to just eat cheese. So I can eat
nice.
as many cheese as I want. And the other one is pickles.
Ooh, okay.
Yep,
I love
love
pickles.
pickles. I order my pickles special
Oh, okay.
because of how many pickles I go through.
Like
Anyway,
Costco size?
no, I order them from a special place called Jersey Pickles
Oh,
because they're
sick.
just better. And I get like multiple containers of pickles in different cuts. Yeah, it's like that.
I love that.
All
I love
right,
that for you.
we've got a game 3.
We're talking about pickles and cheese now. Yeah, game 3, maybe a little bit more important, but we are going to have Clefable, Blaziken banned out from Lunex or Shifu Leafeon. So this seems like very much a run back of what Hiss has been doing in the ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want that Clefable, but AJ Dragon said that they don't want to play Eldegoss, so they want it to be banned. I don't know if Hiss is going to be doing that. It looks like they're considering a couple different bans. This has been an interesting set because the bans have not really been what we tend to see in those top priority bans. It seems much more targeted at specific players, especially you got the Urshifu always banned out for Saotami. You're just not going to let them have that Pokemon. And then you've got the Leafeon also being a targeted ban. The Blaziken as well from the other side being that targeted ban. So it's interesting to see how these teams are prioritizing. And look at this, the first pick here is going to be that Delmise.
I mean, this has been a really strong pick for, whomever has selected it tonight. And like you said earlier, we've seen it in kind of both roles, one as a defender pick and the other as kind of like that top lane. Obviously, if it's IMAX that's going to be piloting it, it'll likely stay as that defender, which I think is like really a cool thing where you have a Pokemon that could kind of fit multiple roles. Like there's obviously a few on the roster that kind of do that. Latias also being hovered and selected. Another one of those picks that can do the same.
Yeah, well, I guess you don't have to play Eldegoss. You could just pick a different one. I like this too. We've got both of the Lati twins coming out, so our Jet 2 holiday being prioritized here for Lunex Gaming. And then, so we've got the Miraidon coming back out. Flareon's going to take that one. We've got Pure on the Umbreon. Considering a couple different options, OG actually going to go back to OG Lucario.
Oh.
So, interestingly enough, maybe they want to run E-Speed this time.
I think that's probably the only reason why you'd probably take that OG Lucario, just the plain Jane, no Mega Stone. I do like it. I still think it has plenty of opportunity. JL on the Hoopa, something I always love seeing, kind of a run back of a very comfort pick for them. One of the best Hoopas in North America. Radis is going to select Serena, though. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I don't mind the Serena here. I think that Serena tends to play really well when there's another all-rounder with it. Something like Dragonite. So we often see it being picked up alongside a Blaziken or alongside a Charizard or Lucario, something that's going to be fighting in that front line. So at least that's what I've noticed. And then Serena can isolate a couple different options over here on Hiss. Interesting to see the Greninja come out. I honestly wouldn't have expected the Greninja maybe just looking to go for objective rips again.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of options, right? Greninja is one of the best Pokemon to do that. I think and you have Lucario. Obviously, if it is going to be E-Speed, you have a little bit less ability to last hit, and that's definitely something that Lunex Gaming likely has a little bit of an upper hand on. Dragonite, if they do elect to go with that Hyper Beam, one of the best options to do that and rip through an objective and secure it too, but I don't know if it is going to be that. I mean, we did see Hyper Beam earlier. We could see Outrage this time, surely, maybe. Who knows?
Maybe. Maybe we do. It seems like it's more leading toward the Hyper Beam, but whatever I predict is wrong generally. So I guess we'll see. But I do like seeing Latios and Latias coming into this game. I'm glad that Dragonite is dressed up all festive for the holidays. So I think that definitely puts Lunex at an advantage, being dressed up for the season, but we'll see.
Alrighty, game number 3 of our winners round 3 heading in. Lunex Gaming on your purple side, Hiss Hiss on your orange side, and we are gonna see this IMAX on the Delmise gonna head towards that bottom path, acting more like that defender style Pokemon.
I also just noticed that currently the stream has 67 viewers.
Oh
so
my god.
Nobody leave and nobody show up.
Y'all have to
this is
stay.
Really important. Underdunk 67 with 67 viewers. All right, so we've got the Delmise once again being prioritized as a defender, which I feel like I have liked better. It's been a little difficult to tell as teams are figuring out how they want to use it, but I feel like throwing the EXP share on that Pokemon just kind of makes sense. It sets up other team members really, really well.
And it's doing a good job of getting some of these last hits. Oh, and they're able to score 9 points in the face of 2 Pokemon, while this Latios is able to get a lot of value on the opposite side. I think Umbreon, though, was able to take away that last hit and able to get online.
In the top path, we've got 3 members now of Hiss Hiss, with Umbreon moving toward the top path as well. Lunex leaving 2 members in the bottom path against Miraidon, and Hiss Hiss little bit late though. They still will be able to start cleaning up. Steenie goes down, a lot of damage there, but not going to be enough. Umbreon comes in with a big foul play.
Yeah, Latios gonna try to run away, try to farm up these Dragon Pulse stacks. Unfortunately, Hoopa able to take them back to the Pokemon Center, and Hiss Hiss playing with tempo. All 4 members still up in that top path, leading that Miraidon to try to slow down IMAX. Enhanced Charge Beam misses the mark.
Ooh, Whirlpool on this Delmise as well. Charge Beam now chasing them down, but here comes the Latios. You gotta be careful. They are not quite level 5 just yet, but just now taking into it, they're going to start picking up some of their Eon power stacks.
They're going to get a couple here. I think every time that they hit one, you're going to get 3. So they're going to try to prioritize this with the front line of IMAX there. Going to get another one there. Also another, if you get 2 for 1, that's even better.
Yeah, watching Miraidon player play Charge Beam, I was playing, like, I don't play Miraidon much, but I was considering picking it up, so I played a couple games of it. Charge Beam feels so stupid.
Yeah.
If you have both your charges, like, it just feels so dumb. Look at how much damage it's doing. Whirlpool is there, though, to push off Hiss Hiss, but look, Miraidon can just stay in the back, fire off Charge Beams. The cooldown is so low in Hiss Hiss. Once again, going to be putting some early points in.
Under 15, under 24 to be exact, already before these 7-minute objectives, and the Hoopa that becomes ever so important. So Lunex Gaming gonna respond down here, at least a couple members, 3 of them to be exact, but oh man, Greninja able to get a KO, gonna look to push even further, and that's gonna be a wipe. Hiss Hiss really putting the pedal to the metal in game number 3.
You know, JL might just have to crash again, just to be fair. But
honestly.
We do have the E-Speed on the Lucario here. Does start ripping through that objective, able to easily take that one. They might consider looking for some more points, but Latios and Latias are definitely going to be looking for opportunities to build up Eon power stacks. Because if they get it late game, that's going to be really strong. Doesn't look like they want to let Lunex Gaming get to late game. Miss Ball will come out. Another couple stacks hit that Greninja, but ultimately Hiss Hiss seems to be in the driver's seat.
They really are so far, and so far it doesn't seem like they could do anything wrong. This Miraidon is chunking through team. Almost a good steal there from Ada Ninja on the Latios, but good secure from Hiss Hiss. Fight's not over. They're looking to push this Regieleki in on the doorstep. Will it walk in? It does. Goal zone broken, and Hiss Hiss has opened the floodgates.
They might try to continue pushing as well. Great placement on the hyperspace hole will send Umbreon backwards. Lucario will take down the Dragonite as well. Some stacks coming down for the Latios and the Latias, but it's not going to be enough for any KOs just yet. 40 points in the bottom path as well. Look at that. We do get the hook right there on OG, but extreme speed. Just way too mobile.
And they're going to put a hyperspace hole down just in case they want to go forward and not backwards, but they are able to get out to safety. Next sets of objectives are going to be coming to the map ever so soon. We'll get some timers up here in a second, but right now it is Hiss Hiss that very much is in the driver's seat, 283-9. Lunex Gaming looking for some way in somehow.
It feels like they've definitely really locked in this game. They kind of figured out the way that they want to play and have been doing really well. But Lunex can scale. The Serena, Dragonite, even the Lati twins are really good scaling Pokemon into the late game. If the Latios and Latias can build up their Eon power stacks, and then, you know, obviously the two of them work together very well, use the Unite moves in tandem, then that's going to be really valuable. The Miraidon hanging on 1 HP, but no, here comes the Dragonite with the Unite move into the back line. They do take down the Miraidon. That's going to be a high value KO. Greninja also going down here to that outrage, and Dragonite just ripping through everybody now. We're starting to see that scaling come online.
Dragonite pushing forward even more, gonna take out that Hoopa. Actually, Serena gets credit for it. OG retreating actually forward towards the Lunex Gaming side of the map, mostly just to give themselves some space from this Dragonite, who has hit level 12, so starting to get on to parity with this Greninja.
Yeah, the Dragonite kind of went on a little bit of an outrage, if you will, in that last fight. OG, sure. Very low HP. They're going to have to get out. The Bright Future Meteor Storm coming down kind of just to save them. They might catch Latias here, and they will. Oh, good healing there from the Dragon Pulse. But ultimately, they still go down. Greninja also takes down the Delmise off screen. So though Lunex has been able to get a couple of good picks, his has been looking really solid.
Regidrago getting chunked down by this Greninja, able to take that very easily, almost uncontested from Lunex, and Regieleki as well. Hiss, prioritizing objectives, gonna make quick work of it. However, Lunex Gaming trying to respond. AJ Dragon along with the rest of the squad there, but unable to get it. Aimbot, too true on these secures every single time.
Yeah, look though, the Miraidon does get caught here by the big anchor shot directly into the Whirlpool, and another big anchor shot pulls in JL on that Hoopa, and now having to back up is Lunex Gaming. Regardless of how great these setups here from IMAX, they're just too far behind, and the momentum is too far shifted the other way. But Lunex looking to capitalize off of OG, but oh my god, this player with the way that they E-speed is just ridiculous.
Perfect timing, perfect placements. Hoopa's gonna perfectly place that hyperspace hole, make sure that players get back in 30 seconds until Groudon, and Hiss has an absolute chokehold of this game, 392 to 9 Husky. If you're Lunex Gaming, what do you need here in the last 20?
First of all, great snarl there to avoid the anchor shot with the hindrance resistance. And Hiss will also grab a Registeel, but I think Lunex, they have level 13s on who they need level 13s on, honestly. Like, they can win this fight. They have a really solid team fight. Yeah, you're up against a level 14 Greninja, but one Serena Unite move, and they're done. Outrage lives forever if you get into a good position. I think that they could really just put everything in on this team fight. Wait for Hiss to get a little bit too cocky. Already having to pop that X speed there, so, you know, we could see this, but double back cap leaves Groudon at half.
Oh, it's even more. There's the Latios secure. One member down. It's solely the Umbreon. Massive back caps is going to send Hiss into an absolute incredible lead. So this is going to be a very tough battle for Lunex if they need to get back in. 100 points goes on in. If you lose your Latias, that's going to make it even tougher. Only 200 points found and more KOs. There's that Serena Unite move on the Greninja. They take them down, but Serena be able to get away. They barely do, but with the double KO, still some Groudon buffs though.
Yeah, they have some Groudon buffs, and they're over 300 points behind. So it's still looking pretty grim, but they have a tier 1 goal zone open, which is a bit more of an advantage to Lunex because they can more easily take down Pokemon on the tier 1 goal zone. I don't know if Hiss knows how far ahead they are, so they might try to defend this. No, they're not. They're just going to let that 100 points go in and try instead to defend on the tier 2.
They're gonna maybe even let that go. Dragonite Unite moves into the home goal zone, does not get that in 329, 592. One final stand here for Hiss Hiss. They just need to defend. So far, they've been able to do so. Dragonite brawling with Umbreon, brawling with Lucario, able to take them out. Double KO for the Greninja. They're going to have to get a little bit more if you're Lunex Gaming, but with 3 members down, it's not looking likely. They still need 200 points. Only Dragonite has the buff, and with 10 seconds, Husky, Hiss moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonite's going to try to walk in there, not going to be able to do it. Hiss. I guess when you have all 5 players, it's a little bit easier to win these games, but 2 KO streak for Flareons to end it out, and Hiss. I mean, that's the value of having such a large score lead. You really can just give up that objective, prioritize your defense, and then end up taking that game still with an over 200 point differential in the end.
Yeah, I mean, what a play. What a call from Hiss to send both OG and I believe it was Aimbot. I think both the Greninja and Lucario went to score. I think Lucario went on home goal zone, Greninja on T2. And that gave them just enough insulation to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, it was very strong. Their comp was an interesting one for sure. I will say I love Lunex's choice to go with the Defender Delmise. I think it's really good. It does some good damage, but you can also just use it purposefully to set up your carries, and I think IMAX has been doing that really well. I think that we will see Delmise kind of start to come into favor in more of that defender role, like how Suicune for a second was being considered damage, but ultimately we've settled on the fact that it's a defender support. I really do like that they went with the Delmise those couple of times, but Hiss with their interesting picks for their team comps throughout, Aimbot with the Greninja plays just really strong through the entirety of the game.
Yeah, insane stuff here. So yeah, congrats to Hiss taking down a very good contender here in Underdunk, sending them down to that lower bracket. We do have some pretty strong matchups still left to be had. So Hiss is going to be taking down ARLT in our next round matchup, and then Prime has won against the Mango Juicers. So still a few good matches left to be had tonight. So, but with that said, we are going to take a quick break. Husky's going to go to bed. Any final thoughts here tonight?
Looks like a fun tournament. A lot of good games left in the tournament tonight, and excited. Just makes me even more excited to see these games on Saturday as well for the open qualifiers. Yeah, Saturday is going to be really fun. I've started to reach out, make sure that I have people added for each team so I could use the spectate function. If I don't have your team, send me a message on Discord or whatever, and we'll get you added. But I think I have a majority of the teams. But that said, Husky, good night. And for everybody else at home, stay tuned. We are going to have more Underdunk. We have the winner semifinals through the end of it, and we'll be back very, very soon.
Welcome back, trainers. Underdunk 6-7. I'll do the thing, I guess. All you people. Chat wanted me to say it. They're going to protest if I didn't say it. But we're back. We have Underdunk 6-7. We have Team 6-7. And we have Prime. We also have Hyde back. What's up, Hyde? How are you doing?
Yo, what's up? I'm doing great. It's good to be here. It's a life. It's a life being a dinosaur's human VTuber there. So, listen, and more camera time means more out here time, and he's not out eating people, so we're good.
All right, we have before we get to anything, we have one order of business, and that's going to be our coin flip. 6-7 is going to be Eevee, which is heads. Prime is going to be tails, which is the little Pokeball. So we're going to do this, and we're going to catch it. That's the first step. We flip it. And it's tails. Prime gets selections. I'm going to tell.
Whoa. Listen, I got to call rigged. That coin does not have either a 6 or a 7 on it. And I'm just saying, that could have been on theme. Missed opportunity.
I have 2 coins. We're going to do coin flips because we're trying to do it where we're going to mirror the UCS rules for this weekend because no teams are seeded for this entire bracket, which is interesting because
that's right.
Normally, obviously, like how we had last year, teams are seeded based on previous performance, but clean slate going into a new season. So I kind of like it, but it does make things interesting. So we're like, let's do the same thing here. Let's flip some coins. Let's have some fun. No seeding, all the stuff. Yeah, I did the thing. Chad. I am a man of the community, so I had to do the thing. Sultan Alchemy said that's a fourth coin flip loss this tournament. That's unlucky.
Wow. Sounds like someone needs better luck. It's good. The 5th time will get you. Trust me. It will always be what you don't call it. So don't bet on that.
Yeah. I have a lot of these coins because I got really lucky and I got a couple of the 151 tin drops from Sam's Club.
Oh, man.
So I have
That's awesome.
A few things. And I hit a Walmart restock of prismatic tins. So I have like a lot of coins.
Really?
Yeah.
Bro, you're making me jealous.
The scalper, there was a scalper there. And you could tell because it was like he had to be like 45, 50. He had like an all like same pattern tracksuit. So it was like all green sweatpants, tracksuit jacket, and he had like a really expensive watch on. He was on the phone. I was like, this guy doesn't know anything about Pokemon. So he's just like looking over the stuff. And I'm like, I'm just gonna swoop in. I'm gonna grab what I want. I saw all the tins. I was like, I'm gonna grab 3 tins. Otherwise, he's gonna grab them. He already put like 3 Venusaur boxes in his cart. I think he was putting a Kangaskhan in there. I'm like, I'm just gonna grab a couple of the things that I want. And I was on my merry way. He had no idea. I think he like looked at the tins. He like didn't know what they were. I saw all the evolutions. I was like, those are prismatic. Let me grab 3. I got a Flareon, a Leafeon, and I think I got the Umbreon. I think it's Umbreon one there too. So far, no hits. I don't know if you collect a lot of the cards, but I've got no hits from prismatic.
Oh my gosh. Kyle collects a scalper. Meanwhile, it could just be grandpa at the store being like, what is a Venusaur?
dude was like maybe getting it for he was not getting it for his kids. This guy was 1000% scalping. You could smell them a mile away because they're either stinky or they have way too much cologne on. And this guy had way too much cologne on. Might have been Axe body spray.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. You know.
Oh, that's the worst. The worst.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
We do have a game that we have to talk about. I think we're waiting for teams to ready up. But we have Team 6-7 and we have Team Prime. We've seen Prime today, and they took down Ignorance, which has been a very high-performing team in Underdunk as of late. We haven't seen 6-7, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is pretty much at least a very similar roster that we saw last week at Underdunk, who came in second place. Obviously, Sobi, Russ, Dusk Runner, Salted Alchemy. So yeah, I'm not sure if it's the exact same team, but it's a very similar team if it's not the exact same team.
Well, I mean, that should be fun there. Listen, if you're taking down Ignorance when they pop out the Tyranitar game 1 to come in, listen, I'm a Tyranitar fan. I might be out here spewing Sableye propaganda, but don't you think for a moment that I have forgotten my homeboy Tyranitar. And to see that come in, and as Husky pointed out in that game too, they used it as bait. They used it as bait. It was just a bait and switch. They're like, "Hey, you want to come for him? Don't worry, we got you covered." But then if you don't target him, the Great Green Giant's just gonna come in and gobble you up.
Indeed. All right, let's get into it. We got a draft. 6-7 gonna be on your purple side. Prime gonna be sitting on your second pick side. So Prime had the option to pick. And this is a trend that we've been seeing a lot tonight. Teams that have had the chance to pick which side that they want have elected to go second. I think there's a strategy behind it, likely because there's so many Pokemon that are strong. Being able to grab 2 of them might be the option in the play.
Yeah, I can see the benefits of going second. You got that last pick on your hands. You also have a priority pick of 2 Pokemon versus 1. So you're forcing your opponents into that position to be like, all right, we have first pick. That's awesome. What do we want first? But then they leave up so many options. You're just like, why can't we have them all? Because Prime just said, because we want them all.
Yep. Yeah, it's there's a lot of Pokemon to ban here. So far, we have the Blissey, we have the Mega Luca, Miraidon Glaceon. So a lot of like our usual suspects, and usually at this third ban slot, you have to have at least a little bit more, leeway with what you decide to do. Psyduck gonna get banned here from 6-7, and Prime elects that Scissor/Scyther, and it's actually super fun that I can actually say Scissor/Scyther and mean that it could be both, because we've actually seen both of those Pokemon played today.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Like, Scissor got a huge defensive buff, and that's going to be huge playing into it. And if you don't want to deal with either, you're just going to ban that sucker out. But Rollout Guy going to be locking in Suicune, and we're going to see Alcremie with the Mew picked first for Prime.
Okay, yes. Suicune, obviously a very, very strong pick, no matter how many times that it got nerfed, and it really didn't get nerfed for the last 6 months. It got a very small hand slap nerf this last go round. Teams still selecting it at a very high rate or banning it. Like you said, Mew, Alcremie. I'm loving the Alcremie. We've seen at least like a little bit more of it as of late. We've seen it a few times tonight, and it's performed quite well. But healers in general, we're seeing a ton of. So you're seeing Clefable, you're seeing Alcremie, and we've seen Umbreon a few times tonight, sometimes with Wish, sometimes with Snarl, but either way, both honestly still very good.
Yeah, we're seeing that Delmise come in here. We're going with a triple all-rounders there. Suicune being used more in that traditional utility role there, but Delmise coming in. Massive gut on the most recent nerf there for it. But it has a lot of strong utility with Anchor Shot, with Heavy Slam. These moves are able to cause serious disruption into teams. And if you're not ready for it, hey, maybe you'll be ready for a Mega Charizard X, Kyle.
Okay, yeah. I mean, this is a Pokemon that has had its limelight a little bit. It's got nerfed pretty recently, but teams still think that it can provide some value. It has been left on the table at least a little bit tonight, so I don't think teams feel like it's like completely unbeatable. But I always love to see Inteleon, especially if Sobi's going to play it. It's one of the more fun Inteleon players to watch. I think the target here, because you do have a couple all-rounders, if you're able to kind of slow down this Mew and hit that Mew, and even hit that Charizard while it's kind of brawling, I think that's going to be kind of the play, because you do not want to be brawling up front with them.
Yeah, but the Charizard and Empoleon are packing punches, ready for that Clefable there. They each got a curse item in their slot. So Clefable's healing, which is somewhat of a counter to them. They're going to be like, hey, we got all this damage coming in. And here comes Clefable, goes, ha ha, damage, what are you doing? So those curse items are going to be really, really pivotal in being able to shut that Pokemon down, hopefully allowing the Mew to get crucial snipes in, whether it's Electro Ball or Solar Beam.
And this is game number 1 of your winners bracket quarterfinal. Sorry, winners semifinals, overall quarterfinals. I didn't have an option to select winners quarterfinals. It would have been way too large in that little box, so you just have to say quarterfinals in general. But Piplup, along with his Alchemy for Prime, heading to the top path.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, we got Charizard, which is normal into the Central with the Mimikyu there, but we have Mew going in for the Electro Ball. We do get that secure there. They got one more to go. This is Crucial Farm right away. And yeah, you're not going to be able to secure that Mew. Electro Ball, too strong.
Electro Ball is such an awesome early game move. It has so much utility, and especially on a Pokemon like Mew, able to get online fast is going to be really crucial for Prime. I do like this Delmise pivoting all the way up to the top path or playing as this more brawly style. We've seen it kind of played in both ways, sometimes as a defender, sometimes as this top path.
Yeah, we do miss the payback, though. We got to look at the timing of that better a little bit, but that is a very long move to go for. 5 seconds until our 850 birds are in. Both teams looking to figure out, are we playing for KOs or are we playing for farm?
A lot of that went over to Prime, and getting Alchemy online is going to be very crucial. Maybe even more crucial is going to be able to get this Mega Charizard X online. So getting any XP over that side, get it closer to that level 7 is really going to be the name of the game for Prime. And obviously you absolutely want that level 9 on it.
Oh, no, you absolutely do, especially on a Pokemon like Mega Charizard. You want that Unite move going, and Empoleon's going to be even crucial there, but we are almost seeing a level 7 Inteleon there. Drizzile does hit that level 6 there. Going to be a very dangerous Pokemon for Prime to have to deal with if they don't try to curb that soon.
Fable gonna give some Moonlight Healing over to this brawling Delmise, which very low HP, but when you have that Pocket Clefable, you can kind of stay in there a little bit longer, especially with all the shields that it has in its kit. But you have to be really worried here if you're 6'7". This Charizard's doing a lot of work in the back line.
Yeah, Charizard's going in. We're getting more shields off the Flare Blitz there, and we're going to take down the Mimikyu, but not before we get taken down ourselves. Regidrago is left up, and it's going to be Mew versus Suicune. Battle of the supposed snipers. Nah, Suicune's going for the freeze there. They're going to say, hey, Mew, we're going to lock you down. They're just trying to buy time, and it's Mew with the secure on Regidrago.
Great Electro Ball there, knowing exactly how much damage that was going to do with that last hit, and knowing that Suicune just kind of does tick damage, doesn't have a lot of burst in its kit. Mew getting the advantage there, and that global XP over to Prime, very important in this stage in the game.
Yeah, we are almost to our first Unite moves there. Level 8 on that Mimikyu. Inteleon is 7 with the snipe shot there, but Empoleon just got online. They're ready to go, and they're ready to brawl, and they're diving on the Delmise. They're going in hard, they're going in hot. They're going to take it down. We got the Alchemy support as the Fable goes down. Charizard is here with a massive score, looking to try to get that level 9. Can Mega Charizard make an appearance?
It might. It's very close. But the thing that you gotta be worried about here for Prime is the Registeel is over towards 6-7, so they can elect to push this T1 goal zone. And honestly, I don't blame them at all, especially considering how that top path went.
Yeah, 6-7 already pushing that. They tried to go for the break, but they're like, you know what? Nah, it's only 11 over. We're not going to take that, but they are going to let the Regieleki crash. It's going to open up a crucial experience into the top lane. There is Charizard's diving onto Clefable. Clefable moving every which way it can, but there's the evolution. Mega Charizard X has hit the field.
Now they're going to try to push into this T1 goal zone. Good defensive stand here for 6-7. However, Suicune, they've lost their support Suicune. Now Mimikyu's going to maybe put this Charizard and try to slow it down with that Play With Me. And the Shadow Claw is also going to chunk it down a little bit. Alchemy's going to Fluffy Cream Supreme and try to hold this goal zone push for Prime.
They're still not done yet. The anchor shot comes through. Charizard's trying to escape. The Mimikyu's going with the Trick Room there. The Altaria stood no chance as they get instantly deleted. Mew going for the last hit there, but Suicune with the Mimikyu take down the Emperor themselves. The Penguin is gone and the pad is open. Another anchor shot well placed on the Alcremie, and they take it down with a wombo combo of Suicune, Delmise, and Inteleon.
Prime did a pretty good job there, and unfortunately they just couldn't get the push that they wanted. They wanted to try to break that T1 goal zone, but just a little bit too much to handle for for Prime. I think the Mimikyu did a really good job of slowing down that Charizard. So that's a matchup I think that we'll have to watch for, is that Mimikyu. If they're able to kind of slow it down, get that Play With Me onto that Charizard, and if they're able to do that, that can really slow down some of these team fights.
Yeah, available going for any of that Unite charge there, going for a quick score. They're trying to eat the berries, waste time and resources. They're like, listen, I'm bulky. Whatever we can do to waste time, I'm going to do it. 13 seconds until Regieleki spawns in the top path there, but Basement Reggie Roulette is here.
3 members of 6-7 down. Good anchor shot to pull that Mew a little bit closer. They were looking to potentially break this, but a 3-point overcap wasn't going to be really optimal there. 40 points would be nice if they could get it. Good spacing here is going to allow that Inteleon to break that goal zone. And an eject button from Bits there is going to get them out.
Yeah, the instant eject from the Inteleon. Very smart play, but the Moonlight Prance is going to come out there. The Solar Beam tries to come through, but the Mew is taken down. Already gone and deleted. Dalmai is looking for the anchor shot. The snipe shot hits home on the Alcremie there. We do have the Regieleki still sitting up top, all looking hunky-dory, saying, hey, I'm pretty too. I can get this done. Meanwhile, the 2 all-rounders, Mega Charizard and Polion, are on the retreat from an unfortunate pad push.
Yeah, they were trying to get that 50 in. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to get what they wanted. I thought for a second they were going to get that 50 in, but Charizard just unable to do so. Prime gonna yield this Reggie steal over to 6-7 for the second time in this match, and that's gonna be a very important objective when it comes to these team fights.
Yeah, that's exactly it too. These objectives are really, really strong, especially with the buffs, and they like to apply their Regieleki is going to be in the top there. Only 60 seconds out now from Groudon spawning in. Regieleki is going to be taken here, and it's going to be sent towards, but it's only to a tier 2. But we could still see a great push from Prime on this if they so deem without being too punished.
Regieleki walking towards this T2, but the fight's going to be a little bit farther forward. Clefable going to get caught out by this Mega Charizard. Fire Punch going to do the trick. And now 6-7 going to force to maybe try to hold this Regieleki. And Prime, they're going to actually go for this T1 on the bottom side, and Teleon's gone.
Oh, Inteleon wiped off the board there. Suicune's looking to be next. They're looking to defend there, try to get whatever they can done. 40-50, they want these in. These scores need to go in. But 6-7 is here to fight. Movements and all, Kyle. They're ready to go. Wish on the Alcremie, which is going to force the Prime out of there.
Good push from Prime, but even a better response from 6-7. 15 seconds until our first objective, our first Groudon of our set. And right now, I mean, you got to be pretty happy if you're Prime, but 6-7, I think, might be even a little bit happier with this level 14 Mimikyu. It's going to be very crucial in taking and isolating a single target with that Unite move. I think Charizard's a perfect target. If they could have some follow-up damage, if Charizard gets pretty low, I think that's going to be the optimal time, but you just have to be very cautious around this thing because it can still brawl with the best of them. And I don't know, I mean, Prime, while they have had some good fights, they definitely need something here. This back cap might be the thing that springs them.
No, the anchor shot's going to go. And no, it's not even the anchor shot.
Wow.
It is the Unite move coming in clutch.
Wow.
They're aiming it and take down the Empoleon. Oh my gosh, this is something Prime did not see coming. This wasn't in the prediction books or on the bingo board. But the trickery's going to come out. It's the seismic toss comes through. Moonlight Prance coming in, and they're all these Unite moves coming through. Mega Charizard hoping to make the difference, but no, it gets taken down. Large 25-second cooldown respawn timer, and 6-7 is looking to take this all the way.
Wow, 6-7 needs to call the police right now because they just got away with some robbery right there, taking out that Charizard, stopping that Empoleon, and now Groudon seems to be the play. Empoleon now trying to get some space, trying to move away from this Mimikyu.
Yeah, but the Mimikyu is also looking to get onto that Alcremie there. The Alcremie is right in the middle there, but the Groudon goes to the Empoleon. Clefable just said, don't worry, I'm already there, bro. I got that buff. That score's going in. The rest of 6-7 is looking to take them down. That's 1, 2, 3. Already got it. Can we make it 4 and 5?
Man, what an incredible fight from 6-7 all around the board, front to back. It seemed like Prime just did not have the right answers, and I mean, right in the right moment, you see Empoleon go down. Mega Charizard ends up getting Unite moved, gets into their Unite move, but immediately responded to by that Mimikyu, which we kind of thought would happen. I think it was actually Meowny on this Clefable that ended up getting the KO on the Mega Charizard. Or sorry, Heart Meowny. I'm not sure if who's playing that, but either way, incredible stuff there all around from 6-7, and just a fantastic team fight, a team win, and Prime, very good team. So all around, pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if there's one thing you could count on this match, it was Meowny on Meowny action. It was going to be carnage.
Yeah.
There was going to be some cannibalism going down as one would eat the other into their experience table. But, oh my gosh, can we just admire, too, the Delmise plays?
Yeah.
The absolute demonic stoppage there on that Empoleon. The clutch anchor shots coming through. Listen, I know Whirlpool's been gutted, but I think Delmise is starting to find its place within this meta.
Yeah. That was one of the best stops. I think the game technically calls it an interruption. Definitely one of the best interruptions I've seen from downtown. Not only that, but also to get the KO on that Empoleon. Just a very big clutch play there from 6-7. And also, like, we have a Heart Meowny and we have an L Meowny. So there is definitely some headbutting going on here.
Absolutely, but I'm excited to see what's coming in game 2. I mean, we saw some problem Pokemon there. We saw some problems with the Delmise. We saw some problems with the Charizard. So we got to figure out how these teams are going to adapt to each other coming into game 2, because 6-7 is in match point position to take this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're up 1-0. It's a best of 3, so Prime definitely has to figure out what they need to do here in game number 2. I think they've been in this position before. This is obviously a very experienced team, so it's always tough to say, because really, like, Prime has obviously been in this spot before, but they didn't play poorly, right? Like, they were very much in that game. They just had a kind of an unfortunate Groudon fight, and it honestly took a hero play from Delmise to kind of slow that down, because I think if Empoleon gets that in, that doesn't get interrupted by the Unite move, we probably have a completely different Groudon fight there.
Absolutely there. And I don't think they expected the Delmise to be able to take Empoleon 1v1. They're like, all right, I can't burn my Unite move. That Sovereign Slide's got to come with me. We got to go into this. And all of a sudden, Delmise is like, bop, you're gone. And I'm already back in taking my next target there. But speaking of next targets, Kyle, we're in the draft of game 2.
Game 2 already underway, and already have a few different bands, and very similar. I mean, these have been kind of the normal bands that we've seen all night. Similar to last week, but maybe slightly different. I think the only thing that we're seeing more tonight that we didn't see last week is this Glaceon. And even though Glaceon had already had that buff, I think teams weren't really ready to start banning it. But after a week of this patch, I think teams are realizing how incredibly powerful Glaceon is again.
Yeah, Glaceon was one of those deceptive Pokemon. It's always been strong in the ladder, and you've been like, no, I don't want to see this thing in my games, because when it's on my team, it sucks. When it's on the other team, it murks me. But, so when you get a buff like that, you're like, is it worth it? Then all of a sudden, you start seeing everybody ban it, because they're like, yes, it's worth it. Get out of my games. Yeah,
I'm taking a look at kind of how we're lining up this draft compared to last draft, and so far, it's been pretty much the exact same. Suicune first pick, and then you got the Alchemy along with the Meowny. Heart Meowny is going to take that Clefable, and then we're going to also grab that Delmise. So this is essentially the same run back of the game. So I think Prime is pretty happy with how their composition lined up. So I think 6-7 was also pretty happy with how it turned out. Obviously, they won game 1. So good to see a lot of the same here in game 2.
Yeah, but we do have some counter bans. Umbreon going to be taken out, as well as the Inteleon. These are Pokemon that each team has decided. No, 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 no. That can't be in your hands. That's too much of a problem. So Galadite's going to respond by saying, Crustal's going to be mine. Roll out, Gal. What are you going to respond with? Inteleon's gone, but Venusaur's right there. And dare I say it, Sableye's right there.
Sableye was right there. Please don't play Sableye. I don't want to see Sableye. I've had enough Sableye. I do really like this Sylveon pick for a couple of reasons.
Yes.
Sylveon, I think this might be the second time we see Hyper Voice tonight. Well, maybe not. Now I'm starting to see the muscle band on it. I was going to say Hyper Voice worked really well earlier in the evening when there was kind of two bulky targets to kind of throw that Hyper Voice on. But with, I guess, these all-rounders, you want something more brawly, and you throw that big root on there, you throw that focus band, and this Sylveon becomes kind of a pseudo all-rounder. So you almost have 4 of them for 6-7.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Mystical Fire does a lot. What is that other one? The Screaming one. Hyper Voice. Lost the name there for a moment. Also, very huge threat into frontliners like Crustal, like Zacian, like Mega Charizard X. These are things that you can't just underestimate. All that Sylveon now is missing is a bit of a potion, but we're running X speed. I'm going to hate to see that chasing me down.
Yeah, me too. I think Sylveon's actually, like, with the addition of the big root, has been kind of had a little bit of a resurgence, but I think also just kind of with some of the stationary play, the lack of speedsters, we've seen Sylveon start to kind of creep back, and really just a lot of attackers in general start to creep back into the meta.
Yeah, and I'll tell you there, like, that's really good to see. I love seeing all kinds of different attackers. We're seeing Sylveon picked up more. We're seeing Cinderaces come back more. And even in some niche scenarios and possible circles, we're seeing Razor Leaf Decidueye making a comeback there. Oh, I know you say, oh boy, Kyle, but come UCS Day, you know you're going to see a Decidueye 2 with Razor Leaf. But that's not this game. This game, we got Delmise, Clefairy, Zacian, Akremi going into the top.
And they're going to meet a brick wall, the Zacian with the Clefairy, trying to go on the backside to get some of their points in, work that special attack specs, ensure that they have maximum healing similar to game number 1, which honestly worked really well for them during those Groudon fights.
Yeah, it really did too. And Zacian is a really great early game aggressor, being able to come in, contest a lot of this. But look at the Delmise too, being able to come in, deny a lot of the points. Zacian does not have enough points to really offset those cooldowns quickly. But oh, poor Clefable goes for the KO, goes for the score there. Not enough. The fire was just too hot.
And the bottom path, now 6-7 has a little bit of a numbers advantage, knowing that central area Pokemon from Prime went to the top path. And there's those Mystical Fires just coming out and chunking through this poor level 3 Dwebble, and that allows a little bit of space here for 6-7 to deposit some of their Aos.
Yeah, and that's what you want. This game is all about scoring. Doesn't matter how many KOs you get, doesn't matter how many Groudons or objectives you get. It all comes down to how many points you've scored, and being in that position come Groudon time to force your opponent to be like, hey, do I have to make a play here? And that's exactly what 6-7 is aiming to do. We're at 47 to 16, and we are 20 seconds out from Regidrago.
Good stacks here for this Clefable, and unfortunately, you do lose your Delmise, and Prime now looking to push forward a little bit. 11 points in from this Alchemy. No real response here. Mimikyu is a little bit slow to clear their central area, and in the position, you have Regidrago. It's going to be all-rounder v all-rounder. Trick Room on the Mimikyu.
Trick Room already putting in the work, taking out the Charizard, but one Flare Blitz was enough to bring it up. But no, the shields were not enough. It gets taken down. It's Mimikyu, Clefable, and the world. Akremi gets taken down for the 2-hit KO streak. Coming through there. Now we're trying to get it done, but the Trick Room just too tricky. Zacian's going to be the 3rd victim. 3 KOs, 4 KOs.
Give it the
Can we
Penta!
get the Quadra? Can we get the Penta? We did it!
Oh, man. 6-7 making out like bandits there. This Mimikyu already level 9, and they're already breaking this T1 goal zone, and this is not good news if you're Prime. This is not what you want to see from this Mimikyu, who's not technically a speedster, but kind of plays like one.
Yeah, again, that Trick Room is just so tricky. You can't just underestimate it. I think a lot of teams are starting to underestimate. They're like, Shadow Sneak coming through. No. It's Trick Room. Infinite dashes, infinite dodges. It's not teleporting to you. It's teleporting through you.
And 4 members now up in the top pass, so teams are prioritizing this top Reggie Rock. Anchor Shot's gonna pull this Zacian in, and there's that Unite move from Charizard.
That is a great use of the Anchor Shot, forcing the engage. Mega Charizard comes up with a play with me, comes down. Not enough to waste the Unite move like it would a regular baby Charizard, but that's okay. Clefable takes the KO. Meowny on Meowny. Carnage. Heart taking down the L.
Man, 6-7 is just running through Prime right now. Level 10 on this Mimikyu. A little too much to handle. Frozen solid is that Zacian. Now the Trick Room is laid down, and now Prime is laid to rest, and that goal zone also down. 208-27, and 6-7 going to be awarded with the first Reggie of the game.
Listen, I know what the system said, and I saw that, Meowny. I saw that. You got denied your 2 KO streak, but we'll give it to you here in the Casters booth. We saw you take down Charizard. We saw you take down that Crystal too. But speaking of, Charizard's looking for revenge. They're like, listen, we're going to take it down. We're going to show who is the top Meowny here. They're going straight for the Clefable. They're burning every which way. But to follow me with the extra shields, we're going all the way home. And it's Mew that says enough is enough. I'm taking this home.
A little bit of a distraction play there for Clefable, just to maybe buy a little bit of space for 6-7 to get positioned for this Regieleki. And they're going to be able to have this with pretty much no contest from Prime. And this will walk towards that T2 goal zone. Prime will either have to be forced to defend it, or 6-7 could potentially push. But I do like this play from Prime to at least show face in the top path to try to make something happen.
Another Charizard Unite comes in. That Seismic Sloth with the fluffy cream supreme. I can't talk tonight. Don't worry about it. I'm just a Dino PNG. It's all right. But we're going in. We're taking it down. The Sylveon is in trouble, but it gets out of the skin of its teeth. Look at the ball coming through, but it gets taken down. Charizard leaves on 1 HP and a dream. Praying. No wild Pokemon What's coming back? Why are you coming back, Charizard? You're just a 1 tap away. Look at that. 1 tap by the Clefable. Had to give another KO to Meowny to prove the Clefable's the top Meowny.
Hey, they did at least a little bit, yeah. I mean, Charizard, they reset their KO timer, so not all's lost right there. But right now, 6-7 still in the driver's seat. If they could get a KO here, they give them a little bit more space for this objective, and that's exactly how this fight has been playing out. And this is a great composition from front to back. They have the healer of this Clefable. They have a good kind of like freeze Pokemon with that Suicune, able to kind of hinder a lot of Prime from entering in. And I just don't know what Prime needs to do to maybe win one of these team fights, because they haven't really showed that they can.
Yeah, I think one of the first things they got to do is, the Crystal's got the Unite move, that Rebel Rouser. You play around that. Got that huge reflect damage coming in. Find a pick on something squishy. Maybe Mimikyu. If you can get the X-Scissor pick while the Rebel Rouser's up, that might be the opportunity. You throw in, because there's just too many shields. We already see another Seismic Toss coming in from Prime. Mega Charizard's here, and they're cleaning up. 1, 2, 3, completely washed and taken down the drain.
Yeah, you called it. That Crystal Unite move was kind of the linchpin of how that fight went down. I mean, once 6-7 tried to brawl with it, Crystal pops that Unite move and kind of returns favor. And that was kind of the first real team win that Prime had. Yeah, 6-7 was a little bit behind. I think Delmise was maybe a little too far away. I actually think they were fully in the top, trying to hit some experience for themselves. So like, they weren't there, but Prime took full advantage of it. And maybe that's what you kind of need to do if you're Prime going into this Groudon fight. Maybe try to section off a Pokemon, maybe 2, away from the team, because when it's 5v5, they just haven't shown that they could win it.
Yeah, no, and you know what? Like I said, that Crustle was fantastic, but now they got to burn it back. They got to get that back. A lot of farm, a lot of possible scores, but not with 20 seconds going in. That's going to go to the Alcremie to try to get that Fluffy Queen Supreme in. They're going to pop their X speed. They won't have that for Groudon. They're like, listen, just take me. Oh, crap, the time. I got to go. I got to go.
80-point advantage for 6-7. Not only that, but that level 14 Mimikyu has kind of been leveled up by this level 14 Zacian and Charizard. So what was a very good early game has started to come to parity for 6-7. So they have to be very careful around those two very chunky targets. But they do kind of win on the poke game. So they have that Clefable to kind of slow down this Mew and try to top off these HP bars. But they have to look for a very smart engage point. You do not want to get locked down by this Charizard.
Yeah, but we're already going in. Crustle comes in with a huge... Coming in with that. The Rubble Rouser is the opportunity that comes through. We lock the Suicune in with the endless ice spikes, but it's going to be the Zacian. Zacian 1 HP and the first to fall there. Crustle is down right in the thick of it, trying to beat everyone back, but Charizard's gone. The carries are down. It's Mew in a dream, and hopefully with the Alcremie, but Crystal's gone or two. Now it's a 5v2 scenario. Mew is low. Mimikyu's looking for that grab. They see it. The trick through. They're going for it, but the Hundo Burgers are raining in. 6-7 is just further extending their lead.
Yeah, it's just kind of what we were talking about. Like, when it's 5v5, 6-7 has shown like full control of these fights, and they're able to do exactly that. When they all five play together, they've won almost every fight. They did that right there. They're gonna win this other engage here, take out the Crustle. They still have a massive lead, 200 points. They can go ahead and score a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. GG is gonna put an end to that, and 6-7 moving forward in Underdunk 6-7.
Oh, almost like it was destined, almost like it was fated. So we'll see more of 6-7 up here in the winner's side, but down in the lower bracket, that is where more prime action will take place, because they're not out of this yet, folks. They move down to the lower bracket to where it is best of one. Sudden death, so don't hold back.
All right, yeah. Sudden death is always very exciting, but it's not the place where you want to be if you're on the receiving end of a 2-0 loss like you are, like Prime is in this situation. So they'll go down there, 6-7 moving forward. They're going to be taking on either ARLT or Hiss Hiss. Both very incredible teams. Prime, we'll have to wait to see who their matchup is, but 405-205, your final here in game number 2 of your winners semifinals, also known as the quarterfinals. And overall, I mean, this is kind of what we expected to see. 6-7 taking every objective except for a single Regieleki.
Yeah, coming down there, and that is always going to be rough to see there. But listen, like, not every objective is worth fighting over if you're able to find the pivot. If you're able to say, you know what, listen, let them have this one, we'll move on and we'll take this pad. You got to look for where your counter pushes can be made effectively. And unfortunately, Prime was just not able to do that. They got shut down at every opportunity. It's not that they didn't try, it's that they just weren't able to do it with the tools at their at the disposal.
And this is going to be a very tough challenge for 6-7, who, if I'm not mistaken, again, this is a team that came in second place last week. They definitely want to close out the job. So you've already accomplished at least top 4. So you're in your winner's final. So you're going to be at least top 4, but the job's not finished. You definitely would love to be able to close that out and be at least top 2 again. So you have at least one more set there. But I'm sure everybody it's on everybody's mind. You definitely want to be the champion of the evening. But more importantly, you want the preparation for this weekend. Obviously, that is the most important thing of all of that, because this weekend is going to be the big determinant. Who makes the league and who's going to be, sitting out for a few months waiting for those regional finals.
Yep. Yeah, it's the big day. Yeah. Everybody's been talking about it. Everybody's been waiting for it. You're like, listen, it's the big day. It's the UCS qualifiers. That's 4 months away. Well, 4 months is here, folks.
Yeah.
Get with the program this Saturday, 2 days away. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild, and it's going to be absolutely demonic. So you don't want to miss any of the action.
Yeah, well, don't miss too much. We are going to take a quick break while we set up our winners finals. It's going to be 6-7 versus to be determined because we still, as the bracket moves forward, we still do not have a winner of that one currently, and they're duking it out in a game 3. So it might be a couple minutes before we get to our next round matchup, but we are going to see that same squad 6-7 in your winners finals in Underdunk 6-7. So don't go too far, folks. We'll be back very, very shortly after the break. All right, welcome in, trainers. We are back. Sorry for the delay. We're waiting for teams to get in the lobby and loaded up and all that jazz. We're almost there. We have to do one coin flip. Actually going to do the Eevee one. Flareon's requested it be the Eevee coin. And Hiss is going to be heads, so they'll have this side. And 6-7 will be the tails, which is this side. And from what I've heard from these teams, 6-7 is 0 for 4 on winning coin flips. And Hiss is 1 for 3. Or, yeah, 1 and 3. 1 and 3. So someone has to win. So let's go ahead and let's flip it.
Watch, it's not Hiss.
It's Hiss. It's
it is Hiss. Sorry, it wasn't 7. 6-7's now 0 and 5. 0 and 5.
That's crazy.
Dang.
That's really funny.
I mean, listen, the moment Flareon's picks the red Eevee coin, it comes up red Eevee side, you know.
He's locked in.
Timmy, your next Pokemon. You know.
We gotta.
You know what's about to happen, right?
We gotta. Where is it? Here. This one.
Yeah.
That one. Also.
That one. That's Sleepy Boy.
So I can't move my finger the right way. This one. There too. Somewhere. I got them all. We finally completed the sleeping collection because I was waiting for the Leafy, the Glacie, and the Sylvie, and they finally got onto the Pokemon Center website because I got some of the other ones via Target and Walmart, GameStop. They had some of the other ones, but those ones. Where's my hand? Are the ones that I was waiting for. So I'm super happy that I finally got them, and now I can have them like all in one spot, which is fantastic.
Bro, that's always awesome. Oh, look, we're 8 into the draft here.
So back.
Hiss purple team, 6-7 orange team, Blaziken. Og says, nah, get that out of here. And it says Peridon's got to go too.
Yeah, what a name. What a name. I mean, it's just screaming, which is just my internal dialogue pretty much all the time. Blaziken, Zacian getting banned out, Miraidon. Yeah, I mean, these are some usual suspects. I think Zacian's a very interesting one because in the right hands, it seems like it's always good. We've seen a lot of Metal Claw lately. Blaziken, we don't see a lot of bans on, but we do see it picked a lot. So I'm very interested to see if 6-7 has a strategy around Blaziken.
Yeah, we're seeing Inteleon banned out as well. Flareon's incredibly great Inteleon there in their pocket, and we just do not want to see it in the hands of the other team. So we're just getting that gone. Suicune's going to be gone there. Hoopa is going to be the first pick by JL, followed up by, the staples for 6-7, Mimikyu Delmise.
Okay, yeah, I'm digging it. And we're going to see Jail on the Hoopa. I think Glaceon being open, especially with some all-rounders, I think that would be really wise to be able to take it. But I guess you really don't want that Mimikyu to, kind of dive the backline and essentially delete you for free. Dodrio is very early pick here, but I kind of like it because you could kind of play away from the anchor at a lot of the time, and it seems like this anchor is just incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I think Delmise is going to be incredibly strong there. I think the Dodrio... Flareon, the GOAT! We got the Sableye coming in! Please, production, please! Do not tell me we got a crash in the draft! Because I love to see this little gremlin coming out.
Okay. Holy. You don't see a lot of it, but yeah, I mean, you look at this draft, and 1000%, this is reminiscent of Worlds when Nouns and Luminosity kind of squared off and went to this score composition, and you have high tempo here. You have Sableye. You have Dodrio. You have some crazy things going on here, Hyde. And I honestly think that we are going to see a Flareon's central area Hoopa, and I'm for it. I'm for it.
I see it. I see the vision now too. This comp is all about chaos incarnate. You got to keep them off their toes. You got to keep them off their game. You got to throw them into complete chaos here. But will the chaos be enough to throw 6-7 off their game? Because we've seen how demonic Dhelmise can be, how completely devastating that Mimikyu can be. And when you got a Ho-Oh to revive them all back up, I mean, that could just be the it for all these squishies playing for Hiss.
Okay. I'm also, I love JL on the Sableye. JL, definitely one of the better Sableyes, if not the best.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you got to get it up to rolling on Sableye, but JL could definitely kind of counter it, or maybe at least kind of hold up to it, but we'll see how it goes. Hiss going to be on your purple side, 6-7 going to be on your orange side. This is your winner semifinals. We are at threat level midnight, meaning this is a best of 1 for the grand finals berth.
Oh, that means every match sudden death, so bring the best. And oh, speaking of the best, we got chaos already going on, Kyle. Doduo and Sableye and straight into the central lane to cause that Mimikyu some grief and havoc.
Double invade here from Heavy Tempo, which is kind of what we thought, and that Heavy Tempo is paying dividends already. Blue buff stolen, mission accomplished here for Dojo.
Yeah, the Sableye can hang out and just cause a little bit more mayhem. Tried to delay the Mimikyu even longer, but Doduo already going for the first scores, trying to get that cheek score there. Oh, they got it. There's that amulet coin ticking in. 10 points in the pocket. More points means more scores. A nice eject from JL. Mimikyu's got to respond in kind, but the chaos comes through. The invisibility, and they get away? No, they're going back for more.
They really are, and they're actually looking to slow down this Mimikyu. There's that knockoff that's going to damage them heavily. Sableye almost gets KO'd, but the Shadow Claw was just a sliver away, and that is so unfortunate here for this Mimi.
Huge shield for the Dhelmise, though, as it takes out all the Natus. Do we have Dodrio in a position now? Already, and there it goes to the Crustle. Dhelmise says, we got this guy trapped. Sableye tried to come for the rescue, but it did not help much.
That's Ho-Oh is grabbing a little bit of vision here. Tailwind misses the mark. Good push there from Lucario to make sure that Tailwind didn't get that last hit. And Sableye, JL doing exactly what you want your Sableye to do, and that's just stay on the enemy side of the map, cause pressure, make them slow down their clears, and level 4 central area Pokemon is exactly what Hiss drew up.
Yeah, 6-7 is not in a good position with that, so they're trying to retaliate in kind with Crustle, but they're just not able to pull off the same text. That central path, Jungling Hoopa, is the key, is the secret sauce, as it saves Dodrio from 1 HP in a dream. Now they're coming back with a vengeance. We got that speed boost going in. Neo's got to come back, and we're going for score.
4 members down here for Hiss, and they're gonna deposit a lot of their Aeos energy in, leave this goal zone at 1, which is perfect math for them. And when you have this tempo, you have all these disruptors on your side, you gotta love to see it. Unfortunately, you might see Hoopa go down too. You don't love to see that for Hiss, but you definitely love it if you're 6-7.
And normally when a Hoopa goes down, it's got a light bulb above its head, and that's okay because it's one of the lower levels. But the way Hiss is running it, they're running that as carry Hoopa. So that is absolutely a lot of experience swinging back towards 6-7. This is a crucial Pokemon they want gone. They take down that bottom path. It's 164 to 131. 6-7's behind, but hopefully the dream of Regieleki will help change that.
Good Electro Ball there. Hiss was almost able to get down to the bottom path in time, but better secures here for 6-7. That Electro Ball is going to be something to watch out for. If you're Hiss, you're going to need that Talonflame to get online, get those flies in time. But, oh my goodness, Regieleki just walks in for 6-7. That might have been a little bit of a blunder here for Hiss.
But it also comes in, they take the full team white.
Jeez.
Now, I got a question. Did 6-7 even need that? When we look at the points there, we only had 20 points on the Mew and maybe a point or two on the Crustle. So even if they get that in, which they did, it didn't really amount to much, even if they were going to go for the score. But Hiss is back on the offensive, keeping Chaos in the pocket.
Yeah, they're going to get a KO here on this Talonflame, which certainly what you want if you're 6-7. Get that level 10 off the map and start bolstering your own levels because you've fallen quite a bit behind. And you saw exactly how that team fight played out. Didn't quite go in 6-7's favor, so you definitely need to focus on leveling. And when you have all this pressure on your side of the map, it just makes it so difficult to get your own safe, what should be safe, wild Pokemon.
Yeah, already ripping the top. Reggie Roulette there. Going to be Reggie Rock playing for the side of Hiss. That is the blessing of Reggie Rock going to them. Now they got a lot of extra defense, special defense coming into this fight. They're going to take down the Ho-Oh. The Rings Unbounder out. 2 KO streak now for the Lucario as we're diving in on poor little Mew. Mew's now gone. Is wiped off the map as scores are raining in for Hiss. 347 to 152. And we're only hitting the halfway mark now.
This is exactly what I was worried about for 6-7, and it's just this like big score tempo, and you're already off to this massive lead. Sableye has that home goal zone open. Dodrio has that home goal zone open, which could be a really problematic push when it comes down to this Groudon. Hiss has a potential to maybe get themselves in an even bigger lead to the point where Groudon doesn't matter. But as it currently stands, it might not because they've essentially gathered almost every single objective with the exception of a single Regieleki.
I mean, didn't we see earlier tonight a team that was like, you know what? You get Groudon, that's fine. We'll just score a whole bunch of points, and then you can't score on us because now we're on the defense. Sableye's trying to go into the home pad here, but we've got Regieleki barreling down on the D2 pad here. We're keeping up that Ho-Oh, and that Doma is locked in place there as the rest of Hiss is just going to take that central farm.
I actually really like the lane integrity from 6-7. They're making sure that they're monitoring that home goal zone. As I say that, Talonflame almost gets that 100 with that goal getter, but even better response here from 6-7. So they have done a good job of monitoring these goal zones, but you can only monitor for so long. Level 10 on your central area Pokemon that mimic you when you have a level 13 and a level 12 on the opposite side, make it 2 level 12s. It's just really tough pickings here, and you just need to find a pick that Mimikyu does have that Unite move that could potentially grab pretty much anybody on the map, so I would love to see them maybe target Dodrio or Talonflame. Lucario would be probably a little bit more difficult to take down.
Yeah, but Sableye is going to keep Chaos in, keep Chaos on with that Rings Unbound. Anchor Shot comes in, misses everything except the wind. Now the Ring Unbound is gone. Dodrio Lucario going to be cleaning up the top half of the side there. Reggie Drago ready to make their Starlight appearance in 12 seconds.
Okay, and Flareon goes down there, that level 11 Hoopa. Not what you want to see, unfortunately, if you're Hiss, but you do offer a little bit of space here for 6-7 to, you know, maybe start clawing their way back. I like this EXP share. I don't even think we've talked about how this is an EXP share Dodrio all that much, but it's going to, again, focus on their scoring. They have that home goal zone open, so they may elect to try to deposit all that as we get closer to that 2-minute final stretch time.
And one of the things that's going to help with that is that extra movement speed from XP Share. Yeah, that's right. They're in training mode for that XP Share rework coming on December 18th to Pokemon Unite. Got to train those Dodrios because, listen, XP Share Dodrio could be the next big thing, Kyle.
It might be. And Dodrio's still hiding in that tall grass there in the top side of the map. Groudon has entered the fray, and yet there are those points. Double time. There's 100 there. Dodrio is going for it, but they are able to almost escape. They just barely get up, but the rings are unbound. Teams are going in.
Yeah, the Dodrio keeps going in. The Rings Unbound are out. They're looking for KO. Now they're looking just to kind of harass and keep things going down. Hoopa's putting down the pressure as Delmise brings them in. But they did their job to put the portal up, but they don't quite make it in time. Now it's a 4-man session from 6-7 to take down the crowd on here. But wait, oh no, there's Talonflame waiting in reserve there. 68 more points, 615 to 152 from Hiss. They're going to take the crowd on here. It's going to go to 6-7, but is there enough points on the board for them to make a comeback?
I don't even know. Like, you're going to get 100 points here, maybe 100 points in some of these T2 goal zones, but as it stands right now, you're still down 500, so you still need everybody on your team to fully deposit, and Hiss is still gathering more Aeos energy to deposit on the back end, so you're gonna need more points to go on in, and it's gonna be an increasingly tall task.
Yeah, and already Hiss is starting to return there. They're keeping the pressure on because it's only Mimikyu trying to keep things going there. 873 to 618, but here's the thing. 30 seconds left. The Groudon buff is still fully in the hands of 6-7, and we're only about 260 points away. This could be a feasible comeback if they're able to just get the points in their pockets.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough money just like hanging out on the map right now, honestly. Like, you saw like every part of the map like just didn't hold on anything, and now you have Flareon bringing them in one more time with the Rings Unbound, and yeah, Hiss. Full score comp here, and yeah, it ended up working quite well in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. But now we're coming into game number 2 there. Hiss got 1-0. But there is no game number 2 because we're in the midnight hour. Yeah. Which means these are best of ones, which means Hiss is going to be moving on to the grand finals, I believe, Kyle, which means 6-7's going down to the lower side.
Yeah, lower side bracket for them. Grand finals appearance for Hiss, looking to close things out in our next set. And I mean, yeah, score comp in the right hands can be viable. And honestly, they played it so perfectly. They did everything that you want to do with that like disruptor comp, Pure and JL, pretty much only staying on the enemy side. I mean, they didn't do a whole lot of fighting. I mean, look at that. That's not typically the numbers that you see with Dodrio. You often see a lot more KOs, but dropping 300 points is essentially all you needed there. You provided a lot of the vision. They got a lot of the advantage early on, and it's kind of insane work here for Hiss.
I mean, listen, there's a reason you put experience share on the Dodrio, and it sure as heck wasn't to attack the other team. Oh my gosh, no. You gotta dump those points, and dump they did. Oh, even with the Groudon buff, they were over 200 points behind. The game still wasn't even close for 6-7. They got their tempo thrown off. The scores were raining in, and the chaos just ensued. And I hope we see more of this crazy Sableye action in the rest of the night to come.
Yeah, we're gonna see a couple of things go down here. 6-7 will be in your lower side bracket. And then you have, grand finals, Hiss, gonna be sitting there, potentially. It'll be 6-7 for rematch, and maybe we put a stop, or maybe we slow down the score comp, or maybe we just run score comp, and we run a score race, and we just see something. I don't know. It could be fun. I don't know.
Score comp versus score comp. We just live on the other team's side. I'm just saying.
I could see it. I could see it. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break while we get set up for that next round matchup. So don't go too far, folks. We'll have more Underdunk 6-7 after a very brief intermission. Welcome back, trainers. Loser bracket semifinals. So we were able to grab an additional match. It's another best of one. Pocket Rockets, me on your purple side, and ARLT gonna be on your orange side. Already getting through the bans. Blaziken along with Sableye already getting banned.
They knew I was coming into
True.
cast, and they just said, we can't let it happen. We can't let it through. Which totally has nothing to do with Pocket Rockets and the fact that they just have a cool Sableye on their team. Absolutely not. But Blaziken and Little Luca? Not Mega Luca, Little Luca catching a stray here? What's going on, Pocket Rockets?
I mean, I still think like regular Lucario can be oppressive in the right hands, and I'm for banning it. It's maybe not like the top of the list of what is bannable, but anytime like if you could kind of slow down the enemy's game plan, and if it kind of helps maybe play into what your team's trying to accomplish, I'm always for it. Blissey along with Glaceon likely getting the last 2 bans, and sure as rain,
Yep.
it is going to be those 2.
I mean, we got a lot of power picks up on the field still there. We've got Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard, Suicune even, Umbreon going to come in there. We got a lot of Pokemon to pick from there, a lot of Pokemon to build around. It's going to be interesting to see how ARLT is going to make the comeback there. Maybe it's the Mega Luca, maybe it's the Buzzwole. We'll see here soon.
Okay, all right. Yeah, the Umbreon first pick kind of makes sense here, especially with kind of what's remaining of like your supportive class Pokemon. I think Blissey's still kind of like far and above one of the best supporters when it comes to like pocketing a specific strong pick. And whenever there's, several incredible picks, especially like brawlers, Blissey kind of reigns supreme in that regard. I do like the Clefable, but the one thing I worry about when you have a Clefable is picking it early, and now you have Pocket Rockets who love to kind of have to play with some counter picks. They have 2 Pokemon that do quite well into Clefable.
Yeah, they do. I mean, that A9 is already going to do a lot of great stuff into it, especially with the Curse Incense there. Miraidon also picking up the Curse Incense, going to say, hey, we're going to just load up on this curse stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
I heard it's pretty good against Clefables, and they're going to eliminate some of that Moonlight there. But Crustle, Greninja, ARLT, you spoil me.
I'm always cautious when I see a Crustle go into an Umbreon, especially when the Umbreon has already been selected. Umbreon, obviously, with a perfectly timed Unite move, can steal away all of those shields that Crustle is throwing out with their Unite move, and add an additional thing like that Clefable, who's also holding a Buddy Barrier. There's just a lot of shields that this Umbreon can steal at the right moment, especially in those big team fights, which are going to be very contested going into this first Groudon.
Yeah, Crustle's always a rough pick into that Umbreon, as you said, and Buddy Barrier on Clefable, that could be there, but they got 35 seconds to swap those items out and around, depending on how they want to do things there. But let's talk about this Leafeon here. Great early game pressure to pair up with an Umbreon and a Ninetales that already has great early game. Miraidon, very threatening early on as well, and that carries over into the mid game, which is going to be great to help support this Garchomp there. So I think ARLT is going to have their hands full because we're going to see an early gang from a Leafeon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Leafeon is kind of notorious for only clearing part of their central area and usually going up towards that top path to try to find an advantage for some of your other damage carriers, which likely will be this Garchomp up there. I'm very interested to see this Alolan Ninetales, which is sporting an EXP share, so playing more of a supportive backline mage, providing some crowd control, likely going to go Blizzard Avalanche, which is kind of like the signature move set for like a supportive type Alolan Ninetales. One thing you got to watch out for is, like you said, this Greninja, I think, feasts upon these squishier targets.
Oh, it absolutely does. One strong water burst shuriken into the back, and all of a sudden they could be deleted. It all depends on how well you're able to support them. We do got that Umbreon, we do got that Ninetales there to try to help alleviate some of that pressure there. But coming into the top here, I do see a really hard target for Leafeon to come into this comp. Actually, Greninja's kind of there, but other than Greninja, who else?
Ninja. Good early game here for for Pocket Rockets. I love the Miraidon in Path because it has a lot of really good things working for it. Doesn't need to evolve. Has pretty decent last hitting. As I say that, a little bit of a curse because it was the Greninja that stole that away. But overall, still point stands. Still great tools for this Miraidon, and you gotta love to see it early.
Yeah, the Eevee just comes in, side swipes both those berries, pops X speed down the flux zone. ARLT knows exactly what's about to happen, so they're just saying, you know what, that's fine. But they thought he was going to base, but he's already taken that little ball toy there. Now he's moving in. Oh, can the Greninja take it? They're already such low HP.
850 birds, 3v3 up in the top path. Lucario was trying to push them and maybe get the last hit, but unfortunately they weren't able to. You're going to sneak down towards this tall grass because Leafeon is going to look for a little bit of an invade here, which I think is a very smart play, especially considering you got an advantage in that path.
Yeah, but as we're coming now into the central here, little Luca's trying to get into there, trying to find anywhere it is, but Pocket Rockets has just said, nah, this is our real estate now. You want to fight about it? Come on, I got a Leafeon, we got a Ninetales. I'm sure you could win.
Still a little Dwebble on ARLT, so not ideal here at this stage of the game. You'd definitely love to have that evolution. You'd love to have a little bit more tempo than what you're dealing with on the side of Pocket Rockets, which is a level 7 Leafeon nearing its Unite move. It's going to be increasingly problematic as we get closer to these objectives.
Yeah, the further and further ahead that Leafeon gets, the further and further behind the other team feels, and the closer it gets to that Unite move. And there it is, Emerald two-step in the pocket there. So now you got to watch out because the moment it finds its target, nobody on the side of ARLT is bulky enough to withstand a level 8. They just don't have the levels behind them. But already we got a nice engage here. The Fable's trying to get out. The guard jump goes for the Dragon combo. Misses by a hair.
Oh, man, that was an incredible push here from this Alolan Ninetales to kind of slow it down. But an even better response from ARLT. They're going to be able to take out that guard chop, push towards this T1, 30 points in. Going to look to maybe try to zone out this Alolan Ninetales. But honestly, like, you've got to be really happy if you're ARLT. You've gotten a lot of value in this top path. When it seemed like a lot of things were going to be lost, you even got a Regieleki to boot.
Yeah, Regieleki now barreling towards the T1. They're not going to look to push it, but they are going to take this time to regroup. The threat is still up top there. They're going to leave some people to just say, hey, you know what? We're still kind of here. You can still poke and prod us, but that's okay. We know what's going on as they slowly are moving down to collect all of the experience that they can and stop this Leafeon from getting free stacks for days.
They got a lot of stacks, and they don't have a Unite move, so they're likely trying to build that back up before going for this basement objective, which is a Regieleki. I can't remember what we saw because I don't even know if either team had looked at it for even a split second. Now ARLT in position for this basement objective. It is a Registeel, so this is definitely not all lost for them.
No, it's not. Registeel could help them with the pad push on this bottom pad. Nice attack and special attack. Increase for 90 seconds total there. Crystal going for a nice wall to trap the Umbreon as Miraidon fights back and goes say, hey, Charge Beam coming in.
Huge Charge Beam chunking through, reducing a lot of that healing from the Clefable. But here comes some of the Unite moves. Greninja's gonna try to use theirs. They do almost get KO'd for it because a great response from Frag on this Miraidon. And this is kind of what we were talking about pre-game. This Miraidon, along with the Alolan Ninetales, has done a great job of slowing down all of these healings from this Clefable. And these team fights, when it's been 5v5, have gone Pocket Rocket's way. ARLT has done a good job of kind of finding value away from fights.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to do. But speaking of value, Miraidon acting like a little me out there, picking up all the little points it can on the ground, looking at that payday, being like, now I'm capped out, I can use my passive there. But meanwhile, ARLT is going to be looking at this bottom path. They're saying, hey, look, can we push it? No, the objective's up. Regieleki's topside. Let's go. Why didn't you say so sooner?
Regieleki shredding through from this Garchomp. Unite move from the Zacian. Are we going to get the last hit? The Sovereign Sword slices through the Regieleki. ARLT steals one.
Yeah, we got a little doggo dance going on there, being like, whoa, my God, I can't believe that happened. But the Leafeon is quickly dashing those dreams. Emerald two-step comes through, the Greninja's looking for the KO. We do find it there with a nice little surf, but it's a tap back with the Ninetales. Going back, it's blizzard, it's cold, it's chilly, and you're gone.
Points going in for Pocket Rockets on this T1 goal zone. 30-point overdunk, which quite nice at this stage of the game. Be able to break that goal zone and with a pretty significant cap up there too. So right now, 4-minute mark remaining in this game, 207-37. ARLT has found some value, has clawed their way back in, but you look at these levels here, Hyde. Level 12 on both Garchomp and Leafeon, and that's certainly nice. Actually, Leafeon ticks into level 13, so you love that even more. So something to watch out for is this Leafeon on this Greninja. If you're able to hit one of these Unite moves on it, it could be really problematic towards this late game.
Absolutely, and the utility mons are also keeping pace as well. They're staying above. Look at A9 there. We finally got it to the crust. They'll use the Rebel Rouser. Goes for the KO. Doesn't get it. Now they get Regice. The blessings of Regice playing for the Pocket Rockets. Hopefully rocketing them towards victory as the livid outrage comes out of Garchomp. They're defending this pad hard. They're going in. Umbreon puts that Zacian in a very mean room with a very mean look as the Waterford Shuriken comes out.
Even better of a play here was that Leafeon playing with tempo. They went immediately for that T2 goal zone, scored 40 points before Crustle even hit the respawn and was able to hit the jump pad to get down there in time. So additional 40 points at this stage of the game, especially on one of those T2 pads, could potentially be meaningful, especially if the Groudon doesn't necessarily go Pocket Rocket's way. But 30 seconds left until this Groudon. This is a best of one, so it's obviously going to be incredibly important. But if you're ARLT, there's a lot of things that it's going to need to go your way during this Groudon. The first of which is you're going to need to survive this Leafeon Unite move. You're going to have to suss out where they're going in from this flank. You're also going to have to try to take it out. Maybe a little bit easier said than done, but I think what I'm looking for is this Greninja to double team and maybe bait out that Unite move and survive it. That could be something that would go very much in ARLT's favor, but immediate rip is on.
Oh, yeah, they're just saying, you know what? We're going to go with the classic, the old rip and flip. And the old rip and flip worked for them. They shredded that down in less than 10 seconds. They also took not one, not two, not three, but 4 members of ARLT with them. They just said, hey, listen, you may not be Groudon, but we are hungry for you all the same.
Man, I went into a whole diatribe about how this fight needs to go, all for the Pocket Rockets to just go ahead and full rip right in the faces of ARLT, but Hyde, look at this. They may have got their hands caught in the cookie jar. 3 members down, make it 4.
But here's the thing, that's a 3 KO streak for Greninja, so even though they got 3 KOs, they only have 2 of the buffs there. Yeah, the Greninja's got the 50 cap. They're waiting for the Lucario. Garchomp back on the field there, 201 to 493. They can make a play. They can make some magic happen there, but they gotta find a way to do it. But with 50 seconds left on the clock, time is not in their favor.
It certainly isn't. Yeah, Greninja, unfortunately, is holding one of the 2 Groudon buffs that ARLT has. So you're going to kind of have to funnel a lot of this Eos energy into either this Clefable or this Greninja after Greninja's likely going to have to go for a score. But here comes Mega Lucario. That could be a really big one. If they get a KO, they get Garchomp.
Oh, they don't get Garchomp. They just get the Miraidon too and the Leafeon. They take it down. That's going to go home. 217 to 317 to 493.
They still
Only
need
K9
more.
and Umbreon now up. They need more. They need almost 200 points more.
Crustle.
Go, Crustle, go!
Crustle's got it.
To go! They
Oh,
take
they're
it
gonna
down!
get it.
They get the points in! Oh my gosh, what a comeback from ARLT!
Oh my goodness. The ultimate hands in the cookie jar moment for Pocket Rockets. They overstay their welcome when they just needed to return. ARLT. Wow. They are just clutching the victory out of the hands of defeat. And they are moving to your lower bracket finals.
They are indeed. Hopefully, with this momentum, it'll be able to shoot them forward into the grand finals against Hiss. But they still got another opponent ahead of them. 6-7. We know the roster. We know the Mons. We know what they like to do. So let's hope ARLT has been studying up while they've been waiting.
Wow. I mean, what poise that ARLT has showed right there. I feel like you would see like so many teams like, okay, well, we got team wiped and we lost the Groudon. Let's just go ahead FF. But they knew that they still had a win condition. I think that's just one of the amazing things about this objective compared to Rayquaza, and even compared to something like Kyogre, which probably needs maybe a little bit of a nerf, but Groudon still incredibly powerful, but you can still throw a game, unfortunately, for Pocket Rockets. It is kind of late, 12:51 a.m. here in the Eastern time zone, so maybe a little fatigue has something to do with it. But either way, yeah, I mean, it's better to throw now in Underdunk than it is this weekend. This weekend's obviously much more important than this tournament, but either way, I mean, you got to be happy if you're ARLT.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You come back, you make not just like a 300-point swing or 400, you make a 500-point swing into victory, capitalizing off one mistake made by the other team. That was absolutely glorious of them to be able to do, and I can't wait to see what they do coming up against 6-6 or 6-7.
6-7.
My bad.
All right, yeah.
6-7.
All right, we are going to take a very brief intermission while we get that lower bracket final set up because we want to get this show on the road. Let's move through this, so don't go too far, folks. Lower bracket finals, best of one. Grand finals, best of three winners advantage. Going to be on deck, so we'll be back very, very soon. And we're back. Lower bracket finals now. Best of one. 6-7 on your purple side. ARLT, who had one of the comebacks of the century on your orange team. Looking to see if they can maybe pull another rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah, absolutely. Mega Luca, a band that makes a little bit more sense unless you're target banning that. Coming out there. Blissey too coming through. Suicune Miraidon for ARLT just says, nah, we're not playing with these guys. Get them out of there. Meanwhile, 6-7 contemplating the Zacian bit. Nah, they're not contemplating. They're saying, get that guy gone.
I don't blame them one bit. Zacian can be so oppressive, and especially in the right hands. I think out of all-rounders like those top lane Pokemon in LAIC, I think Zacian, while it wasn't like banned the most, it ended up being played at a pretty decent clip. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it had like one of the better win rates of the week. I think it was like plus 60%, which for an all-rounder, for a top lane Pokemon, which like that path is so volatile with different picks, like I think that's very impressive. So I don't blame teams when they want to ban a Zacian, because it's just that type of Pokemon.
Oh, absolutely. Zacian has a lot of early game pressure. It's got a lot of late game pressure. That Sovereign Sword has a lot of great secure there, but Delmise on the first pick for 6-7, followed by locking in the Crustle and Disc Runner picking up the Sableye.
Okay. All right. I mean, Crustle again, and we've seen this a number of times here at this point, where I feel like teams are content playing around the Umbreon Unite move, especially, when you have to as Crustle. You can't just like Unite move into the Umbreon's face. You have to wait for Umbreon to Unite move and then Rubble Rouser, or you could just accept that it's going to steal some shields. And I've seen that a couple of times and it didn't go poorly. But this, I believe, Hyde, it might be the first time that we're seeing Glaceon this evening. I don't think I've seen it tonight.
Oh, yeah. Cat picks up Umbreon, but Acube J brings up that Glaceon. Deloan locking in Eldegoss. Etley with that Buzzwole. That means accelerate. Contemplating Urshifu, but says, you know what? Sarah Ledge is where it's at. Sarah Ledge versus Likes Me Gengar on the Gengar.
I think it's.
I like that. I like that name.
I think it's.
I think I'm pretty sure. Oh, well, listen, I'm not known for pronunciation. I am just a dinosaurs VTuber.
That's true. We have a lot of ghost type. We have 3 ghosts on the purple side. We have a single ghost on the orange side. So, I am feeling very spooky today. So I think I'm feeling like the ghosts are going to come out ahead. And that might be hot, controversial take, but I think we have a lot of ghost Pokemon in this game.
Listen, I got a prediction. I don't think I'm going to be wrong. I think by the end of this game, a ghost-type Pokemon will win. That is my prediction.
Oh, okay.
You can future sight me on that one. So
true.
But I think a ghost Pokemon's going to win. Just saying.
Okay.
Just saying.
All right. That might. We'll see. We'll see how it goes at this. I'm taking a look at the compositions here. I think this Gengar might just feast. I mean, I would imagine that we may see a Sludge Hex Gengar. I could see that being really good, mostly to avoid some of the crowd control. Or I guess like crowd control, you have a little bit of iframes with it, so you could avoid things like the Buzzwole and even the Ceruledge to a lesser extent, but... So we're going to see here, game number 1, only game. It's going to be delayed for at least a very brief moment while we pause.
Oh, no. Listen. I feared this might happen the moment I saw the Sableye pick, but I did not dare to believe it happened. I'm like, please, production, do not tell us that there was a crash on the draft because I wanted to see Sable action coming through. But... hey, I mean, like, again, this gives us a little bit more time to look at these teams. So let's talk more about what they got on the range. Glaceon versus Inteleon. It's a battle of the eons coming through between our two teams.
Yeah, and it's not a Sableye that like everything in the draft is good. I think we just crashed post-draft, so... we are just going to go ahead and get back right into the game. And we're going to get into this game. We are going to see this Delmise head to the top pass. So it's not that defender-style Delmise. It is going to be a bruiser.
Ooh, I like a good bruiser Delmise there. That is going to be really tough to contend with. We saw just how effective it could be when it wiped out an Empoleon at a left field. Just went tap, 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 you're gone. So maybe they're going to be looking to pull that off. But first, they got to get the farm. They got to capture those wild Pokemon, which ARLT is already doing in the bot lane.
Okay. Already putting off a lot of pressure. Believe the Sobble left that at 1 HP. So unfortunately, ARLT is able to get a lot of pressure and really a lot of value away from this Sobble, who desperately needs that level 5.
Yeah, but they're out of position now onto this there, and the Sobble does get that last hit in the bottom there, but Sableye doing what Sableye's do best, causing chaos, causing mayhem. Got the X speed coming out from the Eldegoss. They're going to be looking for a little score there. That's about all they could do. Try to stay up, try to eat a berry. Not going to work. 850 birds are now here, Kyle, and the mayhem is now ensuing.
And they all go over to 6-7. And this is a Shadow Ball Dream Eater Gengar, so heavy burst damage. Looking to eliminate Pokemon left and right. Gonna put this Buzzwole to sleep. They do not take that second instance of that Dream Eater and gonna leave that Buzzwole to kind of fend for itself.
They're running that Dream Eater there, which means Sableye is going to have its cut out for it, breaking the passives on both Umbreon and Glaceon.
Yeah.
Crustle able to do it too with the Rock Tomb as well. So they're going to have to be especially careful when it comes to preserving that, though. But 10 seconds till Regidrago comes in here while ARLT is keeping pressure in the top.
Yeah, you don't have level 6 on Glaceon, which would be kind of your real pick for ripping that through. So 6-7 knows that they can put a little bit of pressure on this top path. Buzzwole does grab this Delmise and dangerously lowers them. Does get the KO, but that's really all that they're going to get, and they're going to trade their Ceruledge for it.
Gengar going to be moving in onto that Regidrago there. Now we got Umbreon coming in, looking for the steal. They're not going to get it there, but they might get is got, and they do as Inteleon picks up the KO along with their team. 64-48. Not a big point differential, but also not a lot of points scored.
Oh, Gengar is starting to heat up now. Double KO. Gonna take this top path by storm. Still not level 9, but with this Altaria family, that'll do the trick. And you start to be worried if you're ARLT. You do not want this Gengar to start overtaking this match, and that is sort of how it's been going. 36-point overdunk there, and man, this thing is already wreaking havoc.
Level 9 Gengar. Night move, first one on the field. ARLT still searching for it. Finally finding it with the Ceruledge coming in there, but Glaceon is raining down those Ice Spears. And Inteleon gets a nice snipe shot onto Delo, and they're taking them down. Now they're going to be moving on to the Glaceon, and nice teamwork there. We do see Sableye put into a room, but even you can't lock up this tiny little gremlin for too long because the Gemlin has too much greed in his eyes.
All right, but I mean, not all's lost here for ARLT. You're able to steal away that Regirock up in the top half away from 6-7, so 2v1. Good Rock Tomb along with the X-Scissor right there, but Buzzwole fighting right back. Fights in the back line. There's that Ultra Swole Slam. They're going to take them out, and ARLT takes both objectives.
Buzzwole coming in for the superpower, picks up the Gengar. Now they're looking for the Sableye. They're right on top of it. Smackdown hits it while it's invisible. Just says blind shot. Didn't even need to aim. Takes them down 108-177. Doesn't take the point lead, but the level lead, woo, they're coming back.
They are. They certainly are. They've gotten some crucial KOs on some of these high priority Pokemon, and you see it right there. Buzzwole at level 11. That is an incredible feat, especially with how the early game had gone for ARLT. And I mean, now you've kind of slowed down this Gengar, and whenever you have a speedster like a Gengar, you really need to keep snowballing the enemy side. So slowing it down, getting your Buzzwole online, gonna be really big for them.
Oh, this Glaceon has got the jukes and the dukes coming in there, but once the Sableye came in, that was it. Able to dodge 3 moves, but take it down. And from a mile across the map there, Gengar comes in and pulls down the Umbreon, says, nah, bro, you can't play. Scores a nice that 24, and the Ceruledge comes in, misses the Revenant Red, gets completely not taken down. The Cloud Crash comes out, shields come in to heal. We do have the Inteleon get taken down by the Buzzwole. All of a sudden, ARLT back in this game.
They really are. I mean, not going down for that Gengar was actually kind of big, but I mean, ARLT might be overstepping their boundaries here. They absolutely are. They're going to get double KO from this Gengar, and just like that, Gengar on the fringe of getting KO, they're able to just turn that around, find KOs of their own right, and man, 6-7 still very much in the control of this match.
They are, and they're looking to keep it too. We do have Sableye getting their score interrupted bottom lane, and ARLT is going for the basement Regieleki instead of the top Reggie. So they're going to give the rock up to 6-7. Now they're going to be prioritizing a possible push coming into this as Regidrago spawns in 5 seconds.
Drago is in the center area, 4v4. It's actually all of ARLT starting to converge on this and maybe zone out 6-7. Delmai's gonna get caught out by the Glaceon, almost going down, just barely. Ceruledge able to close the job there. And there's that Revenant Ren. Once again, misses the mark. Gengar, though, able to take out the Umbreon.
Yeah, but even though it missed, it created the space it needed. They just said, listen, I'm going to come through. But the Gengar just said, space? I don't need your space. I'm going to take you down. Haunt your dreams. Dream Eater, sleep. Shadow Ball going in for the combo kill. KO there. Gengar is now on a hot streak of 2.
Level 13, it's kind of kept parity with Buzzwole, who's also level 13. The Ceruledge has definitely found some angles, but I think the big key here as we go into this Groudon or upcoming Groudon is going to be Ceruledge hitting their Unite move. We saw 2 Revenant Rens that kind of fell a little bit short, didn't really hit the targets that they were aiming for, which allowed some KOs to just stay on the table for ARLT. And you can't really leave them at Groudon. You're going to need to make sure that you close these down, especially that level 14 Gengar. Gengar, you called out earlier too, during this fight, this Crustle, along with a couple others, are going to be very important in breaking those Evolution passives.
Yeah, once those abilities go down, Gengar's able to just go flying in, almost unimpeded there, but there's the first one broken. Umbreon is taken down there. Sableye breaks it, looking for this Glaceon there, but hey, gets scouted out by that Buzzwole there, going to the top there. We already have 6-7 looking for the grab. They find the Umbreon, but it wasn't enough.
Not enough yet. Groudon hitting the map. Not going to see an immediate rip like we did in the previous lower bracket setup. Instead, Ceruledge going for a 100-point bat cap. This will tie the game. So not quite the big engage that they're looking for, but that is a massive engage.
Yeah, Gengar's able to stop it. They're going straight in for it. There goes the Crustle, but the Anchor Shot finds the Glaceon with the Inteleon. They take it down. That's the Glaceon gone, but the Gengar is still not part of the fight. They have to use the Phantom Ambush to come down. Takes down not 1, but 2. They're on a hot streak of 2 KOs. Revenant Red comes in. We finally hit something, but it's still not enough to take the KOs as they all go tumbling down as Groudon falls into 6-7's territory.
Okay, we're going to try to push in if they're able to score. I don't want to call this game just yet. We saw in the previous match, every game is throwable. So 6-7 playing as a group, trying to find some KOs before depositing, but they do not want to yield these Groudon buffs away because they are still in the driver's seat.
No, they're doing everything they can to instead pull everybody off. They know the Umbreon burned the Moonlight Prance. The Umbreon doesn't have it in the pocket, so the Rebel Rouser is able to free. They're going to get a nice snipe shot there from that Inteleon. Going to be taken down. 2 KO streak for them. They're falling 1 by 1. 2 left. Ceruledge and Glaceon. All of a sudden, it's 1 left. Ceruledge says, now, bro, I'm going home as points are raining in. Now for 6-7. I think this game is done.
Whoa-wee. Some massive Inteleon snipe shots to kind of seal the deal for 6-7. I think every single one of those was finding somebody in the back line. So good work here for 6-7. I really loved this Gengar pick. It seemed like it was exactly the speedster that they needed to kind of shred through some of these Pokemon. Liking it right now. We'll see what happens against his.
I mean, listen, when you've got a great Gengar in the pocket, like, you know teams are going to ban it out. We saw it at LAIC. We saw it at Engage in the Ultra Series last weekend, where we saw that Reggie for CACM had their Gengar banned out against them almost every game. So there's something about this Pokemon where people are finally starting to see that, oh my gosh, this thing pops off. This thing goes crazy. And like Smengar, I hope I pronounced that right this time, has definitely found their niche. And they're saying Gengar is the key.
I mean, that was insane. 19 KOs. I mean, look at these damage numbers. I mean, yeah, sure, some of them maybe slightly inflated from a very small end fight there, but it doesn't matter. I mean, 111k damage is nothing to really, like, sneeze at, and 100k from this Inteleon also. I mean, insane work, honestly. 19 KOs. You don't luck into 19 KOs. I mean, John Gengar, man, perfect Gengar player. Not a whole lot of better Gengar players in the NA scene.
No, it's a very hard Pokemon to control. role, very niche as well. Hasn't been relevant for a long time, so it feels like a lot of players have just let it fall to the wayside. But I just like Zoroark, if you get a good player on it that knows the technical skills, that knows that mechanical play, dang, are you going to pop off just like this one? And again, ARLT was just not able to keep up with it, because once it popped off, it didn't take one down, it took two.
Yeah. Yeah, it took 19 of them down to be exact. Yeah. They took down 19. I think looking at the stats from the previous few Underdunks, so every Underdunk, we do put out stats on our Twitter page. So if you ever are curious about kind of picks and bans and who performed the best of all the players, take a look at our Twitter. We'll be posting it. I think our goal is to put it out tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning before afternoon, so we can have that out for players to look at going into the tournament this weekend. But normally, like, our top games, not just like top average, our top games of KOs are usually the top 4 or like 15 KOs, 16 KOs every once in a while. You know, we'll see, like, normally like 14 is usually kind of like the high, but yeah, 19 going to be the high this week, I would imagine. It's hard to get a whole lot more than 19, and especially in a competitive environment like this. So shout out John Gengar, insane work. But we are going to take a quick break. With that said, 6-7, Hiss Hiss is going to be your next round matchup. That is going to be your grand finals. It's going to be a best of 3 with a winner's side advantage. That's going to be the last set of the night, and it's going to be a rematch of our winners finals where we saw Hiss Hiss go a little bit of a score comp. So maybe stay around for our grand finals. It should be an excellent one. So don't go too far. More Underdunk after this. I'm going to press the break button now. Break button. It is the grandest of finals time. 6-7. We'll be down one game here because it is a grand finals best of 3. I need to update that part of the graphic with a winner's advantage. Hiss. Coming through that winner side has awarded themselves that one game cushion. 6-7 looking to tie it up. And already through the ban phase, 6-7 did not like the score comp, so they are going to slow that down with that Sableye ban.
Yeah, Hiss coming in with their regular roster. JL Flare, just an aimbot, Og, and Pure. Meanwhile, 6-7 emulating Kyle's thoughts. 6-7, help me.
Crystal ban too. So Vaporeon was already banned. It has a global ban because we are mirroring the UCS bans for this tournament. So double ban on Vaporeon might be deserved. And the Gengar ban, based on how John Gengar played in the previous game, deserved, honestly.
Yeah. Listen, they're like, listen, we can't have the next Reggie come out and just be like Gengaring all over us. We just got to get rid of it and gone. And hey, listen, I did say a ghost type was going to win, and a ghost type did win last game. So prediction 100% correct so far. Just saying. But Pure on Slowbro, absolutely monstrous. And Delmise coming in.
Okay.
Ooh.
I also very much enjoy that you just use Gengar as a verb. Like, we don't want them to Gengar all over us. I actually kind of like that. 3 all-rounders on 6-7's side, which, we're kind of in an all-rounder meta. I don't know if we ever leave the all-rounder meta, but we don't see too many speedsters, but 3 all-rounders, you hate to see it. I'm also kind of very interested by Hiss's composition on the opposite side. I'm seeing things that I've never seen players play, so it makes me wonder if we are going to see maybe some switches before the things are over. I don't think I've ever seen Flareons play Machamp, but crazier things have happened.
Listen, I was just saying earlier, we could see Razor Leaf Desi, so maybe Hiss will be crazy enough to bring that in. I'm just saying, I mean, I've made wilder predictions coming through, like a ghost type winning. I might also crack out the future sight here and just say another ghost type is going to win today as well. I might even go a little bit beyond and say a ghost and a psychic type duo is going to win
Okay.
one of these matches today.
Okay. I could see that happening, honestly. Double Mewtwo's. So we have Mewtwo X and Y on the left side of your screen, which I hate to see it because sometimes it's always hard to know which one's which, especially when they're not mega evolved. It makes it very difficult to see who's on screen. Please, Timmy, change that, at least in the icons and spectate mode. That would be super helpful. If you're going to leave these in. Eldegoss, I'm liking Eldegoss generally in this all-aroundery meta because it's able to slow down a lot of things in that top path. But yeah, these are things that I've never seen some of these players play, and I don't know if I've ever seen Aimbot play Blissey. I don't know if I've ever seen Flareon's play Machamp, and I don't know if I've ever seen JL play Decidueye. Yeah, so I'm dumbfounded right now here.
Listen. Machamp is just a mage that throws hands, okay? That's all it is. It's just a mage that throws hands. It gets a little bit closer than a Raichu would. It gets a little bit closer than, say, like a Ninetales would. That's all all it is just a mage with a little bit less range. That's all it is. So in the hands of Flareon, could go great, but I don't know. This Delmise might have other things to say.
We'll see. Delmise heading to the top path with Aimbot on the Blissey. Is going to be game number 1, but that 1 game advantage gives Hiss a little bit of wiggle room to potentially play with to be crowned your Underdunk 6-7 Grand Finals champion. 6-7 also looking to make that title theirs.
Yeah, they want it, and they're hungry for it. They're going to say, you know what, we're going to take it there, but Hiss, 1 game advantage. All they need to do is win 1 more. Sableye banned to throw up their own tempo? Haha, well, they brought the Machamp, and the Machamp's already starting to do good things. There goes the bulk up with the Snorlax, with the Slowpoke, bringing in the clutch secure. Now they go for the heavily contested farm that most people go through first, but 6-7 just said, nah, we like the pressure game.
I really do. 850 birds. It's going to be a 3v2 up in this top path advantage, 6-7. Delmise, although chunking through some of these Pokemon, but with a lot of damage on 6-7's way, they are going to find themselves in the driver's seat up here, scoring some points. On the bottom side, I don't think it's going quite as well.
Yeah, Hiss is looking to be a bit on the back foot there, but they're starting to put those scores in. That's now a level 6-6. Dartrix there, almost a real character, but Suicune says, haha, come back when you are the real character, as they take him down and send him back to Nurse Joy.
8 points in for the Suicune, and that's gonna maybe even up the score a little bit. Still 1 point down, but at this stage of the game, you're really more so focused on getting all of these levels, which it seems like Hiss has been able to find pretty easily down here with that level 6 on the Machamp, and this Mimikyu on the opposite side could be very problematic, as we've seen a majority of the evening.
Yeah, Mimikyu has been running a lot of Trick Room, and tonight is no different. This game is going to go hard, and there it is. All right, on down. Little bit of Trick Room left, going to be able to, hey, I'm going to get out of there, and they dodge, infinite weave and dip coming through as one Mewtwo takes down the Blissey. That'll be why. Meanwhile, Mewtwo X is getting on the Delmise, but Delmise is probably asking itself, why double Mewtwo?
Okay, yeah, this double Mewtwo is actually kind of problematic for Hiss, as they're having a hard time dealing with it, especially if you're going to be able to pull that Decidueye a little bit closer. And that is a Razor Leaf Decidueye. I know we talked about it earlier, but we're finally getting it.
Yeah. Listen, I'm all Razor Desi is the way to go. The items might be a little bit tweaked there, but hey, listen, they got to get on that, and they're going to get their stacks in. But nice anchor shot coming in from the Delmise, going to try to lock in that Eldegoss there with the Whirlpool. But the Mimikyu has some words to say there as they try to get yoinked out of their own Trick Room.
Oh man, Eldegoss going down is going to be the first domino to fall here, as Hiss is pretty good positioning here. Here comes Mimikyu. Shadow Claw going to look for the final hit, but they don't get it. Hiss able to get it. Machamp, how broken is Machamp?
Broken enough to be in the hands of Flareon, which is a close range mage, just saying. Got to throw hands there. Got to get that gone. Meanwhile, Machamp's going in. They're going to throw Mewtwo just how it's done. But the Suicune says, get frozen. Chill. Have a cool off there because they're going to get taken down and sent back to Nurse Joy once more.
Blissey's gonna cleanse up a lot of this crowd control from the Suicune with those safeguards. We've seen it a couple of times at this point, so something to watch out for if you're 6-7. You might need to wait out some of those safeguards in these very important team fights, but oh man, just the amount of crowd control that Suicune has, yeah, got a nerf, but the nerf was not to any of the crowd control.
No, and both Mewtwo's are now online at level 9. That means not one, but 2 infinite Psyburns that's able to come through here. But huge cleanup from 6-7 against Hiss, taking them down, sending that Dissy home, being like, listen, Razor Leaf may not have been the choice, but Hyde said it was, so we gotta take it. We gotta prove him wrong and be like, bro, you really think this is gonna show up at UCS?
Gotta push it to the limit. Right now, that limit's being certainly tested. It's definitely shown some, some promise, but it's still, when you have a lot of things that can kind of like get to it, like those Mewtwo's, I think it works really well. So 6-7's handling it quite well. We'll see how it goes for this push.
But the knock-knock comes up. They have to end it early. The Trick Room comes in as the Mimic now taking down not 1, not 2, but now 3 Pokemon there, but the credit's going to go to the Mewtwo. Why? As they now take it down, score points 138-58, 6-7, running away with this match.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far. They're going to have to retreat. You don't want to get caught out here because you don't want to yield all that experience that you've gained through some of these team fights. Good teleport to avoid a lot of that Machamp. Mewtwo's going to pull in that Blissey, but those safeguards, again, they're going to come in clutch, especially with all this crowd control. You do have a lot to deal with, because 6-7 has Suicune, the Mewtwo's, you have the Mimikyu. There's just so much for this Blissey to handle.
Yeah, the Blissey has too much CC to try to do and too many targets on its team to just say, hey, listen, I got to do something. Listen, if you want my advice, safeguard the Decidueye.
Yo.
That's your key right there. This, huge steal, though. Infinite Ice Spikes coming down there. Mimikyu's coming in with the play with me, though. We got the slow grow support as the Mimikyu tries to take down the Dhelmise there, but the Dhelmise might be off cooldown. Could get a huge shield off of this, but the freeze from the Suicune takes it down.
Oh my gosh. You gotta be like really happy if you're this Machamp. You've stolen both objectives. Both basement Reggies have gone the way of Hiss, so I mean, you gotta be at least a little bit happy about that. Obviously, you are down a bit in the score line. You're down a bit in levels, but there is some promise to be had.
Yeah, the Bliss is going to pocket that Decidueye, put the Bliss Assist right onto it. The Razor Leaf now start to come out there. This is where the moment comes to shine. Level 13 on the Razor Destiny. The knock-knock comes out just to make sure we get everything, but we are able to let 2 escape, but the 3 main carries are taken down, sent home, and said, hey, listen, we got Buff, we got Gruff, and we got your Elder Goss.
We got 50 points in the top path for this Machamp as well, so Flare able to get a little bit of value back. Another 27 is going to leave this at 3, so that could be a potential big thing at this Groudon because that could set up a massive overdunk if they play their cards right. Instead, with 30 seconds left, they do lose the Blissey. A nice little anchor shot is going to section off this Mewtwo, and Decidueye is going to start Razor leafing through, but unfortunately leaving those HP bars a tad low.
Yeah, but look how low they did get. If they have proper follow-up in the function of the team fight, that actually could be their viable win con strat. That Decidueye's level 14 now. 10 seconds until the big man himself, Groudon, comes in. But Regieleki's now barreling towards tier 2.
Regieleki also got a KO on that Mewtwo. That's a big KO timer. Still 9 seconds before they are able to join the fray. And look at this, Hiss going for a rip.
They are right there. The Decidueye's going straight for the rip. The Endless Ice Spikes comes out, but the Safeguard's coming through. Another Infinite Cyber comes through. They take down not 1, not 2.
Wow.
But 2 is for Hiss their butt. They get the Groudon despite it.
They do. They do have some Groudon buffs. Pure is going to eliminate a couple, and that might be the linchpin that they needed. 235, 271. and they are going to start to make their way towards these goal zones. They still need to find some points because they are down. So a good defensive stand for 6-7 could still keep them in the winner's column.
Yeah, with 1:10 left on the clock, there's time to farm Unite moves. You get those up, you get those going, and you could make a push there. But Hiss is not waiting. They're down by just under 40 points there. They can make the push. They got the crowd on play, and they're going in. There it is. They're going to touch, and they're going to tap and go. They're just doing that. They're just tapping and going.
They have 3 members with the shield. There's that knock. Gonna try to lower some of these HP bars for maybe an entrance in. OG's gonna go in with the whirlpool. Points are gonna try to go on in. 62, that's gonna give Hiss the lead. That might be exactly what they need, but they have 3 people down, 4 people down. 6-7 making their way towards these goal zones. Do they have enough in their pockets?
Mimikyu is going to be able to score. No, they're looking for whoever's got the most points. They're going. They got to get somebody back. Blissy's got to go for the score too. 67. Nah, it's not enough. They're gone. 6-7 got it. They're going to take game number 2. Take number 1, number 2. Either way, we're going to another game, and it's 1-1 match point for both teams. Either team could take it.
You could not have drew this up better for 6-7 with a massive comeback despite losing Groudon. Oh man, what an incredible play there. I loved the composition that Hiss had because it definitely seemed more fun, but they definitely seemed like they were playing with a little bit of recklessness by going ahead and full ripping. But it worked out for them. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough at the very, very end game.
Yeah, they managed to get the points in at the end, but they just needed to stay up, and they just didn't have the coordination to stay up. Og went in, got taken down first, and as soon it was followed through by the rest of them. But what a game to come into this. I mean, double Mewtwo's, Razor Desi, Mage Machamp. You can't see this anywhere other than Underdunk 6-7.
I honestly kind of loved this. This game was really fun. I'm excited to see how we play our next game. Hiss. I actually do kind of like that rip there because they had a lot of rip, and obviously they had a plan because they had plenty of secure tools on their team, and I guess 6-7 didn't really have a whole lot of options for secure. I mean, they have, I guess, Ice Beam with the Suicune, and I guess you also had 1 member down. You had Mewtwo Y down, so I did like the rip. It just, you kind of had a little bit of levels go over to the side of 6-7, so they were able to break, or I guess not break, but KO 2 Pokemon. So you only had 3 shields total for Hiss. So I mean, it kind of worked out.
I almost feel like the KO by the Regieleki on one of the Mewtwo's actually helped 6-7 because we saw the Infinite Sideburn come through. So now Hiss comes through. They say, all right, we got this. We go for it. And then when we see the second Infinite Sideburn come through, took a lot of HP. It helped to get him a lot of those KOs for the side of 6-7. It was something that was unexpected. They're like, it's on timer. We go. We push. We send it. Crud. They're back. Back up. No!
There's a lot going on there. there was a lot. Yeah, I mean, the top half push. I actually thought it was I'm looking in chat now. K-Stuff's here. Of course K-Stuff's here for the Machamp game. I love that. I actually love that for him. I hate that Machamp lost for him because it looked good. Like it looked good. Like Flareon's had 2 steals of Reggie's. It was looking good, and it's just like, I mean, you have a couple players probably playing things that they're not used to, so I think that might have had maybe some weighing in on that. I don't know. It's like 1:30 a.m. Here where I am. We have one final game.
Yeah, exactly. All I can say is tonight I asked for Sableye. JL gave. The rest of you Underdunks decided to ban Sableye out and never give it back to them. So they brought out the Razor Desi. So I got to say, JL's been playing some of my favorite picks, and I got to say I'm loving it. So JL, if you're watching, bro, you the GOAT.
JL for MVP. JL for MVP. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how we play this last one. I wonder if his is going to play like a little bit more goofy compositions, because they've done that against 6-7. They played kind of this protect the president type sort of pseudo comp with the Razor Leaf Decidueye, and then they played the score comp before that. I don't know what other like wacky compositions that they have, but I want to see something fun. Hopefully we'll have something wacky here for our final match of the night.
Right? I mean, maybe they'll let Gengar through. Maybe they'll
Maybe.
give John and Gengar a taste of their medicine. Maybe we'll see something crazy. Maybe we'll see, and dare I say it, Greedent Duraludon combo?
Oh.
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, if we're going all in on the kookiness, on the creativity, Duraludon with the Greedent could be the secret sauce that we're missing.
I'm for it. I actually think Duraludon's not too terrible. I think it's like
No,
I think
it's
like any A pressers can have viability. I think like Duraludon's probably like one of the worst A pressers, but I still think A pressers still have at least some opportunity to be good in their own right in certain compositions. I mean, we saw
absolutely.
version 1 use it in comp,
Yep.
and they've done obviously pretty well for themselves. But we got our final game, still gonna have 6-7 on your purple side, still have Hiss on your orange side, and we'll see how they attack this draft. Mega Lucario and Mimikyu both getting the ban.
Yeah, Mimikyu, they just said, Gengar said, okay, I can see the theme. Sableye band, Mimikyu band, Gengar band. Are we going to see Delmize? Are we going to see Ceruledge? Are we going to see just all ghosts coming through here? No, Talonflame. Where'd that come from? Out of left field? They're saying, all right, we didn't touch Talonflame last game, but Talonflame's the secret sauce we don't want to touch in this game. And look, there's the Delmize. We're taking it out of the hands of 6-7.
I mean, I don't blame them. I think Delmize has been so good this evening. Whenever it's not been banned, so I think you kind of have to ban it if you're not wanting to play it, especially if you don't want to use one of your first couple picks to grab it. That does leave Suicune on the table, and that also leaves this Glaceon along with the Umbreon for Hiss, and honestly, looks like Hiss is going for gold here.
Yeah, no, and it's absolutely great to see. We got the flare. We got the Flareon. I got Flareon on the brain because it's the one evolution I want that Timmy has denied me. But we got the Glaceon coming in here. We got Aimbot possibly blinging in the Leafeon. Okay, listen, if you lock in that Espeon or Sylveon, bro, we're getting all EVs.
Okay. All right. Surely we get all EV composition. I think this is going to happen. I wonder if they'll do something silly like play Inteleon. Okay. Well, like if Inteleon on the EV side, or like Charmeleon, and just stay as Charmeleon.
That would be funny. Oh my gosh, there we go. Now we just throw caution to the wind and we just do 5v EV invade. Go for it. Send it. Mess up whoever's in the opposing central lane. I promise you. They will laugh. They'll be astounded. They'll be like, what's going on? But if you actually want to win this game, no. But 5 EVs is crazy to think about here. And it's so amazing to see because now they're all going to get, what is that 1% buff now?
Yeah, 1%. Yeah, I think it's something small, but it's still meaningful. I was more so interested, since Vaporeon is globally banned, which Pokemon would be holding the EXP share. And it looks like we have that answer. It's going to be that Sylveon, most likely running Mystical Fire, which tends to be a little bit more of a tanky build. So I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see all EVs in comp and to see if the team's able to win with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I am absolutely here for it. And again, 5 EV, absolutely astounded. But listen, 6-7 is here to play. They brought Gyarados. They brought Inteleon. They brought Eldegoss, Suicune. And if that is a Scizor, which I'm thinking it might be a Scyther instead.
Yeah. I feel like it has to be.
Not a lot of stuns on the side of the EV comp there. So I feel like eject into the Scyther. way too strong because there's so many squishies, Kyle.
Yeah, you kind of almost have to go Scyther here, especially with all the special attack damage from the right side of the map. And just like you said, a lot of squishy targets to feast on. So I imagine that's what we're going for, a 6-7. But this is going to be our final match of the evening. Grand Finals, game number, quote-unquote, 3. Because this one's for all the marbles.
It is the title, all of the Underdunk points you could imagine, because that's the prize that's the real prize you're fighting for here. Bragging rights and clout. And the winner of the 6-7 will get the eternal 6-7 bragging rights and clout. But speaking of, look at that Leafeon get taken down.
Okay, first EV down of the evening, and well, maybe not the evening, but of the match. 2 points going in for this Magikarp, and we do have Scyther coming up to the top path to try to help evolve this poor little Magikarp, because there's always one rule when you have a Magikarp on your team that I've learned: always gank the Magikarp lane.
Always. But hey, listen, all 3 EVs that are going to be doing that are in the bot side. They're like, listen, Magikarp, that's not the real threat. It's going to be Suicune's the real threat. Drizzile, the fake Eon, Inteleon. That's the real threat there. But we're getting a lot of great pressure from 6-7 here. Great foul play from the side of Hiss, pulling them in, but it's not enough. As Scyther and Gyarados take down the Sylveon.
That's a big KO there. Gyarados getting online, points going on in for 6-7. And this is starting to look pretty good for them. It's exactly what you want, but this Leafeon still ever so strong, especially if it could just get a KO on one of these important targets, but so far it hasn't been able to, and it is an EXP share Leafeon, which I don't know if I talked about before. I'm so confused.
Right? Oh my gosh, absolutely confused there. But hey, I mean, listen, there's a lot going on there. And Kyle, I think, oh, there we go, I'm back. I can see the screen.
Okay, good,
It was a little malfunctioning for it, but I'm good to go. And I'm like, hey.
You sounded like a robot.
I can see again. But no, we're good there. But no, as we have seen, Hiss is now putting the pressure on. 4 EVs gathering around the Regidrago as the Scyther is now in a danger zone. Finally picking up the level 7 because the Whirlpool comes in, looks for the KOs, the Glaceon that gets the Scyther.
Someone call Kenny Loggins, because you're in the danger zone. Gets the KO. I had to say it. I had to bring it out at least once. If you're going to say danger zone, I'm going to have to bring up Kenny Loggins.
That's a reference I actually understand. Oh my gosh, Kyle, thank you. And not up with some of these references. When you bring up something I can understand, I'm like, woo! I get it. It's like Captain America all over again.
Indeed.
Just brought up from thawing.
All right, look at the scoreboard right now. 6-7 with 6
No more
minutes
points scored.
I can't even.
This is it.
That was crazy. You cannot score any more points. You better not. They're going to do it. They're going to score more points.
They're going to do it.
Okay,
they don't realize the
did it.
peak that they have.
They had
to
it.
Stop them from scoring.
Stop the count.
They had it.
Stop the count. Okay, 157-6. So now we have increased our lead for 6-7. And we are still going directly into the front line for this Glaceon, looking to maybe score some points for Hiss. These all evolutions are quickly falling down, though.
They are, and they fell indeed. There goes 6-7 now. Pad looking to score as many points as possible. When you go beyond the limit of 6-7, you might end up at 6-6-7. So that could be where they're aiming for now. They got a long way to go. Almost 400 points to go, but there's the Emerald 2-step. Now they're going in. They're still going for these scores. There's the Leafeon, tries to get it in, but only the Espeon was able to connect.
Yeah, Espeon hits their Unite move, slows down this Scyther, but that's really all you can hope for, is slowing it down, because, man, this Scyther is absolutely feasting right now. Level 10, there's a double KO as well, and right now, Hiss just needs to find their footing some way, somehow with these evolutions. If they're able to pick off this Scyther even just once, that could really propel them into the late game.
Yeah, level 11, massive experience swing that could be really strong for Hiss Hiss. But one of the benefits of Hiss Hiss's comp too, a lot of Unite moves able to come back very quickly. Umbreon's Moonlight Francis already going in to slow down the Suicune, and there it is. The main antagonist that's slowing them down, Suicune, is now gone. But Gyarados takes the Espeon down with it. Destiny Bond, the Pokemon, the move you didn't think was in this game. Scyther and Glaceon, Scyther comes out on top, but the Eldegoss gets the credit for the KO there. Sylveon's looking for the KO on the Scyther, but the shields and the healing from Eldegoss are just too strong. And they get taken down, but Leafeon says 40 in the top. Yes, sir.
All right, Leafeon's getting some value on the opposite side of the map, getting that attack weight going, or I don't even know if they were running attack weight or if they're running cookie. Either way, scoring, trying to recharge their Unite move as well. They do have it back. Gyarados gonna go for this top Reggie, as this basement Reggie is a Regieleki marching towards this T2. Snipe shot immediately lands on the Leafeon that came down from the jump pad.
Yeah, and Espeon's feeling it too. Those snipe shots are really starting to burn through, but the Emerald two-step comes down, takes out the Suicune. The Inteleon fights back and grabs the Leafeon in turn. The Regieleki's on 1 HP in a dream, and they get taken down. All of a sudden, the Scyther is gone. That massive XP swing is exactly what Hiss Hiss needed. Now they're cleaning up the Eldegoss, and they're looking for this Inteleon.
Okay, that's exactly what Hiss Hiss needed in that moment. They get the big KOs on the back end. However, I don't think they're gonna get these points in. Good interruption from this Gyarados, using the eject button to ensure that those points didn't go in, and they are able to hold on to this T1 goal zone. 330 on the map, and Hiss Hiss just gonna be forced to try to work their levels up because they're still a little bit behind there.
Yeah, listen, 6-7 is here to win. They just said, you know what? We've recognized what it is you guys are good at doing, and it's putting points in and taking an early lead. So we're going to interrupt that tempo. They've taken away some of the key Pokemon that allows them to use that disruption, and they're also protecting these pads incredibly well. But look at that Leafeon going in for another quick 40 cap. Going to go in as they take down the Suicune. Hiss Hiss is back on the rise. The Emerald two-step comes out, but gets taken down before it's able to connect. And Talion says, get out of here. But the 3 Eevee, the attackers say, nah, bro, we're here to stay.
Oh man, those are some big KOs there, and we're gonna get another one, 25, another 50 going on, and double 50, and they break that goal zone. Hiss Hiss is already somehow, some way back in this game.
They are. They take a lead on the points, and more importantly, while they have a lead, they do, yeah. Oh, wait, is that actually a Lecky at the home pad? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to position for it, but if they could have had some HP, they potentially could have made that the fight, but instead they're going to really just battle for positioning around this Groudon central area, maybe grab some vision on where 6-7 is entering. I think Umbreon does grab a little bit of vision, but Eldegoss does realize someone's in there with that Pollen Puff that attached.
They almost land with the snipe shot there on the Glaceon, but they quickly regain composure and grab that Sylveon. Sylveon has to base there, but meanwhile, the rest of the Eevees are not slowing down. Bounce comes out as the Dragon Gyarados gets taken down. Meanwhile, we do have the Inteleon looking to grab Snipes, almost takes the Espeon.
Espeon almost goes down to Groudon, almost antagonized it just a little too much. Groudon now down at half. We're gonna look for a final last hit. Are we gonna get it? Espeon looks to go, grab him, and no! 6-7 in Underdog, 6-7 takes Groudon. It's Scyther this time.
Oh, but are they going to score? Umbreon still in the field? Yes, they're going to get these points, and they're going to rein in the Hundo Burgers. 2 more get served up hot and fresh for 6-7.
You might say this one is scripted for 6-7 to win, but we couldn't have scripted that any better. I mean, honestly, what a play. I thought Hiss Hiss really had a position there. They had options for secures. They had Icicle Spear, or not Icicle Spear, Icy Wind Glaceon. You have Psybeam on the Espeon. You have a Leafeon. You had so much potential there, but 6-7 with the Scyther able to close this one out. 40 seconds remaining. Probably not enough points here for Hiss Hiss, and that should be all that she wrote.
Yeah, 697, 295, 30 seconds to go. Listen, I'm not a believer in calling it early, but I think this is the game that is going to go. 6-7 going to be taken. Underdunk 67. Hiss, your runner-ups.
Okay. Insane work. What a good comeback for this squad who lost to Hiss in those winners finals. Alrighty. Now I have to make good on my promise to make a Sobi highlight reel for our next game. for our next Underdog, I have to make a Sobi highlight reel. We're gonna work on that.
Oh, what's the next Underdunk? 6-8 there.
6-8, yep.
So not 6-6, not 6-7, but 6-8, guys. So it's Underdunk 6-8, Sobi highlight reel coming from Kyle themselves. That'll be fun, right, Kyle?
Yeah, we'll make it. I'll have to get my my editing, and I'll have to pull some clips. Sobi, if you have clips, send them my way. I will make you a highlight video, and we'll play it during our breaks next one. But either way, 757 to 295 going to be your final here in our grand finals, and we have a new Underdunk champion.
Listen, I just want to say, out of everybody on the board right now, Gyarados was the only one that got the message with the score and scored exactly 6-7 points.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, insane work. Insane work. Okay. Underdunk 69 is soon. Yeah, we are 2 away. Yeah, we're kind of going crazy right now. There's 2 like.
I was gonna say we mysteriously just go from 6-8 to 7-0.
We just ignore
6-8.
We just
don't know what happened, guys.
I don't know what happened. What's up,
what do you
Slasher?
mean? The count was already off, guys. It was off by 1. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, well, let's wrap things up. Congratulations to 6-7 for Underdunk 6-7's victory.
Absolutely.
Final thoughts on the night. Hyde, any final thoughts before we log out? Because I am tired.
We saw a lot of really creative builds. And I don't mean just at the end where teams were like, listen, all EVs or comps or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Even at the start of the stream, we saw some really creative team comps, and we saw a lot of cool stuff being shown and coming out. And I think that just speaks to the state that Unite is in, that as this game progresses in the years, creativity is starting to spawn more. Inspiration is starting to come out, and I love to see it. Pokemon that have sat on the sidelines for a long time are now starting to make a resurgence because they're finding niches, and not just meta play, but within the microplay of a player's skills. And I think that is so important, especially coming into a huge event this weekend like UCS.
Yeah, it's going to be big. I'm excited. Final thoughts for me. Obviously, big shout out to everybody making the production happen. Bina on the observing, Lordy on the TO desk, Husky, and you for joining me casting tonight. Outside of that, big thing is obviously congrats to all the players. Good luck to everybody competing this weekend. Truly am rooting for everybody to have a good, fun weekend. Excited to see all the games. We'll be back here this weekend for both Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, it's going to be me, Husky, Zoinks, and Bridget, so make sure to stop by. We're going to be watching as many day one games as possible. I have a majority of teams added. I've reached out via Discord to a lot of people just to make sure I have my bases covered. If you can, I would really appreciate to add me if you haven't already, if I do reach out. But also make sure to have Spectate on. That would be very helpful, so we can make sure that we can actually watch some of these games, because that's unfortunately the only way to watch them, because there is no official broadcast. So that's going to be Saturday and Sunday. Sunday, Draku is joining Husky and I, and that will be the top 8. Top 4, from what I'm understanding, what I'm hearing, are going to qualify for the league. So should be really fun. Good luck to all the teams that are competing. Make sure to show up, show out, bring your best game, and honestly, just have fun. This is going to be the biggest event of the season so far. Maybe I wouldn't say that will be the biggest event, but definitely one of the most important events of the season, all all together. So all of North America will be covering. There are going to be other regions too that some of the other streamers are going to cover. Gotlu is going to be covering EU with some great casters over there. Relic, Tano, Kello. Yeah, there's going to be, I believe Soph's going to be over there as well. So yeah, a lot of good stuff going on all across the pond. I know some of the other LATAM streamers are going to be covering those games. So a lot of good stuff this weekend. Make sure to tune in for that. Outside of that, I got nothing else. We'll see you all Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's all from me. We're going to go to bed. We will see y'all next time. And we're going to go ahead and raid somebody. I just need to figure out who we're going to raid. So we'll see you next time, everybody. Bye-bye.
Later.
The